Subscribe please guys, cause it motivates me to post more for you guys. A small request, please consider subscribing the channel. The Child of the Moon Book 4. The Battle of the Labyrinth. By Royal Bioforge. Naruto and his friends can't get enough, huh? Now their beloved camp is the next target of Titan Lord's plans. With war looming over their heads, will they be able to prevent the utter destruction of their home, or will their enemy succeed and rise to power? Welcome to this game's halftime show. Today's showcase will be a 3-point shootout from none other than the audience. Who will be our lucky contestants? No one would think that there was anyone different sitting in the stands of Madison Square Garden, but unbeknownst to them, there are a couple of demigods watching the game. Though, there were some wild viewers in wheelchairs. I don't know how they can have so much energy, but yeah. What did you say? Are demigods even real? Of course, they are. As I said earlier, modern demigods are just like your everyday humans. They blend in with the crowd unnoticed, but if you really look into it, you will notice their key characteristics. These kids are often labeled as troublemakers in school. They often have ADHD and dyslexia, while others just have mild traits like lactose intolerance. Why haven't you noticed? Well, as I said, they're just like your normal everyday guys and gals. They want a normal life just as much as you do, but they often don't get the luxury. Sometimes monsters find them and cause chaos wherever they are. Yes, they're real too, and the reason you can't see them is because of your poor mortal eyes. Anyway, when the monsters wreak havoc, the damage is often blamed on them, hence being labeled troublemakers. Some get lucky and get found by satyrs to plight in various schools, while the unlucky get eaten. That's the life of a demigod, just like the two kids I mentioned earlier. Enough of the introduction. We now do what we came here to do, tell their story. We begin the story as the two were watching a game of NBA basketball. These two were Naruto and Anabeth. Naruto is a golden blonde-haired boy and blue eyes. He also had trademark whisker marks on his cheeks. I know I said demigods blending in, but he might be the exception. He loves wearing orange like he was announcing his presence. So much for being a ninja. Oh, did I forget to mention, he's not exactly from here. To much of everyone's surprise, he is the only son of Artemis. No, the virgin goddess didn't break her oath. Long story short, Naruto has the godly essence of the goddess inside of him, due to a misunderstanding when he was still in the womb, and he was later on taken in by the goddess after some complications in his home village. On the other hand, Anabeth is also a honey blonde girl that looks like a princess, and Naruto always made sure to treat her that way, much to her delight. She looked like your typical California girl, and she is now after she moved to San Francisco with her family. Although that image was ruined by the stormy gray eyes she got from her mother, that seemed to look at you with a cold and calculating gaze. She is a daughter of Athena. No, she didn't break her oath either. Anabeth is, you could say, a brainchild. Anyway, the two demigods were here much to the insistence of the boy. The girl relented in the end since they had been doing what she wanted almost the whole month. They went to the Smithsonian. Over damn, you know, the educational stuff. Hey, you would be perfect for this event, Anabeth told her companion. Wouldn't that give me an unfair advantage? Naruto answered. That's why I said you would be perfect. Anabeth argued, and as she did, the boy appeared on the big screen hanging on the ceiling. Hey, that's perfect. Go on, Naruto. The whiskered blonde chuckled nervously. Anabeth, should I really? I want to stay here with you. The gray-eyed girl blushed, but she held her composure in the end. Go on. It's not like they know. The boy sighed and stood up, earning the cheers of their fellow viewers. Naruto stepped on the court, hands in his pocket. He didn't want to do this, but he couldn't refuse Anabeth, can he? So there he was standing on the court with 8 other contestants. Some of them look like your typical jocks, while others look like your typical middle-aged sports enthusiast. Man, their selection process is too random. The announcer came over and made them draw lots. Unfortunately, Titch wasn't on his side as he drew dead last. Well, no matter, he was, let's say, blessed in the other department. The contest was now underway. The overconfident jocks basically embarrassed themselves as they were probably overrun by stage fright. Heck, even the middle-aged guys did better than them. Naruto could tell though, that one of the younger guys had experience as he was able to get most of his shots in. When it came to Naruto's turn, the jocks gave him a look that said, "Who the hell is this guy?" As I said, he was unassuming, except for the orange that he wears. As his turn came, those looks they gave him basically evaporated. Everyone's jaws hang open, except for Anabeth of course. This doesn't surprise her anymore. Watching Naruto play with the kids of Apollo really made feats like this an everyday occurrence. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't believe it. The announcer screamed into his mic. I don't believe in what I'm seeing. All the shots sank. Without even touching the board. It's a world record if I have ever seen one. Naruto tried to wave off the applause, but the MC grabbed him and began interviewing him. Hey kid, what's your name? He asked. It's Naruto, the boy answered, knowing what was to come when he said his name. Isn't that a ramen topping? The announcer asked, earning the Naruto gave him an unimpressed laugh. Yeah, I get it a lot. The announcer cleared his throat to clear the awkwardness in the air. So Naruto, how did you pull that off? Not even the professionals could do that. Practice every day, Naruto said. How long a day do you practice? Was the follow-up question. Basically the whole day, he continued. Sheesh, that is what I call work ethic. You keep that up and I'll probably be interviewing you here as a player. Anyway, congratulations my good sir. Please take this gift bag and shirt from our sponsor Mountain Dew. Another round of applause for contestants everybody. That was great, Anabeth praised as Naruto got up from his seat. You're just as good as them. I'm probably better, Naruto said smugly. The conversation continued as the dancers came out into the court. They had all smiles on their faces as they danced to the beat that played on the speakers. While some of them danced, the others shot out t-shirts from a mini cannon that they brought out with them. During the number, Naruto and Anabeth didn't expect a dancer to lean in between them, startling the two. I was watching you, the dancer said enthusiastically. I have to say, that is some shooting you got there. Thanks, I guess, Naruto said sheepishly, much to the dismay of his companion. What are you doing here? Anabeth asked, not trying to hide her irritation at all. That's fine. The boss won't mind, the dancer waved her off. I just came to see our little superstar over here. I wouldn't go that far, Naruto said. Anyway, what did you want with us? Anabeth asked. Oh, nothing, she said. Just making sure you don't miss your orientation. That sent a chill up Naruto's spine. Yeah, sure he was supposed to attend an orientation today, but he had that covered already. And, how the hell did this complete stranger know about that? Unless. I don't know what you're talking about, Naruto said in a serious tone. Oh, don't play dumb with me, the dancer said playfully. Shouldn't you be joining your brother at good? More red flags popped up. That possibility was getting more and more plausible, and even Anabeth was picking it up. And to add to that, memories of a pop clone had appeared in his mind. It seemed that Percy really was in trouble at the high school. This is bad. They really had to get out of this place soon. Annie, we need to go, Naruto said, standing up abruptly. Anabeth followed suit as she understood the situation. Yeah, I almost forgot about the reservation at that restaurant. If you'll excuse us, Naruto said as they exited the stadium. Outside. I have a bad feeling about this, Naruto said as they walked briskly outside to get to the subway. Tell me about it, Anabeth answered. Can't we catch a break just this once? There will be no breaks for you, the dancer's voice echoed throughout the hollow tunnel. Surprisingly, there was no one around them despite how busy this station should have been. Who are you? Naruto asked. What do you want from us? I'm Brittany, the dancer introduced herself. And didn't you forget, silly? It's time for your orientation. We should get on a train now. Anabeth told the boy. Oh ho, what makes you think that the trains would be running, little miss? The now named Brittany taunted. As much as I hate to say this, but we'll have to fight our way out of here, Naruto stated. Get your cap on, I'll hold her off. Oh, you're a feisty one, Brittany licked her lips. I will enjoy sucking you dry after I tear your limb from limb. We'll see about that, Naruto drew his kunai. Anabeth, go. Whatever this monster was, it was surprisingly nimble. It was able to avoid the slashes from his blade. Getting frustrated, he tried sending punches and kicks towards the dancer, but he was right. She was a cut above the rest of the monsters he had fought in the past. In one moment, both their feet clashed in the air, and Naruto screamed in pain as he hit something unexpectedly hard. Ow! He yelled. What is your leg made of? It's like it's. There's no need to go there, Naruto Uzumaki, Brittany interrupted him. Don't you know it's rude to point out other people's flaws? I know that, Naruto gave him a flat look. We both know that you're not a person. How perceptive of you, the dancer laughed. Then, I don't think we need this anymore. She screeched. Her body began to morph right before Naruto's eyes. Her skin turned completely white, and her eyes turned bloodshot red. Her hair burst into flames that curled in a serpentine-like fashion. She kept her original dancer outfit, but her legs were different. One of them was made of pure bronze, while the other reminded him of Grover's hooves. No shit. Naruto's eyes whitened. You're a vampire. The monster shook her head. Not quite, Naruto Uzumaki. I am an Impausai, a servant of the goddess Hecate. We are formed by dark magic from animal, bronze and ghost. We exist to feed on half-bloods just like you. Did you say GG ghost? Naruto froze. He can deal with any other monster in this world, but ghosts? Nah. Not a damn chance. It's the only thing he couldn't beat up to a pulp. Oh, don't be scared, young half-blood, the Impausai said. Now, pucker up and give me a kiss. Naruto couldn't move. He was frozen by his childhood fear. He hated himself at that moment. He could stand in the presence of Orochimaru's killing intent, but knowing this monster was a part ghost was different. How the hell he survived the underworld is beyond me. Anyway, Brittany stalked his newfound prey. She had decided to take her time since the boy wasn't going anywhere anymore. She took her sweet time getting to him. When she was within arm's reach, she grabbed Naruto's by the cheeks and pulled his face close to her own, their lips dangerously close from touching. I suggest you enjoy this little kiss, Brittany said. Because it is going to be your last. As the impulse brought Naruto's lips to her own, she felt a searing pain from behind her. She looked down to see the tip of a bronze dagger jutting from her stomach. The girl, she said, then she screeched as she broke down into a sulphurous powder. Naruto's eyes whitened when he saw Anabeth in front of her taking off her cap of invisibility. Anabeth, he said. You're a lifesaver. Am I? She huffed. Or were you actually enjoying yourself here? No, no, no. Naruto shook his head vehemently. She's part ghost, you know. Ghosts are scary. I keep telling yourself that, Anabeth said sarcastically. Naruto sighed. Look, I'll make it up to you later. Right now, we have to get to Percy. He's in the same situation as we are. But how? Anabeth asked. The trains aren't running. I know, you'll have to trust me, Naruto said hastily. What are you, Kaya? Outside of good high school. Put me down. Put me down. Put me down. Anabeth's raspy voice wheezed as Naruto's full sprint started slowing down. She had been screaming for the past 30 minutes or so since. Naruto had been running at full speed atop the buildings. Alright, sheesh, Naruto said, complying with the daughter of Athena's wishes. Once her feet were on solid ground, she staggered for a second before socking Naruto in the arm. Ow! The shinobi screamed. Warn me next time. Anabeth scolded the blonde. Why? Naruto gave her a flat look. I thought you were scared of spiders, not heights. Besides, would you have agreed if I told you? Anabeth raised her fist to punch him again, but Naruto profusely apologized. Okay. I'm sorry. Fine, Anabeth said, hunched over trying to catch her breath. You better hurry then. I'll stay here to catch my breath. Okay, Naruto nodded, and raised his hand in a half-ram seal, causing him to disappear in a golden flash. That high school band room. Naruto shimmered into existence inside the room, startling the two people and the monster in the room. Naruto Uzumaki, the impulse greeted. You managed to avoid my colleague, Brittany. Would you prefer me to do your orientation? And not happening, monster. The blonde yelled in response, though he still seemed shaken by the part ghosting. Leave us or I'll cut you down where you stand. Before Kelly could answer, the sound of chattering could be heard coming towards the door. The orientation from the auditorium must have finished, and the tour group was tromping in their direction. This is perfect, a smile grew on the impulse's face. She picked up a tuba and threw it towards Percy and his crew. Picking up what the monster wanted to happen, Naruto launched himself at the instrument and caught it. But it was too late. The tour group had heard the commotion. The chattering stopped, and the door was about to open. Time to greet our visitors. The vampire Thinji bared her fangs and ran for the door. Although, she didn't anticipate Naruto's speed. With a flick of his wrist, he flung a kunai towards the monster, and she evaporated into a sulphurous powder. Looking around at the scene, it didn't look too good for them. So, with the limited time that they had, Naruto cast an illusion in the room. He placed a hand on each of his companions in the band room, and they disappeared in a golden flash, leaving Paul Bloffus and his tour group to watch the fabricated events unfold. Outside, with Anabeth. Anabeth had just about recovered from her death-defying leaps up the New York City skyscrapers, when her soul almost left her body as Naruto and two other people suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Once they landed, the Redeed immediately keeled over and disgorged the contents of her stomach on the pavement. By now, you should be used to me suddenly popping up like that, Naruto said, as he moved to check on the girl. Who would ever be used to someone appearing out of nowhere like that without so much as a squeak? Anabeth gave Naruto a flat look. Naruto didn't even get to retort as the other guy in the group went on a rant. Okay, what was that? How did we get out of here? And why do I feel like my insides are trying to get out? The girl asked without giving anyone much of a chance to answer. Oh, Red. It's you, Naruto said flatly. Really? That's it. You haven't seen me in what, 6 months, and that's how you're going to greet me? Red said. You two still owe me an explanation. And my name's Rachel. Is this girl supposed to be? Anabeth frowned. That's Red, Naruto answered. We met her at the Hoover Dam. Percy almost killed her. My name's Rachel. I didn't try to kill her. Percy and Rachel both protested at Naruto's almost half-assed explanation. Then, Rachel turned to Anabeth and introduced herself. Anyway, as I said, I'm Rachel Elizabeth Dare, and you three owe me an explanation after almost getting killed. Look, Rachel, Percy began. We had just been attacked in broad daylight, and I fear there will be more, so we have to get to safety, so can we tell you about it next time? Rachel sighed. Alright, but don't you forget. But how will we get in touch with you? Naruto asked. The freckled teen thought for a moment. Here, she said, whipping up a permanent marker to write her phone number on Percy's arm. Remember, you owe me, she said, walking back to school to probably fix the mess. When she was gone, Anabeth looked at the two boys and yelled, You told the mortal about us. Not me, Naruto shook his head. We barely told her anything back at Hoover Dam. Anabeth then shifted her gaze to Percy. Naruto was now off the hook. Hey. She could already see through the mist. Percy defended himself. I couldn't lie to her. But why did you tell her the truth? Was Anabeth's follow-up question. She recognized me from the dam. He didn't really answer the question. But that's not important now, you were right. Their target is Camp Half-Blood. Then, what are we waiting for? Naruto said. Let's get to camp. Anabeth nodded. Yes, but we are taking a taxi this time. Hey. I said I was sorry. Naruto said. What's going on? What did I miss? Percy asked, but he was being ignored. Naruto was trying to appease the daughter of Athena, while Anabeth walked to go hail a taxi. Guys. Camp Half-Blood. It was a long taxi ride to get from Percy's high school to their summer camp. What made it longer was the seaweed brain asking Anabeth a stupid question. He made the mistake of asking her about Luke Castellan, the girl's childhood friend. That was obviously a sore subject for the daughter of Athena, as she still hasn't come to terms with the older demigod's betrayal. Maybe it was the fact that she had a silly childhood crush on the son of Hermes, but one thing's for certain, that boy is still alive somewhere, biding his time in his monster-infested ship, and plotting an attack on the camp. Mount Tam is still overrun by monsters, she finally said after clamping her mouth for almost the whole ride. Naruto nodded. No doubt he's somewhere up there recovering from that nasty fall. Any word on Grover? Percy asked. He's at camp, Anabeth answered. I'm surprised he came home early, Naruto said. I was expecting him to stay on his quest longer on his quest. Does that mean he found something or did he? Percy wondered aloud. He knew that this was his best friend's dream. He didn't want to see him sulk in the corner if he failed on his goal. We'll see him later, Naruto said. It's better you see it for yourself. That didn't make Percy feel better. If anything, it confirmed his suspicions that something went wrong on his quest. He hoped it wasn't anything too serious. After that, their ride home was quiet, save for the small tune that the driver was playing on his radio. Naruto looked out the window, watching the scenery of the fading city behind them. They began picking up speed as soon as they rolled off in the countryside. Percy, on the other hand, was staring at the phone number that was written on his hand. He mentally cursed himself for not telling Rachel that phones were bad news for demigods like him, but given the situation they were in, he never got the chance. Their taxi exited the main road on Route 25A. The vehicle traversed the woods until they reached a low ridge of hills. They pulled up at Farm Road 3. 141, the base of Half-Blood Hill, and their destination. Though the driver was skeptical at letting them off in the middle of nowhere, but he didn't question it further. Let's be honest, this isn't the worst thing he encountered in his life as a cab driver. Upon trekking into the main area of Camp Half-Blood, they were greeted by their resident guard dragon. You know, it's funny, a year ago or so, he was just small enough to sleep on one of the higher branches, but now he grew so big, so fast, that he has to stay at the base of Thalia's pine. The dragon raised his coppery head as soon as he picked up the scent. The trio walked up to him. Hey, Peleus, Anabeth said, scratching the fire-breathing lizard under his chin. Everything's safe, I hope. Steam hissed out of his nostrils as she did that, and his eyes went cross-eyed from the pleasure. Percy scanned the camp. Everything seemed in order. The magical borders were up and running. The golden fleece rested on the lowest branch of Thalia's pine. The camp looked peaceful save for the campers milling about in the summer session. The strawberry fields looked as alive as ever. And finally, the Long Island Sound glittered under the sunlight. Despite that, there was something heavy in the atmosphere. There was palpable tension as if the whole place itself was waiting for something to happen. Percy just shrugged and followed his two companions walk down into the valley. The summer session was indeed full swing. Satyrs played their pipes as they worked in the strawberry fields along with the children of Demeter. Smoke rose from the forges as kids of Ephesus hammered away on their arts and crafts projects. Pegasi swooped by, carrying the campers having horseback lessons. Anabeth's siblings raced against a pair from the Demeter cabin, and a trireme carried some kids who were fighting an orange sea serpent. Yes, it was a familiar feeling to them. They were back home. I need to talk to Clarice, the girl said. Percy snapped his head at the girl. Say what? He wasn't sure if he heard it right. Clarice was the resident bully, and she and Anabeth didn't see eye to eye, so it was weird that the daughter of Athena was looking for her now. They're working on something, Naruto said. Although, they're being secretive about it. Can't you at least tell us? Percy asked. I'll tell you later, I promise, she said, turning around to run off in a direction. She stopped momentarily and turned to the two, remembering to tell them something. I'll tell Chiron we made it back. He'll want to talk to Percy before the hearing. Hearing? Percy asked. What hearing? She didn't answer. She just turned back around and dashed towards the archery range without turning back. Great, don't tell me anything, why don't you? Percy grumbled. He turned to his other companion. Do you know what's happening? Or at least about the hearing? It's about Grover, Naruto answered. He hasn't found any evidence since we came back last Christmas. They're about to revoke his searcher's license. Yo. I can't help myself from writing, so I got you this. Welcome to the 4th book of Rick Sama's pilot series. Hope you like it. The trial. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto nor Percy Jackson in the Olympian series. I am just a lowly writer with too much time in my hands. Warning. This is a sequel story. Read the following first before you read this story. Child of the Moon. The Lightning Thief Child of the Moon. The Sea of Monsters Child of the Moon. The Titan's Curse. Chapter 2. Say what now? Percy asked. He wasn't sure if he heard the blonde right. Did he just say Grover was about to lose his searcher's license? You heard correctly. Naruto looked towards the woods with a serious expression on his face. But they can't do that. Percy raised his voice. Actually, they can, Naruto said matter-of-factly. They're the ones who gave it to him in the first place. Percy growled and trudged towards the forest. Whoa, where are you going? Naruto got in the way of the son of Poseidon. I'm going to give them a piece of my mind, Percy answered. That's not a good idea, Naruto shook his head. You might say something that would upset the council. Besides, Anabeth said we'll get to watch the trial, so why don't we go for a walk for a while? You miss camp, don't you? Percy sighed. Naruto was right. As much as he liked staying with his mother in Manhattan, Camp Half-Blood grew a special place in his heart. After all that he's been through here, how could he not? In the end, he decided not to continue and instead walk around the summer camp to see the new and familiar faces. Fine, where do you want to go first? Percy asked. Actually, I gotta go too, Naruto waved goodbye to his friend. Where are we going? Gotta go talk to Kakashi-sensei. With that, Naruto was gone, leaving Percy to wander through the camp on his own. Training fields. Kakashi sighed as he dodged an attack from one of the kids. These kids were quite good at fighting, especially the Aries kids, but they still had a long way to go when it comes to their teamwork. There was no animosity among them, but there was always this competitiveness in them, especially when it comes to those from different cabins. Funny story about that one, he tried giving the bell test to these brash kids, and he was right about one thing. They repeated the actions of the previous genin who had undergone the test. When given a goal where only one individual would prevail, things turned into a competition. They were pit against each other. What did you expect? It reached the point where instead of attacking the jonin, the demigods focused on sabotaging each other. Heck, he didn't even need to lay down any traps. The kids basically did it for him. Well, the Hephaestus kids did anyway. That whole incident prompted him to focus on team-building exercises. He was broken out of his thoughts when he heard an all-too-familiar voice. The sudden distraction almost. Boy, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's voice called out. His old student may be mature, but his old boisterous self comes out sometimes. Back again, are we, Naruto? Kakashi gave his famous eye smile to the blonde demigod. How was your date? What are you talking about, Kakashi-sensei? That wasn't a date, was it? Naruto sputtered out, getting a little red in the process. I don't know. Was it? Kakashi teased further. Naruto cleared his throat, calming himself. Hardly a date, Naruto said, trying to keep as professional as possible. Some impulse attacked and ruined our day. I'm sorry to hear that, the silver-haired jonin said. So, anyway, what can I do for you? I can't imagine this being a regular visit. Nothing gets past you, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto shook his head. I was just here to ask how the search for Neko was going. I'm sorry, Naruto, Kakashi said, looking sad at the news he was giving his student. His trail had gone cold. It's like he's not even here anymore. Well, thanks for trying, I guess, Naruto sighed. He feared this would be his answer. He was part of a very small list of campers who were sent out to look for Neko. They had combed through almost the whole of the US. Well, technically, he and Kakashi did most of the work. Sending hordes of clones around the whole country looking for the lost boy. That's Tsushinobi for you. Normal rules for the average human don't work on you. But, he should have known that. He was part of the hunting party, and they found nothing. He may be a son of Artemis, but Kakashi is better at tracking than he was, and, even his trail had gone cold. He didn't even know why he had to ask his sensei. Maybe he was expecting a different answer. And those were the least of their worries. War was definitely inevitable, and things weren't looking good for the camp. That was what this training was for, to prepare the demigods the best they could. So, how are they doing? Naruto asked, desperate to change the subject. They're far from ready, Kakashi answered. I'm afraid if I push them any harder, some might get injured. Let's be honest, they're not as durable as shinobi are. You could try, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said. These demigods might surprise you with their resilience. He, then, took off his shirt, revealing a well-developed set of muscles protected by fishnet armor. This earned the looks of quite a lot of the demigods, especially those of the female population. Actually, I kind of miss your training, sensei, and training by myself is getting kind of lonely. So, you want to join in with them? Kakashi smirked under his mask. Being an old student of mine doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. Naruto returned a smirk. He knew his sensei was sporting. I wouldn't have it any other way. Later, Naruto walked through the camp, having finished his training with his sensei. True to his words, Kakashi had upped the intensity of his training, much to the disappointment of the other campers. And true to Naruto's words, they were able to keep us, albeit a little exhausted. He sighed contentedly. He hadn't had training like that in a long time, and having someone to suffer through the training was definitely a good change of pace. Hey Naruto. The girl's voice greeted him. You seem to be happy. Did you enjoy your date? What are you talking about? That wasn't a date, Naruto sputtered out without even checking who said that. He focused on the owner of the voice and brightened when he saw Bianca, cheerfully walking towards him. It was Bianca D'Angelo. Come on, Naruto. It's what everyone was talking about at camp. Everyone? At camp? Naruto said dumbfounded. He always came to camp for a visit in between some time to join the hunting parties, looking for Neko while juggling school and helping Percy to apply at. Good, but why didn't he hear anything at all? What are they talking about? Bianca thought for a moment, but she spotted Chiron trotting with Percy riding on his back. Don't you have a super important trial you're going to attend? Bianca said. That's right. Naruto gasped in realization. Grover's trial. Let's go. Bianca sighed under her breath. She dodged a bullet on that one. She wasn't the one to explain it to the blonde. Naruto and Bianca had reached the site of Grover's trial, just as Percy was getting off of Chiron. It was an odd sight to hold a trial if you were human, of course. But if you were satyr, it was perfect. It was just Grover standing in front of 3 topiary thrones shaped out of rose bushes, and sitting on the thrones were the fattest satyrs both had ever seen with sleepy expressions and glazed looks. It reminded the 2 boys of a petting zoo. Both Naruto and Percy always went into the woods to train and for capture the flag, but they had never been to this part of the woods before. He also had never seen the 3 fat satyrs Grover was talking to before, but they looked important, so he assumed that they were the Council of Cloven Elders. Their friend, on the other hand, hadn't changed a bit since they last saw him in the winter, but they noted that his acne flared up, and his horns stuck up off his curly hair. Nevertheless, it was the same old Grover they knew and loved. Naruto immediately waved when he saw Anabeth in the crowd. Percy was surprised. He still couldn't believe that Anabeth was working with Clarisse. It was a sight you would not believe considering they don't get along very well, usually. Speaking of Anabeth, she currently had her arm around a girl who seemed familiar to Percy, but the boy couldn't quite place where he had seen her. The girl was small and petite, with wispy hair the color of amber, and a pretty elfish face. She was wearing a green chiton and sandals. Punk, Uzumaki, Clarisse greeted the 2 as they joined them. That meant the girl was in a good mood at the moment. It's going terribly. Juniper wailed into Anabeth's shoulder. What did we miss? What happened? Naruto asked. Nothing so far. They haven't given a verdict yet, Anabeth answered. But I'm sure everything is going to be fine, okay Juniper. Master Underwood, the council member on the right, spoke up, cutting off all conversation. You expect us to believe these outrageous claims of yours? But silliness, Grover stammered out. It's true. The council goat who spoke up turned to his colleagues and muttered something. Chiron cantered off to the front of the 3 plump satyrs and stood next to them. The other 2 didn't look impressed and stared at Grover with distaste as Sillinus spoke in a low voice. Sillinus cleared his throat and adjusted his yellow polo, that was threatening to explode from the belly it was trying to contain. Mr. Underwood, for 6 months, we have listened to your scandalous claims that you heard the great god Pan speak. But I did. Impudence, said the fat goat on the left. Now, Marin, Chiron spoke, acting as the voice of reason. Patience. But the elder named Marin was having none of it. Patience. I've had it up to my horns with the nonsense you've been spouting. As if the god would speak too, he eyed Grover with disgust. To him. Juniper rose from Anabeth's shoulders and moved to charge the orders, but Clarisse held her back. Wrong fight, girly, Clarisse advised. Wait. For 6 months, Sillinus continued. We have indulged you, Master Underwood. We let you keep your searcher's license. We allowed you to travel, to look for proof of your preposterous claims. And what have you found in your 6 months of travel? I just needed more time, Grover said, but he didn't get a chance to speak. Nothing, the satyr in the middle answered the question. You have found nothing. Grover tried to protest even more, but Sillinus raised his hand to stop him. Chiron leaned in and muttered something to the 3 satyrs. There was a small argument among the 3, but Chiron said something else, and Sillinus sighed while nodding reluctantly. Master Underwood, Sillinus announced. We will give you one more chance. Grover brightened. Thank you. 1 more week. As fast as the bright expression came, it also left just as quickly. But sir, that's impossible. 1 more week, Mr. Underwood. And if you can't find any proof then, it is time for you to pursue another career. I suggest something to soothe your dramatic talents like puppet theater or perhaps tap dancing. But, sir, I can't lose my license. Grover tried to reason. My whole life. Sillinus didn't listen. He just clapped his hands signaling the end of the trial. This meeting is adjourned. Let us now enjoy our noonday meal. With another clap of his hands, a bunch of nymphs melted out of the trees carrying platters of fruits, vegetables, tin cans, and other goat delicacies. The circle broke, and Grover walked dejectedly to his friends. Well, that could have gone better, Naruto said, trying to lighten the mood. Don't even start, Naruto. Grover sent a small glare at Naruto, and turned to Percy to greet him. Hey, Percy. Oh, Grover, Juniper said. Don't listen to them. Those old goats don't know how hard you've tried. She's right, Clarisse added. What do they know if the fatsos sit around on their fat asses all day? Bianca gasped at the Aries cabin's counselor, Clarisse, language. What? It's true. Clarisse defended herself. Couldn't you have worded it nicer? Bianca said. Nicer? She glanced at the goats stuffing their mouths. No. Her voice and expression then turned dark. There is still that option if you're interested. Grover seemed to contemplate the idea, but Juniper jumped in. No, Grover. I won't let you. What choice do I have? Grover reasoned. 1 week is just too short. Traveling alone would take up that time. Do you even know how to find your way around? Countered the wood nymph. I'll think about it, Grover told the daughter of the war god. What's everyone talking about? Percy asked, not knowing what the three were talking about, but before anyone could answer him. Before anyone could answer, a conch horn blew in the distance. Inspection's up, Naruto said. We have to go. Why doesn't anyone tell me anything? Percy complained. We'll tell you later, Percy. We promise, Anabeth told him in an attempt to appease the son of Poseidon, but it didn't seem to work. What she said next though did the trick. Unless you want kitchen patrol duty after dinner. Percy's eyes whitened. He almost forgot the state he left his cabin. When he left to go back home to his mother after coming home from the quest, he will for sure be tied with the Hermes cabin at this rate. With that, he made a dash for his cabin. Commons area. The cabins, 12 buildings, each dedicated to one of the 12 Olympian gods, were ranged in a U shape, just as the thrones on Olympus were arranged. Each of the cabins housed the children of the gods, except for the 2 head cabins, and until 2 years ago, Cabin 8. Last year, Cabin 1 housed Thalia Grace, the hero of Half-Blood. Hill, who through some plotting from Kronos, was brought back to life by the power of the Golden Fleece that Clarisse and company had brought back from Polyphemus's island. Now, after she joined the hunt and left camp, the cabin is once again empty and out of the inspection. Cabin 8, on the other hand, was mostly honorary, and only served as lodging for the hunters of Artemis whenever they visited, which is a rare occurrence. That is until 2 years ago. Artemis, the virgin goddess of the hunt, took pity on a boy that was battered and beaten from a fight with his supposed best friend, and accepted him as her own child. It wasn't just that. Through a series of events, the boy now shared her godly energy, making him like a true bloodkin. Now, with the cabin occupied, it was now considered during the inspection. Anyway, now that the little history lesson recap is over, we find our favorite blonde shinobi walking alongside Bianca. They were fresh out of Grover's trial, and they were on the way back to the cabins for inspection. Sorry you have to do kitchen patrol every night, Naruto apologized to Bianca. It's okay, the younger girl said. It's not your fault. I feel like it is my fault for bringing you here and having you get stuck in the Hermes cabin, Naruto shook his head. Well, what can you do? Bianca shrugged. It's not your fault that Dad doesn't have a cabin here. That just sucks, Naruto complained. It had been months since Naruto's small group had found out about Bianca and Neko's heritage. It was a shock at first, but looking at how Bianca defeated the skeleton warriors that chased them across the whole of America, even inside the camp, it all seemed to make sense. And despite knowing the truth, they kept it to themselves, knowing how the activities director would react. Anyway, I'll see you at dinner, Naruto said as he waved goodbye to his friend as he stopped in front of his cabin. Bianca waved back to the blonde and continued her trek back to cabin 11. Just as soon as she left, Selena Beauregard turned from cabin 7, which was just across his own. She was nice, don't get me wrong, but she was a terror when it came to cabin inspections. She was an absolute neat freak, and always required the cabins to be pretty. That would be a problem for Percy. Hey, Naruto, Selena greeted the blonde as she batted her eyelashes. I see you're back from your date. Why does everyone keep calling it that? Naruto complained aloud. Selena giggled at the clueless blonde's reaction. Only teasing. Now, shall we check your cabin? Naruto grumbled something about misunderstandings under his breath and led Selena to the doorway. The inspector's eyes scanned the room and scrutinized every detail, screening the area for dust particles and any trash lying around. Before the girl could even ask, Naruto led the girl into the room and opened the door on the other side in order for her to inspect the inside of the room. It was as neat and tidy as the room outside. Selena marked something on her papyrus scroll and turned to the blonde. As expected from you, Naruto, she said. You never fail to amuse me with how clean your room is. I aim to please, Naruto answered with a smug expression on his face. He then shifted to a thinking pose. Say, if I may ask, how did Percy do in the inspection? Well, Percy cleaned up well today, surprisingly, Selena answered. Oh really? Naruto gave her an incredulous look. That can't be true. Unless. Naruto's face brightened and immediately waved at the inspector. Gotta go. Bye. Okay, Selena just shrugged and continued on her inspection. The blonde dashed over to cabin 3, the Poseidon cabin, excited to see the big lovable Cyclops. Percy, Tyson, Naruto called out. You there? Naruto. Tyson's voice called back. Soon after, the door opened revealing Tyson. He looked the same as before. Right now, he was wearing ragged XXXL jeans and a tattered flannel shirt under a flower-patterned apron and rubber cleaning gloves on his hands. Upon seeing the blonde, the Cyclops immediately pounced at the blonde and wrapped him in a huge bear hug. A normal human's bone would have cracked at the pressure that the baby Cyclops was squeezing, but Naruto wasn't normal, even by shinobi standards, but he was getting smothered by Tyson's chest. Tyson, Naruto wheezed as the air was squeezed out of him. Could you let up for a sec? Oh sorry, Tyson released the blonde who was beginning to turn blue. No biggie, you big guy. Naruto punched the big guy on the shoulder. We missed you. When did you get back? Just now, Tyson answered. Boss gave me time off. So, you guys wanna hang out? Naruto asked. Definitely, both Percy and Tyson nodded. The boys spent the whole afternoon catching up. It was a nice change of pace after being attacked by vampires or something like that. They first went to the forges and helped Charles Beckendorf from the Hephaestus cabin in creating weapons for the camp. Well, Tyson mostly helped. It was amazing how great he had gotten at creating weapons. He made a flaming double-bladed axe so fast that even the cabin counselor was impressed. I guess that internship was doing wonders for him. He even tried to teach his two brothers how to create magic weapons, but it just wasn't for them. While they were working, the lovable Cyclops told him his life under the sea. The two demigods watched his eyes lit up as he described the Cyclops forges and the palace of Poseidon, but the gleam died down when he spoke of how tense the situation was with the upcoming war. He told them of the old sea gods, the gods who ruled the seas before Poseidon usurped the throne. Apparently, they were starting to stir and challenge the sea gods' rule. At the time Tyson had left, battles were already starting to rage across the Atlantic Ocean. Don't get me wrong, the boys know that war is looming over them in the surface world, but both sides have not made a move yet. They were surprised that things were already heating up under the sea. In any case, Poseidon assured them that he wanted both his sons to stay at the camp. And hey, he didn't forget about Naruto. He also sent his regards to him. After their crafting session, Anabeth joined them at the canoe lake. Whatever her business with Clarice was taken care of, and she opted to join the boys. She had come a long way too. 2 years ago, she hated Tyson, but now, after a quest with the lovable loaf, she learned to accept him too. She was really glad to see Tyson too, but even as they spoke, the daughter of Athena seemed anxious. She kept stealing glances at the woods. Naruto and Percy knew what she was worried about, and they couldn't blame her. They haven't seen the satyr all day, but they understood why. They were witnesses to the satyr's experience, well, the two boys were anyway. So, they couldn't believe that the council was threatening to take away his license. It was his lifelong dream. He carried on the dreams of his father and his uncle, who lost their lives looking for the lost god Pan. Losing it now would crush him. So, what's this other way that Grover could try? Percy finally had a chance to ask. It's what Clarice had been scouting out. I even helped her out in the spring, Anabeth gave out her answer. Percy scrunched his eyebrows. It was something he wanted answers for since this morning, but it wasn't what he expected. He got a vague answer. As much as I hate to say this, but even though it is Grover's one and only chance, it's too dangerous for him, Naruto said. The boy scares me, Tyson interjected. Why is that, big guy? Naruto chuckled. Tyson can stand down almost anything, man-eating Canadians, an older, meaner Cyclops, and fire-breathing bronze bulls, but a satyr scares him. That's a first. Hooves and horns, Tyson answered simply. And gopher makes my nose itch. Believe me, bro, he's just as much as scared as you are of him. Naruto said, but Tyson didn't answer anymore, leaving the group in silence. To break the ice, Naruto began again. Hey, did you hear? We're getting a new war game tonight. Apparently, it's the new sword. Instructor's idea. Really? Do you think it has something to do with the crates in the sword arena? Percy's face brightened. He was excited. It wasn't that he was bored with the capture of the flag, the scroll retrieval, exercise, or the chariot races, but it was a nice change of pace for it to play a different game for a change. Maybe, Naruto said as he skipped a rock across the lake. In any case, I'm getting a bad feeling from that guy. Are you sure? Percy's raised his eyebrows on Naruto's claim. He seems okay to me. Not quite though, Naruto said. There's just something about that story that just isn't sitting right with me. Lighten up, Naruto, Anabeth clapped the boy on the shoulder. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he really is a son of Athena who reached old age. You sure you're not saying that cause he's your older sibling? Naruto joked. You sure you're not saying that cause you're scared to lose to in the new game tonight? Anabeth countered. Naruto lightened up and let out a light-hearted chuckle. Fine, but there's no way I'm losing to you in the games tonight. We'll see about that. An. Sorry for the wait, but here I am with the next chapter. Hope you like it. The new game. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto nor Percy Jackson in the Olympian series. I am just a lowly writer with too much time in my hands. Warning. This is a sequel story. Read the following first before you read this story. Child of the Moon. The Lightning Thief Child of the Moon. The Sea of Monsters Child of the Moon. The Titan's Curse. Chapter 3. It was another morning in Camp Half-Blood, way more than usual. Apparently, there was this Ethiopian draken that had been spotted at the camp's borders. Naruto, with his usual morning routine, was one of the first ones on the scene. Nothing untoward happened, thankfully, since the magical borders were stronger than ever. Percy, on the other hand, was only able to get the scoop on the news when he woke up. He was so exhausted from the day that he slept through the commotion. Despite being held from the camp by the boundaries, the monster was persistent. It prowled the hills looking for any chink in the defenses, any weakness that it can exploit to get to the day's meal. Lee Fletcher led a group consisting of Naruto and the others that drove the beast away from their camps. At first, the arrows just made it angrier, but a Rasengan that broke its hide made the message clear. 20 arrows and all we did was anger that thing, Lee said. Good thing Naruto was there, else we'd just be making it even angrier. And we should expect more attacks like this one, more and more frequently, the new sword instructor added. Even though there was good news, the campers were still anxious. Muttering broke out across the tables. It was no secret that the next target for the Titan Lord's army was their beloved camp. It was expected that the attack would come sometime in the summer, but no one knew any specifics. It was pitiful really, the numbers left at camp right now. There were 10 campers in all left, a far number from what Percy and Naruto witnessed in their first days at camp. Yes, there were 1 too. Hailed from the elemental nations, but they had yet to return. Some had died in the Brewing War, while others deserted to join Luke's side. Still, others had just disappeared without a trace. Fret not, everyone, Kakashi said with his signature ice smile, quelling the fears of the campers. This is the exact thing we are training for. Quintus nodded, which is also why we will have a new war game tonight. The other campers didn't like the glint in the eyes of the new camp counselor. Only one other camper had glints in his eyes like this, and it usually didn't mean something good. Yes, that is enough of the announcements for this morning, Chiron added, as he picked up his own goblet. Let us bless this fine meal and eat. To the gods. As the custom around these parts, each demigod walked to the bronze brazier and offered a portion of their food to the gods. Everyone offered portions of their meals to their respective godly parent, except for Naruto. He offered a portion to his parent like everybody else and then some. He also offered a portion of his food to his patron god, Hestia, goddess of the heart. When everyone was back at their table, no one began to eat. All eyes were at the head table, specifically at a certain masked jonin who was about to take a bite of his food. Naruto shook his head. It was a common occurrence really. Every day, the campers would try their hardest to catch a glimpse of what was hidden underneath that mask. The female population, especially, wanted to see if their counselor was attractive or not. Even the males were intrigued at what he hid underneath the piece of cloth. Naruto knew better than to try and get a glimpse of his sensei's face. He tried it before with Sakura and Sasuke, and it failed miserably every single time. The campers stared intently, as the son of the White Fang raised his hand to undo his mask. It was like time slowed down. Nobody dared to breathe nor blink, scared that they would miss whatever was hidden. Naruto just shook his head at the others' antics. He tried to dissuade them, but they were just persistent. The suspense was killing them. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an extremely loud satyr came out of the woods chasing a wood nymph. It was like a scene taken straight from a romantic comedy movie. The demigod's eyes were immediately torn from the head table to look at the new commotion. They watched as the satyr chased the dryad across the clearing, unable to catch the agile wood nymph. In the end, the scene ended as usual. The dryad turned into a tree, causing the satyr to bump into the bark that appeared out of nowhere, knocking him out cold. Everyone shook their heads at the interaction, but instantly remembered what they were trying so hard to see just moments earlier. Their head whipped back to the head table. To everyone's shock and chagrin, Kakashi was already finished eating, leaning back in his chair and patting his stomach. The masked jonin sighed contentedly. That was another fine meal. I have to remember to thank the dryads for the good food. He opened his eyes and noticed that the campers were staring at him with their mouths hanging open. What? Is there something on my face? He asked, patted the area around his mouth as if the food was stuck to it. Groans were expelled out of nowhere as they returned their focus to their own food in front of them. Naruto laughed internally at his fellow campers' reaction. He tried to warn them, but they still didn't listen. They had been at it for weeks without any luck. Naruto had given up on that long ago. His sensei was just always one step ahead of him. The shinobi was taken out of his thoughts when Anabeth grabbed him from his table. Wait, where are we going? Naruto protested. To Percy's table, she said, pointing at table 3. Naruto's gaze shifted to the said table, and saw a dejected Grover sitting on the Poseidon table. He looked a little worse for wear and barely even touched his food. We're going to convince him now? Naruto's eyebrows raised. Yes, so get your ass up and come with me, Anabeth told him off. But my food, Naruto said. Anabeth sighed and let him go for a second. Go get it and follow me. Naruto and Anabeth soon slid on either side of Grover on the Poseidon table. Hey, you two are not supposed to be here, Percy said as soon as he saw the others. We need to talk about that, Anabeth insisted. But the rules, Percy said despite his curiosity about wanting to know what that is. But Naruto spoke up after swallowing one hefty serving from his plate. Grover is in trouble. The labyrinth is his only chance of keeping his license. It's what Annie and Clarice have been investigating all this time. You mean the maze that kept the Minotaur? Percy's eyes widened at the revelation. It's here in America. SHHHHH. Naruto shushed his adopted brother. He always seemed to forget that names held power, whether they were in the camp or not. But yes, obviously. Like everything we read in Greek mythology, it migrated to the west as well. So, we just find out which building this thing is and... Building? Anabeth scoffed. Percy, the labyrinth is huge. It would fit just under one city, much less a building. We could be talking about under the whole of the North American continent here. So, if it's that big, can it reach all the way to the underworld? Percy asked as if remembering something. It could be, but we can't be sure. The labyrinth is just under the surface world, like a second skin, while the underworld is even deeper than that, Naruto explained, but a sudden realization hit him. Why? What did you learn? Was it? Naruto and Percy shared a look. Naruto could tell that Percy just learned something important. Percy was about to explain, but Anabeth interjected with their current topic at hand. Our point is you can go anywhere through the labyrinth. If you don't get lost and die a horrible death, Grover muttered. Hey, don't be like that. Naruto tried to comfort the satyr. Clarice got out of there alive. If she could do it, you could do it too. Barely, Grover argued. And Chris, he was. He lived as well. Anabeth completed his sentence. He just got driven insane. Oh, joy. Grover said sarcastically. Like that was any better. Whoa, Percy held his hands up. What's this about a crazy guy? Remember the mission Clarice went on last year? Naruto explained. Apparently, Chris Rodriguez appeared near out of nowhere in Arizona, near Clarice's mom's house. Percy remembered the name somewhere. He remembered eavesdropping on him on the Princess Andromeda. That's where Clarice has been all this time. And what do you mean he just appeared? Anabeth nodded. He was found wandering around the desert, in full Greek armor, in 120-degree weather, muttering something about string. String? Percy deadpanned. What does have to do with anything? He was completely mad, so Clarice brought him to her mom's home, so the mortals wouldn't shut him in the asylum. She tried her best to get him back to normal, even Chiron came to interview him, but it didn't do any good. The four demigods shivered at that thought. So, you think, this is the solution to Grover's problems? But it's a maze, right? Percy asked. Grover agreed readily. Full of horrible traps, dead ends, illusions, psychotic go-killing monsters. Not when we have the string, Anabeth explained, excitedly. She seemed to enjoy talking about the labyrinth so much. After finding Chris, Chiron sent her to scout, but it was too dangerous. There were some close calls. Her voice switched to a frustrated tone. That's when she brought me in. I tried to research everything I could, but I wasn't much of a help, but I really think this could help Grover out. How could Pan be underground? Percy inquired. It's a bad idea, right? Grover looked to the son of Poseidon for support. There are no flowers, no sunshine, no coffee shops, nothing. There's no way he's there, right? What are you talking about? Naruto shook Grover's shoulders. It's either this or your dreamed eyes with the puppet theater. That's actually sounding much better, the satyr shuddered. I'm sorry I can't do it. Before anyone can talk any further, Quintus cleared his throat. Naruto and Anabeth were pushing it, sitting on the Poseidon table. Anabeth sighed. Just talk him to it. She nodded to Naruto, and they both returned to their respective tables. Somewhere in the woods of Camp Half-Blood. After breakfast, a satyr emerged from the shrubbery where a man with gravity-defying hair was waiting for him reading an orange pocketbook. Sensing the new presence of the newcomer, he looked up from his literature. Are you followed? The satyr shook his head. I'm positive. Alright, the white-haired man closed his book and brought out a sack of cans he was hiding behind his back. That was a great performance out there, Billy. I aim to please, the satyr bowed as if he were in front of some spectators. Same time tomorrow. Kakashi shook his head. They might start getting suspicious. I'll use some genjutsu tomorrow to shake things up. Well, if you say so, Billy shrugged. With that, both parties nodded at each other and walked away as if nothing happened. After dinner. That night, the sword instructor had everyone suit up in their combat armor. This wasn't anything new since they did this every time they played Capture the Flag. The difference was the tension in the air. Like this training exercise was a lot more serious than usual. Apparently, there were some crates stocked in the sword arena, and sometime during the day, they disappeared. Those who were able to see the crates figured that whatever they contained was connected to their exercise. This seems more like real combat more than a training exercise, Kakashi said. Oh, stop being a worrywart, Kakashi, Quintus told the other counselor. Think of it as a spar. A deadly, no-holds-barred spar, the Jonin sighed. Right, gather round, the swordmaster announced. You will be in teams of 2. Every camper immediately started talking and pairing up with their friends. And of course, Quintus spoke up to burst their bubble. Which have already been chosen. WWWWW. The excitement was replaced with complaints. Now, this training exercise doesn't seem all that fun anymore. Now, Kakashi said. We need to be flexible. In war, especially this coming one, you may be paired up with someone you don't even know personally. You will still be expected to work like a well-oiled machine. Well said, Quintus cleared his throat. Now, your goal is simple. Collect the golden laurels that are wrapped in a silk package on only one of the monsters. There are 6 monsters all in all, and 5 of them are dummy packages. Find the wreath before other teams, and of course, you have to slay the monster to claim your prize. The campers murmured excitedly. Even if they didn't get their preferred partner, the game sounded fun. This is an application of everything they had been training for years. I will now announce your partners, Quintus spoke again after giving the campers time to internalize the news. There will be no trading, no switching, and no complaining. Aroof. The large hellhound chimed happily as she buried her face on a plate of pizza. Quintus started reading off names. Charles Beckendorf was paired off with Selena Beauregard. Excited whispers broke out from the Aphrodite table. Connor and Travis Stoll formed another team, no surprise there. Clarice and Lee Fletcher of the Apollo cabin were paired together, a deadly combination. Quintus continued reading off names until he reached Percy Jackson and Anabeth Chase. Percy looked at Anabeth excitedly, but his partner was looking at Naruto with a challenging look. Naruto Uzumaki and Bianca D'Angelo, Quintus read off. Naruto met with Anabeth's gaze and returned it before turning to his partner and nodding to her. And finally, the counselor read the last name on the list. Grover Underwood and Tyson. Both Cyclops and Satyr jumped up of their seats and spoke up. Beat but go boy. What? Beat but? The 2 of them protested, but they were immediately shut off by Quintus. No complaining. He scolded. Now, get with your partner. You have 2 minutes to prepare. Into the woods. Naruto and Bianca lurked through the woods, hunting their target. The younger demigod was just happy that she was paired up with someone as capable as Naruto. No scratch that, she wouldn't have it any other way. And so, through the forest they walked, searching for whatever monster held their prize. Somewhere in their woods, they could hear the Stoll brothers tripping over themselves and cursing up a storm. You know, sometimes I doubt if they really are children of Hermes, Naruto told his partner, earning a chuckle. Hey, we heard that. Both Connor and Travis called out, causing the 2 to laugh even more. Crack. Both demigods froze at the sudden sound. It looks like the monster would be hunting them, not the other way around. The monster must have startled itself when it stepped on the twig. Scuttling noises seemed to reverberate around them, and then it appeared, a giant scorpion with thick jagged pincers, an armored tail, and a 3-foot-long stinger. Get ready, Naruto told the newbie. Arrows ready. Naruto and Bianca each drew their arrows and took aim. They let loose their projectiles, but they only shattered on the scorpion's hide. It did no damage, only making it angry. The monster roared, then it lunged forward. Scatter. Naruto yelled as both of them jumped in opposite directions. The giant scorpion was fast for its size. It made its decision, quickly turning towards Bianca. The long tail shot forward, aiming straight for where Bianca landed. Thanks to her training, she was agile enough to roll away from the pointy appendage. Shit. Naruto cursed when he saw the monster applying pressure to Bianca. Bianca. He yelled, throwing a kunai with an explosive tag dangling from the other end. She leaped into the air, barely avoiding one of the legs and catching the weapon. What do I do? Bianca asked. Stick it on its body somewhere, Naruto advised. She turned to the scorpion that was scuttling, turning around to face her. The scorpion once again lunged. Bianca weaved around the swipes. Her moves weren't as polished as an experienced fighter, but they were enough to avoid certain death. Naruto could have jumped in at any time, but he was impressed that Bianca was keeping up with the not-so-little monster. Not long after, Bianca yelped after another claw attack, but she managed to avoid it and stabbed the kunai on the rock-like hide, specifically on the face. The paper attached, then, started hissing. The monster, though, retaliated and slammed Bianca in the midsection, knocking her away. The scorpion loomed over the demigod that was just slowly getting up. Naruto decided that it was this moment to join the fight. Naruto flickered towards the groggy demigods and socked the monster on his face. He got Bianca in his arms and moved back to a safe distance, watching the paper bomb get consumed by the spark and explode. The explosion shook the forest and distracted both demigod and monster, who were fighting by Zeus's fist. Naruto watched if their opponent would get on its feet and continue the fight, but nothing happened. All that the 2 could hear were the nearby fighting that began to resume again. Well, that was anticlimactic, Naruto let out a breath. He then turned to his partner and asked, You okay? I'll be okay, Bianca said. That's good, the blonde sighed in relief. You did great out there. Now, let's go see if we fought the right one. Bianca and Naruto slowly crept towards the scorpion with their guards still up. They had to make sure that the monster was truly dead, lest fatal consequences occur. Naruto reached for the package tied on the scorpion's tail. Did we win? Bianca asked. Just a sec, Naruto answered as he unwrapped their prize. A bit of rustling later, and they were now in possession of 2 golden laurels. Congratulations, Naruto said as he handed one over to the younger demigod. You won a game all by yourself. Bianca blushed. No, I wouldn't say that. I had a lot of help from you. Naruto chuckled, but did you see how well you handled the scorpion? I suppose, the daughter of Hades looked away, as she got flustered from the praise. Here, Naruto gently took the laurel from her hand. Let me put it on you. He took a look at the girl. You look good with that. Do I really? Of course. And? Before any of them could say anything, the quiet of the night was interrupted as the sound of breaking rocks echoed through the woods. Looks like they need our help, Naruto said. Let's go. The 2 demigods weaved through the trees towards the other campers. Not long after that, they were greeted with a sight of pure carnage. There were 4 scorpions clustered all together. Trees and broken rocks were scattered everywhere. Fortunately, the trees were part of the few unoccupied ones. Screams got Naruto's attention. He turned towards the source of the screams, and saw that Connor's stole was under one of the scorpions about to get devoured. With quick thinking, Naruto hurled a kunai towards the monster, but it hit the ground under it. The scorpion looked around to see where the attack came from. Seeing nothing, it opened its pincers ready to cut the demigod to pieces. Before it could do any damage, a force kicked it upwards, sending it flying up to the air. Naruto quickly followed it up with a giant Rasengan, crushing it with the dense chakra. You okay? Naruto asked. I'm fine, Connor answered. Upon gathering his bearings, he opened his eyes and looked towards his savior. What, you already won? Sheesh, Naruto picked his ears, trying to get the ringing out of his ears caused by Connor's sudden outburst. You didn't need to shout. What's got you worked up anyway? Cause I was busting my ass fighting the scorpion, but it didn't have the laurels anyway. He explained. That's okay, Naruto patted the boy on the back to calm him down. You'll get him next time. Come on. We have scorpions to take care of. It didn't take long for them to eliminate the remaining scorpions. Claris handled a lot of them effortlessly. Upon meeting with the others in a clearing within the woods, the daughter of Ares was livid when she saw the newbie wearing the laurels along with the ninja boy. It looked like she had lost another game to the blonde. Alright, everyone, Quintus said. Let us congratulate our winners Bianca D'Angelo and Naruto Uzumaki. There was a round of applause from the group. Has anyone seen Percy? Grover meekly spoke up. No one answered. The others were also looking to the other campers for answers. Sadly, none of them had crossed paths with the pair. That means Anabeth is missing too. Naruto's eyes widened. He raised his hands in front of him and yelled, Taju Cage. Bunshin no Jutsu. A small army of Narutos appeared in the clearing. Naruto, wait. The Jonin tried to stop the other shinobi, but all the clones shot off in opposite directions to scour the woods of any trace of Anabeth and Percy. Kakashi sighed. He never did listen till now. Everyone. Chiron spoke up. Did you really not see anything? Any clue will be very helpful. There was this scorpion trying to force itself through the rocks back at Zeus's fist, Claire stated. That's a good enough lead, Kakashi said. We'll begin our search around the rock formation. They couldn't have gone far. Kakashi and the crew made their way to Zeus's fist. Now you would wonder why the pile of rocks was named after the Lord of the Sky. Well, from one angle, it looked like a fist, and it was only natural to name things after the king of the gods. On the other hand, the rocks also looked like a pile of deer droppings from any other angle. From then on, Chiron prohibited the camper from calling it Poo Pile, since it was already named after Zeus, and he wouldn't appreciate the disrespect. Anyway, the campers looked around the area. Kakashi had sent a clone to look for Naruto, so he could help the others look for the missing campers around the area. When Naruto came back, he helped the others look around the vicinity of the rock formation. He almost jumped when Juniper melted out of trees near the rocks. So, this is where you lived, Naruto made small talk as he walked near the tree. Nice tree. Thanks, Juniper said, her cheeks turning a darker shade of green. It seemed that Naruto had the same effect on her just like to other nymphs. She looked around at the search party combing the area. What's all this for? We're looking for Percy and Anabeth, Naruto said. Have you seen them? Oh? Juniper jumped. I saw them around this area and told them about Luke coming here back when he was still with the camp. But then this big ugly scorpion came and I had to hide. Wait, what did you say? Naruto was surprised at the sudden revelation. Scratch that. You said you talked to Percy and Anabeth here. Yes, but I didn't see where they went cause of the monster, she explained. Well, thanks for the info anyway. Naruto bowed and relayed the information to the other campers. About 2 hours later, Claris called out. They're here. Naruto immediately rushed towards the war girl's location. True to her word, there was Percy crawling out of the rocks. Not far behind him, Anabeth crawled out. Without even waiting for the girl to get up, Naruto scooped her up and wrapped the girl in an embrace. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Where have you been? Are you hurt?" Anabeth blushed at Naruto fussing over her. She was surprised that the blonde was even worried about her. She was expecting the attention to go to Percy, since he was the blonde's brother, but this was what was happening. "Speaking of Percy, I'm here too, you know," the son of Poseidon deadpanned as he watched his adopted brother fuss over the daughter of Athena. He had to admit he was feeling a bit jealous, not because of the concern over the girl, but because of the contact. "Stop fussing over your girlfriend, Blondie, or you'll suffocate her," Clarisse spoke up, ruining the moment. Naruto opened his eyes and immediately blushed. He scratched the back of his head the way he always did when he was flustered. Sorry about that. He's not my boyfriend." Anabeth snapped as well with the same flushed face. Yeah, keep telling yourselves that," Clarisse rolled her eyes. "Tell us," Percy. Chiron spoke up in a serious tone, indicating that joking around was over now. "Where have you been?" "We just fell into a hole over there," Percy answered, pointing towards the crevice under Zeus's fist. "We were only gone for a few minutes." "Sorry to say, Percy, but you were gone for over an hour," Kakashi said, stating the contrary. But we've only been exploring that tunnel for a couple of minutes," Percy tried to reason, but everyone shook their heads. The other campers as well wanted to ask a bunch of questions, but even before they could start, Chiron spoke up. "That will be enough theatrics for today. This is not the right time to talk about that. All of you to your cabins. Now." There was a bunch of protests, but they drifted off, albeit with a bunch of grumbling and whispers amongst themselves. Some were even bumping fists and exchanging bags of what Percy could only assume was coins. "You found it, didn't you?" Clarisse asked the daughter of Athena. "This is what Luke is after." Naruto nodded. "Juniper told me he was milling around the area even before he deserted us. He must have known about it even then." "You don't mean?" Percy's eyes widened in realization. "Yes," Anabeth confirmed. "We just found an entrance to the labyrinth." Anabeth gets a quest. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto nor Percy Jackson in the Olympian series. I am just a lowly writer with too much time in my hands. Warning. This is a sequel story. Read the following first before you read this story. Child of the Moon. The Lightning Thief, Child of the Moon. The Sea of Monsters, Child of the Moon. The Titan's Curse. Chapter 4. Father. The young boy called out to a frail man as the two massive oak doors moaned open, and the poor old man was flung in the room. This man wore tattered robes. His hair was streaked with gray, and his beard was long and curly. For some reason, his nose was broken, and his lips were bloody. The boy cradled the old man in his arms. "What did they do to you?" He turned to the guards responsible with a murderous look. "I'll kill you." "There will be no killing today," a voice came. The guards at the door parted, revealing a tall man in white robes. He was wearing a thin gold circlet on his head. His beard was pointed like a spear blade. "You helped the Athenian kill my minotaur, Daedalus," he addressed the old man with eyes glittering cruelly. "You even turned my daughters against me." "You did that to yourself," the now named Daedalus croaked. Not happy with his prisoner answering back, the king ordered the guard to plant his boot on the poor old man's chest, causing him to writhe in agony. Worried about his father's well-being, the boy cried, "Stop. You love your maze so much that I decided to let you stay here," the king continued. "This will be your workshop. You will make me new wonders. Amuse me. Every maze needs a monster, you will be mine." "I don't fear you," the old man answered, as he recovered from the beating he was given. The king's face morphed into a cold smile. "But you love your son, don't you?" He swept out of the room, letting the threat hang in the air. Not long after, the doors were shut, leaving the father and son in complete darkness. "What shall we do?" the boy moaned. "They will kill you, father." Daedalus swallowed with difficulty but tried to smile for his son. It was a gruesome sight with the blood everywhere and all. "Take heart, my son," he gazed up to look at the stars. They shone brightly in the dark of the night, a reminder of the outside world. I will find a way." Camp Half-Blood. The excitement that finding the labyrinth's entrance within their own camp was cut short when Chiron sent everyone away to sleep, but everyone found it hard to doze off. "Why don't you try falling asleep when there's a looming threat to your home and your well-being?" But as soon as the sun was ruling the skies once again, Chiron called for a war council. Usually, this council would be held in the rec room, but today, the activities director decided to hold it in the sword arena. Everything was normal, well, except for the massive mastiff chewing on a life-sized rubber. "Will you discuss the fate of your home?" The heads of the camp stood at the front by the weapons rack. Clarisse and Anabeth, an unusual combination, sat next to each other leading the briefing. Tyson and Grover made sure to sit as far away from each other as possible. The others present, the head counselors of the cabins and Juniper, sat around the table. And since this meeting involved the safety of the camp, the head of security, Argus, was also attending the meeting. The whole time the two girls were talking, he trained his eyes on them, making them go bloodshot from the staring. "Wait, so let me get this straight," Selena told the tree nymph. You've seen Luke use the entrance multiple times, but you didn't say anything until now. Hey, how should I know that cave was important? Juniper protested. It was a cave. Caves are yucky. She cringed at the thought. She has good tastes, Grover sighed dreamily. I wouldn't have paid attention, but you know it was Luke. The dryad blushed a darker shade of green. Forget I said anything, the satyr huffed jealously. And you believe Luke would dare use the labyrinth as an invasion route? Quintus asked as he polished his sword. Now Quintus, Kakashi said. They may be onto something here. From what Claris and Anabeth had said, Luke had been scouting the labyrinth all this time, Naruto said. And if they succeed in looking for the string, they'll be able to sneak a whole army of monsters right underneath our noses, without having to worry about the boundaries protecting us. Claris completed the sentence left hanging. How did you know he was sending scouts? Connor asked. Because I found one, Claris answered. Who? The other soul asked a question on everyone's mind. Chris Rodriguez, it was Chiron who answered. Wait, you mean, you found Chris in the maze? Travis's eyes widened when they heard about their missing cabin mate. Is he okay? What happened to him? Connor asked. Claris shot the both of them a glare, causing the twins to drop the question. The point is, Luke has been searching for Daedalus's workshop. Daedalus? The guy who created the maze? Percy asked like he was remembering something. Yes, the greatest architect, the greatest inventor of all time. Anabeth explained with a bit of sparkle in her eyes as he talked about her idol. He's the only one who can navigate the maze perfectly. If they managed to convince him to help them, they wouldn't fumble about looking for paths leading to the camp. They wouldn't risk losing minions to the traps in that maze. They'll be able to navigate perfectly and safely. First, to Camp Half-Blood, then to Olympus after wiping us out. The whole arena fell silent, save for the squeaking produced by Mrs. O'Leary's yak. They sat in silence contemplating their fate and the fate of their camp. After a few seconds of silence, Charles Beckendorf spoke up. Back up a second, did you just say convince Daedalus? He lived 1,000 years ago. Shouldn't he be dead? Coming to this world, there are a lot of things I didn't think was possible or would ever think existed, Kakashi spoke up. Let us approach this as if anything could be possible. For all we know, he could be listening in on us from somewhere. The Jonin eyed his fellow counselor as he spoke. Quintus was taken aback by his fellow counselor, but he hid it well. He cleared his throat. You may be right. But didn't the old stories say he fled into his maze all those years ago? There certainly were, how do you put it, disturbing rumors about the ancient architect, but no one truly knows what truly happened to him. The centaur answered the question, his hooves clopping nervously on the stone floor. One of them though suggests that he disappeared into the labyrinth at the end of his life. He might still be there. Which is why we have to explore the labyrinth ourselves. Anabeth announced. We will have to find Daedalus's workshop and convince him to help us and not them. And if Ariadne's string really does exist, then we make sure it does not fall into their hands. Wait, Percy spoke up. If the attack is our problem, then why not just blow up the entrance? Grover brightened up at the suggestion. Why didn't we think of that in the first place? I'll get the dynamite. Not so fast, go boy, Claris said, grabbing the satyr by the scruff of his neck, preventing him from going anywhere. It's not that easy. I tried it before, and it didn't work. In any case, we'll just fight, Naruto's cousin spoke up. We know where they'll appear from, so we know where to blow them up when they appear. We will certainly set up a defensive line surrounding the rock formation, Chiron nodded. But we are severely outnumbered. We might not survive the fight even if we prepare. Whatever good mood the campers woke up with was immediately shattered by that piece of news. It was rare for Chiron to sound so pessimistic like this, which didn't help the already sour mood. Our only chance is to get to Daedalus's workshop before they do, Anabeth insisted on her plan. While we're at it, we find the string and keep it off Luke's hands. You seem to believe in this plan of yours, Naruto spoke up. If you really think that it would work, then I'm in. I'll help you. We'll save the camp, no matter what it takes. That's a promise, and I never go back on my word. In that case, we'll need a quest, and I know just who to lead it. Chiron turned to Anabeth, but before he could speak, Percy voiced out his concerns. Whoa, hold up, how do we navigate through it? He said. How do we know we can even do it? I've studied the labyrinth's architecture for years now, she countered. If anyone has even a remote idea of how to find our way through the maze, that would be me. Do you think that's enough? Percy argued. It has to be. Anabeth snapped. Well, it isn't. Percy yelled as well. That's enough. Naruto raised his voice, stopping the two arguing demigods. If Anabeth says she can do, then she'll lead us through it. But we have to put our trust in her. Percy, the blonde, didn't even give him time to speak, effectively putting a stop to the subject. Now, Chiron, if you will. As I was saying, the said centaur cleared his throat. Anabeth Chase, it is your turn to lead a quest. Now child, go visit the oracle. A few minutes later. It was hard waiting for Anabeth's first visit with the oracle to finish. Naruto was worried about his friend. He already had his chance at meeting his Uncle Seer, but it didn't help with easing his anxiety. It didn't help that there were these rumors that campers had gone insane or died in fear. Naruto watched Percy pace the arena for the umpteenth time. He had lost count after the 15th pass in favor of thinking about Anabeth. Not even Quintus's and Argus's argument was able to ease their worry one bit. Curiosity did not hit them one bit. The blonde looked up from his thoughts to see that Percy wasn't in the arena anymore. He must have been so deep in thought that he had missed when his brother had left. Checking his watch, he noticed that a considerable amount of time had passed. It shouldn't have taken this long to get the prophecy from the oracle. Something must have happened. He decided to go see for himself what happened. He reached Big House's front parlor. It was strangely quiet. Or maybe he was just used to seeing the old wine god playing cards and complaining about ungrateful demigods and the lack of wine in his diet. It was so quiet in fact, that every squeak from the floorboards echoed through the building. He walked through the hallways of the big house towards the stairs. He remembered the route he took to get to the oracle's room in the attic. Before he climbed the stairs though, something broke through the silence. It was soft as if someone didn't want to be heard, but through Naruto's trained ninja senses, he could hear it as clear as day. It was the sounds of sobs. Naruto listened further. Not long after, a voice came. "It's okay. Try a little more nectar." It almost sounded like Claire's, but the sobs say otherwise. Naruto never heard her like this before. "You're an illusion, Mary." Naruto recognized this one. He stayed with this guy way back when he still lived in cabin 11. It was Chris Rodriguez. "My name's not Mary. My name is Claire's. Don't you recognize me? Please remember." "No? It's so dark. Help me." The blonde sighed. He felt like he was eavesdropping on something that he shouldn't have. He decided to continue on the way and give the couple privacy. He had never heard Claire speak with such tenderness in her voice before, not even to her siblings, so he was surprised to hear her talk to someone this way. He decided to help them out. The rest of the way, he carried his feet with practiced ease, so that the two wouldn't hear him skulking around. As he left them to their own devices, he thought to himself, maybe I could get Mr. D to help you, Chris, not for you but for Claire's. As he neared the ladder to the attic, he heard a sob. It sounded like someone had just finished crying. It was followed by creaks and footsteps. Not long after, Anabeth descended the stair with her eyes a little red. "What are you doing here?" she asked sternly. "You're not supposed to be here." I know, but I was worried about you," Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. "So are you okay?" Anabeth felt touched by the gesture and looked away in embarrassment, but she still answered the question, "I'm fine." I see Naruto knew that she really wasn't. He didn't pry any further. "I guess we should head back." "We should, but what about you?" the quest leader asked in worry. "You might get in trouble." Naruto just winked at her and disappeared in a golden flash that was subsequently followed by a puff of smoke. Anabeth shook her head and left the big house. War Council. Anabeth walked up to her fellow camp counselors. She met eyes with Naruto, who winked at her. Chiron was the first to greet her though. "My dear. You made it." Her face was unreadable, but she still spoke up. "I got the prophecy. I will lead the quest to find Daedalus's workshop." Nobody cheered. Contrary to what they showed though, everyone was happy for Anabeth. She lived in the camp for far longer than anyone present in this council, so it was about damn time that she get a quest of her own. The problem was, this was an extremely dangerous quest. "What did the prophecy say, my dear?" "Remember, the wording is important," Chiron asked. Funny, why did this sound familiar?" Well. You shall delve in the darkness of the endless maze. The dead, the traitor and the lost one raise. You shall rise and fall by the Ghost King's hand, the child of Athena's final stand. Everyone stared at her, waiting for her to state more lines, but she seemed reluctant to share. "The prophecy doesn't sound complete," Chiron said. "Are there any more lines?" Anabeth shifted uncomfortably. "Something about destroy with a final breath, then that's it, I think." Naruto gave her a skeptical look. He knew that Anabeth had a good memory, so he knew that she didn't forget the lines. Still, he didn't pry any further. Prophecies tend to be depressing, so he assumed it had something to do with it. I see Chiron had the same idea as Naruto. "Just know, child, prophecies have double meanings." "Yes, I know," the girl's voice trailed off. "But we have good news." Grover spoke up. "The lost one, if that's not Pan in the prophecy, then I don't know what is." Percy, ever the optimist, added, "Yeah, but the line also mentions the dead and the traitor. Them, not so great." "And who's this Ghost King?" Charles added. "He doesn't sound good either if you would fall by his hand as the prophecy says." Percy and Naruto looked at each other. It was like their minds since. Was Neko involved in this quest somehow? Naruto sighed. "The final stand doesn't sit right with me. I'll go with you to make sure this isn't yours." Anabeth smiled. "Thank you." "That's two, who else?" Kakashi asked. "You usually do it with 3 in a quest, right?" "Count me in," Percy volunteered. The quest leader nodded. "Grover, you too. The wild god is waiting." Earlier, the satyr was adamant about going underground, but the prospect of encountering the wild god in this quest seemed to wash away his fears and renew his vigor. Right. I'll pack extra recyclables. He shouted excitedly. And Tyson too, Anabeth said. I need you. Eh? Blow up Thingy's time. Tyson cheered. Wait, Anabeth, Chiron warned the girl. You should think twice about this one. You know that the ancient laws states that a hero is only allowed 2 companions. 3 is a sacred number. Relax, Chiron, I'll watch over them as I always do, Naruto said. Naruto has always been unpredictable, Chiron, Kakashi vouched for his student. We'll all come back, Naruto gave him a pose that gave the silver-haired Jonin shivers. It reminded him of Guy somehow, except without the glistening teeth and evil genjutsu behind him. I never go back on my word. Chiron sighed. He had trained so many heroes with as much confidence as Naruto had, but they still met untimely ends. Very well, he reluctantly said. The members of the quest shall prepare, and at dawn, we shall send you off to the labyrinth. Somewhere in the woods of Yellowstone. Hunters of Artemis camp. Thalia Grace, the newly appointed lieutenant of the hunt, watched over her sisters as they set up camp. They had just finished taking down another monster from Tartarus. It seemed that there were more of them than usual, and their prey was getting more dangerous as the inevitable war drew closer. They were currently resting in their base camp somewhere deep in the forests of Yellowstone. It was then this feeling of unease snaked its way into the lieutenant's stomach. Her head whipped to the direction of Camp Half-Blood. This went unnoticed to her companion, Zoe Nightshade. Is something the matter? She asked. I don't know, Thalia shook her head. She was unsure of what to tell her. Ever since I was turned into that tree, it's like I was connected to camp somehow. Now. What are you feeling? Zoe pried further. It's a foreboding feeling, she tried to explain. It's like the camp is in danger somehow. Zoe frowned. She still didn't hold any attachment to the camp, but it was still home to her mistress's son. Shake it off for now, she advised. That is why we are out hunting for the monsters. I guess you're right, Thalia nodded. She turned to the rest of the hunt and announced. Rest up, fellow sisters. When we get back to work, we are doubling our efforts. We are doing this for our brother. The next day. In the wee hours of the morning. Knock knock knock. Naruto woke to the knocking in the other room. He was having a dreamless sleep like in most nights, which he was thankful for. You didn't need to have dreams clouding your mind before a quest. The blonde groaned as he got up and opened the main door with a yawn. He was surprised to see that Bianca was responsible for the knocking. Bianca, what's wrong? Naruto asked, the worry creeping up in his voice. Hey, Naruto, Bianca greeted, trying to find the words to tell him. See, can we talk inside? I had this dream. Naruto sensed the distress in the girl's voice. He wanted to invite the girl inside, but he knew the rules were strict, and he wasn't sure if his mom would agree to let other people enter her cabin. I don't know, Bianca, you know the rules, Naruto replied, scratching the back of his head. Bianca knew that the blonde would say that, so she decided to tell him right off the bat what this was all about. It's about Neko, she said, causing the boy to widen his eyes. Now, that changes everything, Naruto said. Looking up at the night sky to look at the moon, he made a request. Cousin. Are you listening? Can Bianca come in for a while? We really need to talk about something important. It was subtle, but Naruto noticed the moon brighten just a smidge, giving him the answer that he wanted to hear. He beamed up to the moon, showing his signature grin at the moon, and thanked his godly parent. You're the best, cousin. Thank you. It's cold outside, he told the girl. Why don't you come in and tell me what happened while I pack up for the quest? I have to get ready in a few hours anyway. The two entered the cabin and went straight to the blonde's separate room. You can sit on the bed, Naruto offered to the girl, which she gladly accepted. Bianca did a quick scan of the room. It was unusually organized. She saw the large cabinet filled with trinkets, the spoils of war from his various quests. There was also one next to it which she opened filled with various clothes. She also noticed 2 mannequins, one held a Chunin vest, while the other held a green full-body spandex. So, tell me what happened, Naruto said, breaking the girl from her wonder. Well, you see. Neko stood at a graveyard. He watched as gravediggers dug a hole out of the ground. He, himself, dressed in a black cloak in the foggy night despite the warm and humid. Frogs croaked in the background, but he paid them no mind as he clutched a red box with the letter M serving as the handle. Is it deep enough yet? Neko spoke, sounding irritated. It seems that he had been watching the gravediggers for quite some time now. Nearly, my lord, a ghost spoke. Whatever this spirit was, it was standing beside him. But lord, I tell you, all this is unnecessary when you have me for advice. Silence. Neko raised his voice slightly, his irritation already getting to him. I will admit that your advice has been helpful thus far, but I want a second opinion. Is that too much to ask? Very well, my lord, the ghost bowed. Neko said nothing. He just snapped his fingers, causing the gravediggers to stop what they were doing. They climbed up from the newly dug pit, revealing what they truly were. They weren't human. They were skeletons. You're dismissed, the boy said. Thank you. You might as well thank the shovels, the ghost complained sarcastically. They have as much sense in them. Neko was irritated by the ghost's constant talking. He opened the red box and poured the contents into the pit. It contained some chicken with a side of fries along with a little plastic toy. He reached to the bag he placed on the ground. It contained a cup and, instead of drinking it, poured it into the same hole. Let the dead taste again, he chanted. Let them rise and take this offering. Let them remember. In my day, we used live animals for the ritual, the ghost commented again. This will suffice. The dead will not taste the difference. Still, I treat them with respect, Neko said. Can I have the toy instead? The ghost said. After pouring the contents of 3 more red boxes and 3 more soda cups, he began chanting in ancient Greek. As Neko chanted, the soupy mixture in the graves started bubbling. The frothy brown liquid rose to the brim of the pit, as if more soda was being added. In addition to that, the mist thickened around them, and the animals were silenced. Just then, dozens of figures rose from the gravestones. They were bluish and humanoid. You don't know your own powers, the ghost said nervously. You summoned too many of them. I know. I've got it under control, Neko said, trying to act tough, but his voice betrayed him. He drew his sword. It wasn't made of either bronze or gold, nor did it look like it came from steel. Nevertheless, the spirits took the message and retreated. From the crowd, one single figure floated towards the pool of fast food, a literal brave soul. It knelt down and scooped up a piece of French fries. When it stood again, his figure was more solid now. It was a teenage guy wearing Greek armor. He had curly hair and green eyes, a clasp of seashell in his cloak. Speak, Neko ordered. Who are you? The young man frowned as if trying to remember his identity. Then, he spoke, his voice dry like crumbling paper. I am Theseus. A.N. Finally, after New Year's break, I was able to continue writing and complete this story. Sorry for the wait. Delve into the labyrinth. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto nor Percy Jackson in the Olympian series. I am just a lowly writer with too much time in my hands. Warning. This is a sequel story. Read the following first before you read this story. Child of the Moon. The Lightning Thief Child of the Moon. The Sea of Monsters Child of the Moon. The Titan's Curse. Chapter 5. Spirits milled about the area. They were desperate to taste the soupy mixture that Neko had concocted for the ritual. Yet one spirit stood in front of the boy. I am Theseus, the spirit introduced himself. Neko steeled himself. Calling on the dead like this scared him, but he had to. He still didn't trust this ghost guiding him. He had to ask for a second opinion, so to speak. How can I retrieve my sister? Theseus's eyes were lifeless as glass. Do not try. It is madness. Just tell me. My stepfather died, Theseus remembered. He threw himself into the sea because he thought I was dead in the labyrinth. I wanted to bring him back, but I could not. Neko's ghost hissed. My lord, the soul exchange. Ask him about that. Theseus scowled. That voice. I know that voice. No, you don't, fool. The ghost said. Answer the Lord's questions and nothing more. I know you, Theseus insisted, as if struggling to recall. I want to hear about my sister, Neko said. Will this quest into the labyrinth help me win her back? Theseus was looking for the ghost, but apparently couldn't see him. Slowly he turned his eyes back on Neko. The labyrinth is treacherous. There is only one thing that saw me through. The love of a mortal girl. The string was only part of the answer. It was the princess who guided me. We don't need any of that, the ghost said. I will guide you, my lord. Ask him if it is true about an exchange of souls. He will tell you. The soul for soul, Neko asked. Is it true? I must say yes. But the spectre. Just answer the questions, knave, the ghost said. Suddenly, around the edges of the pool, the other ghosts became restless. They stirred, whispering in nervous tones. I want to see my sister, Neko demanded. Where is she? He is coming, Theseus said fearfully. He has sensed your summons. He comes. Who? Neko demanded. He comes to find the source of this power, Theseus said. You must release us. Cabinet. And that's it, Bianca finished narrating. I see, Naruto said, zipping up the bag he kept his things for the trip. From the start, this prophecy seemed fishy. The Ghost King hopefully that is Neko. Naruto please, Bianca pleaded. He's probably scared out there. He's trying to find me. I don't know how or why, but he's hurting. Naruto smiled. What's so funny? Bianca snapped. No, it's nothing. It's just that I can still remember Neko asking me the same thing last winter, Naruto said. He raised his thumb into a nice guy pose. Don't worry. I swear it on my ninja way. We'll come back with Neko. Bianca beamed with happiness. In her elation, she dove and wrapped Naruto in a hug. Thank you. Naruto chuckled. Alright. We better go or we might miss the quest. And so, Naruto and Bianca walked towards Zeus's fist, which was a weird place to start a quest. You see, normally, questers would meet up at Thalia's pine tree up on Half-Blood Hill, where the head of security would escort them to the nearest bus station, but we have, let's say, special circumstances. It was a clear morning, the blue sky shone over the horizon. Apollo was early today to rev up the sun chariot this time of the year. And with the new camp counselor, the campers were awake this early. Into the day to start the training. Between you and me, even Kakashi was up early. Naruto and Bianca made it to their destination. Juniper and Grover were the first to get there. Juniper had been crying again. She tried to keep it together for the satyr's sake, but she couldn't help it. She fussed over him. She straightened the Rasta cap, brushing fur off of his shirt. Charles Beckendorf was also camping there with a few of his siblings. He was joined by the twin counselors of the Hermes cabin. Chiron figured that the boys' energy setting up pranks for their fellow campers should be redirected to the defense of their camp. Anabeth came next. She looked terrible. It looked like she had a dream last night. What's wrong? Naruto asked. Dream, she yawned. Will you be okay? Naruto said in concern. I'll manage. Tyson and Percy came in last. It seems you are ready, Chirpin trotted over. There's something I should tell you guys, Percy spoke up. Last night, Percy said, I dreamed about Luke and Kronos. The news seemed to weigh on Chiron's shoulders as Percy began to narrate the details of his vision. I feared this, Chiron said. Against my father, Kronos, we would stand no chance in a fight. I know. How can the trainer of heroes be related to a titan, the enemy and predecessors of the gods? It may be hard to believe, since the old horse himself had never referred to the titan as his father. Do you think they're trying to get Daedalus on their side as well? Naruto asked. I don't know why I saw right on the start of this quest, but that is what I would assume, Percy said. Plus, that golden sarcophagus. Aboard the Princess Andromeda. He said they would make Kronos a new body, worthy of the forges of Hephaestus. All the more reason for us to succeed then, Chiron changed the subject. And one more thing, this talk about one last soul joining their side. This does not bode well. Bianca's eyes whitened. You don't think they'll be targeting Neko? It would make sense, my girl, Chiron answered. He has hatred for this camp since he believed that Naruto and Percy here allowed you to die. He would be a prime target for the Titan army to get on their side. We will encounter him on this quest, Naruto spoke up. When we do, we will make sure that we save him and get him back on our side. In any case, I trust that all 5 of you will return to camp after this quest. Good hunting, Chiron wished the quest team good luck. Grover stared at the crack in the ground. He sighed and said nervously, goodbye sunshine. Hello rocks, Tyson added. Naruto waved goodbye to Bianca who was looking at them anxiously at the quest team. Soon, they were swallowed by the ground and delved into the labyrinth. Naruto did not have night vision. Let us make that perfectly clear. But somehow, some parts of the wall were glowing. Well, not so much as glowing, but it was more like the pathways were somehow brighter than the rest. It was so faint that you wouldn't even notice. He looked both ways at the narrow tunnel. Let's keep to the left wall, that way we can easily backtrack, Anabeth suggested. And true to the living maze's name, the left wall disappeared. They now found themselves in a circular chamber with 8 different passageways. This maze is screwing with us, Naruto sighed. He eyed each passageway carefully. They looked exactly the same. Which way did we come in? Grover asked. Just turn around, Anabeth said. Each of them were faced with a tunnel of their own. Left walls are mean, Tyson shook his head. Which way now? Since Naruto's cheat sheet wasn't working on him right now, he had to rely on his brains, oldest architecture. Oldest architecture, Anabeth agreed. Wait, are you both guessing? Percy demanded incredulously. Of course not, Naruto calmed his brother down. It's deductive reasoning. Isn't it the same thing? Percy still couldn't believe it. Look Percy, guessing is what you do on your exams when you don't know the answer, Anabeth explained while taking a jab at the son of Poseidon. Deductive reasoning is when you try to narrow them down. Percy gave her a slight glare. I know that much. Look, there's no need to argue, Naruto tried to play peacekeeper. Here's the thing, Naruto pointed to 2 of the tunnels. If you look closely, those 2 have the oldest architecture out of the 8. So which one do we choose? Percy asked. Easy, Naruto raised his finger into an all too familiar hand sign. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 2 identical clones popped into existence. There are 3 Narutos. Tyson screamed in glee. Didn't show this yet, did I? Naruto smirked. Without even a word from Naruto, the 2 of them disappeared in a swirl of leaves. That's new, Grover commented. That's a shunshin. In essence, you just move really fast, Naruto explained. What happens now? Tyson asked. We just have to wait, Naruto answered with his eyes closed. In a few seconds, the shinobi's eyes opened. He pointed to the tunnel closer to them. This one's rigged. While the other one narrows considerably. Which means we're going here, Anabeth pointed to the safer one. Lead the way, Captain, Naruto said and followed her, with the rest of their crew not too far behind. Just as Naruto said, the wall narrowed pretty quickly. Poor Tyson, he was forced to crawl through the narrow walkways. The only sounds they could hear was Grover's hyperventilating. I can't stand this anymore. The go-boy complained. Are we there yet? We've been here for barely 5 minutes. Of course we aren't there yet, Anabeth told him. It's been longer than that, Grover insisted. And why would Pan be down here? This is the opposite of the wild. Figures, these magical places always mess with our sense of time, don't they? Naruto commented. Percy also spoke up. Hey, nobody said Pan was down here, right? We're only using the maze as a way to get to Pan in the short amount of time that we have. Grover sighed. You're right. The group kept shuffling forward, crawling in the case of Tyson. But just when you would expect the walls to narrow that none of the crew would be able to fit, the tunnel opened into a huge room. Percy uncapped Riptide, his glow illuminated the dark and dank halls. Whoa, was the only thing that escaped the quester's lips. They were in a once gorgeous room. Mosaic tiles covered the room. There were grimy pictures decorating the walls, but despite the dirt, you could still make out the colors peeking from underneath. There was a frieze that depicted the 12 Olympian gods at a feast. There was Poseidon holding out a plump cluster of grapes over to a lean and muscular man who was turning them into wine. They figured the latter was Dionysus. Zeus was partying with a herd of satyrs, while Hermes zipped across the sky with his winged shoes. A bit idealistic, don't you think? Naruto commented. Grover and Anabeth looked at Naruto with wide eyes. The gods might take offense to that, Anabeth scolded. Naruto just shrugged. He was right, of course. They have seen the gods in person, almost gotten killed by them even. The depiction of Dionysus, for example. The campers see Mr. D every day, and he most certainly did not look like that. To put it mildly, he really let himself go. And oh yeah, on a minor note, Hermes' nose did not look that big. Anyway, in the middle of the room, there was a 3-tiered fountain. It looked like it hadn't had the taste of water for a long time. This place looks Roman, Percy commented. I agree, Anabeth nodded. They're almost 2,000 years old. They're not old, but not as old as we want them to be. How can we be looking at Roman architecture? We have to be miles away from Long Island for that. Percy asked. The labyrinth is a patchwork, Anabeth said. I told you, it's always expanding, adding pieces. It's the only work of architecture that grows by itself. You make it sound like it's alive, Percy said. It is, Naruto answered. Can we not talk about being alive? Grover pleaded. To illustrate his point, a groaning sound was heard from the tunnel in front of them. Okay then, Anabeth said. We continue forward. Towards the bad sounds? Tyson asked. Even he was sounding nervous now. Anabeth nodded. The architecture is becoming older. That is a good sign. Right, Naruto answered and walked alongside Anabeth. As they surged on forward, the maze toyed with them. The architecture slowly shifted to cement with brass pipes running down the sides. There was also spray-painted graffiti, neon tagger sign read Maz Rults. I'm thinking this is not Roman, Percy said helpfully. Anabeth took a deep breath, then forged ahead. Every few feet the tunnels twisted and turned and branched off. The floor beneath them was ever-changing. It would switch from cement to mud to bricks and back again. There was no sense to any of it. Eventually, they stumbled into a wine cellar, a bunch of dusty bottles and wooden racks like those found in the basement of old pubs, only there was no exit leading upstairs. There were only more tunnels. Leading on. Later, they were in another room with wooden planks as a ceiling. It was so small that their heads were touching the wooden boards. There was a tiny hole on the wood with light streaming out of it. Percy peeked into the hole, just to get a sense of where they were. Pink. The son of Poseidon stated what he saw from the hole. What are you talking about? Anabeth asked, as he pushed Percy out of the way. She peered into the hole just to see for herself. She turned pink from what she saw. It was a pair of legs, and further up I guess you can see where I'm going here. She immediately pulled back and gave Percy a scandalized look. Percy returned it with a clueless expression. Why? What did I do wrong? Grover was about to peek too, but Anabeth pulled him along out to the tunnel awaiting them. They were going at a brisk pace until the daughter of Athena was startled, this time by a human skeleton lying on the cold floor. She managed to calm down as soon as the rest of the group caught up with them. That's a milkman, Percy answered. Mom used to tell me about them. That was when she was young, like a million years ago, but what is he doing here? Some people wander in by mistake, Anabeth said. Some come exploring on purpose and never make it back. A long time ago, the Cretans sent people in here as human sacrifices. Grover gulped. He's been down here a long time. I hope we don't turn out like him. Don't worry, goat boy, Tyson comforted. We will get out. It's not that worries me. It's just that everywhere smells like monsters, Grover shivered. Tyson nodded. I smell that too, but underground smells like monsters and dead milk people. He said, staring at the bony corpse. I know that. But it doesn't make it any less scary, Grover said. That's why we're a team here, Naruto spoke up to calm his friends. Let's go. There's no use crying over spilled milk. But the milk is not spilled, Tyson pointed out cluelessly. Big guy. He meant not to complain about things we have no control over, things we can't change anymore, Percy explained. Oh, Tyson had a look of realization on his face. Like Mr. Dead Milk Guy. Percy nodded. Yes, like Mr. Dead Milk Guy. Ready? Anabeth asked her team. There were nods all around. Anabeth led the team back into the tunnels. She led them to the left, then to the right, through some kind of air shaft. Ultimately, they made it back to the Roman tile room. This time, they weren't alone. It was a man with two faces. Yes, two faces. They jutted out from either side of his head, staring over his shoulders, so his head was much wider than it should have been, kind of like a hammerhead shark. He was dressed like a New York City doorman. A long black overcoat, shiny shoes, and a black top hat that somehow managed to stay on his double white head. "Well, Anabeth," said his left face. "Hurry up." "Don't mind him," said the right face. "He's terribly rude." "Right this way, miss." Annabeth's jaw dropped. I don't." Tyson frowned. "That funny man has two faces. The funny man has ears, you know." The left face scolded. "Now come along, miss." "No, no," the right face said. "This way, miss." "Talk to me, please." The two-faced man regarded Anabeth as best he could out of the corners of his eyes. It was impossible to look at him straight on, without focusing on one side or the other. "Lord Janus," Naruto respectfully cut into conversation. "With all due respect, there is no need to pressure Anabeth like this." "Ah, son of Diana," the left face greeted. "No, no, he is obviously the son of Artemis," the right face argued. "Your senses are dull," the left face shot back again. "No, you are just blind," the right face insulted back. "Oh lord." Naruto butt in the conversation again. "Why are you here exactly?" "To present Anabeth her choices, of course." The two had said in unison. "Choices?" The girl in question stepped forward. The two-faced man waved his hand. Behind the group, the tunnel they came from disappeared, replaced by more mosaic tiles. And in front of them, there were now two wooden doors with large iron locks. The questers were sure that it wasn't there the first time they came around this room, but the freeze of the gods suggested that this was the same room they had entered earlier. The doorman held a silver key, which he kept passing from his left hand to his right hand. "These, young lady, are your choices," the two faces presented in unison. "One probably leads to your destination," the left face said cryptically. "While the other, certain death," the right face smiled. "You're in charge now, my dear. All the decisions are on your shoulders. That's what you wanted, isn't it?" "We know you, Anabeth," the left face said. "We know what you wrestle with every day. We know your indecision. You will have to make your choice sooner or later. And the choice may kill you. Look, I don't know who you are, but why are you causing trouble here?" Percy raised his voice. "Oh, but we know you," Perseus Jackson, Janus's two faces spoke harmoniously. "You will get your turn soon enough. But for now, it's Anabeth's turn. Let's have some fun," the right face blurted out. "Shut up," his left face said. "This is serious. One bad choice can ruin your whole life. It can kill you and all of your friends. But no pressure, Anabeth. Choose." Anabeth started considering her choices. "Anabeth, you know you don't have to do this, right?" Naruto advised. "I'm afraid she has to," the right face said cheerfully. Anabeth moistened her lips. "I chose." Before she could point to a door, a brilliant light flooded the room. Janus raised his hands to either side of his head to cover his eyes. When the light died, a woman was standing at the fountain. She was tall and graceful with long hair the color of chocolate, braided in plaits with gold ribbons. She wore a simple white dress, but when she moved, the fabric shimmered with colors like oil on water. "Janus," she said, "are we causing trouble again?" "And no, Milady." Janus's right face stammered. "Yes," the left face said. "Shut up," the right face said. "Excuse me?" the woman asked. "Not you, Milady. I was talking to myself." "I see," the lady said. "You know very well your visit is premature. The girl's time has not yet come. So I give you a choice. Leave these heroes to me, or I shall turn you into a door and break you down." "What kind of door?" the left face asked. "Shut up," the right face said. "Because French doors are nice," the left face mused. "Lots of natural light." "Shut up," the right face wailed. "Not you, Milady. Of course I'll leave. I was just having a bit of fun. Doing my job. Offering choices. Causing indecision," the woman corrected. "Now be gone." The left face muttered, "Party power," then he raised his silver key, inserted it into the air, and disappeared. The woman turned toward us, and fear closed around my heart. Her eyes shone with power. "Leave these heroes to me." That didn't sound good. But then the woman smiled. "You must be hungry," she said. "Sit with me and talk." She waved her hand, and the old Roman fountain began to flow. Jets of clear water sprayed into the air. A marble table appeared, laden with platters of sandwiches and pitchers of lemonade. Who are you?" I asked. "I'm Hare." The woman smiled. "Queen of Heaven. Meeting your role models." Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto nor Percy Jackson in the Olympian series. I am just a lowly writer with too much time in my hands. Warning. This is a sequel story. Read the following first before you read this story. Child of the Moon. The Lightning Thief, Child of the Moon. The Sea of Monsters, Child of the Moon. The Titan's Curse. Chapter 6. The place was dark and dank, but when this godly woman appeared, the room came to life. Jets sprayed from the fountain even though you would think that the pipes had not held water in a long time. A marble table appeared from thin air, laden with platters of sandwiches and pitchers of lemonade, along with an out-of-place bowl of ramen. "Who are you?" Percy asked the woman, not really trusting anyone who just appeared out of nowhere at this point. I am Hera, Queen of the Heavens. She introduced herself like only the Queen of Olympus could. We met at the winter solstice last year, but it is nice to finally meet you all without the formalities. There was a long pause. There was a lag in their brains as they tried to comprehend what was happening. What are you waiting for? She raised her hands out and gestured at the food around them. Dig in, dear children. When everyone started to notice their surroundings, they were sitting around the table, with Naruto specifically sitting in front of the steaming bowl of ramen that smelled exactly like his favorite ramen stand in the elemental nations. They studied their food warily. It was only natural. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. But their needs got the better of them, and they slowly started to dig into the food. I assume you have some questions for me? She asked with a smile as she watched the children start to consume her offered food. Don't you want to kill us? Percy crudely asked, learning an elbow from Anabeth. What Percy meant, Melody, was don't you hate demigods? Anabeth corrected with much more respect in her tone. The goddess scoffed. What gave you that idea? My little spat with Heracles. Honestly, I got so much bad press because of one disagreement. A disagreement? Naruto raised his eyebrows. Didn't you try to kill him, not just once? Hera waved her hands dismissively like they were talking about something minor, not multiple attempts at murder. That's water under the bridge. I admit I may have lost my patience back then. Besides, we had sorted out our issues in marriage counseling. We came to an agreement, most especially after that last incident. The demigods understood who she was referring to, but Percy just had to open his mouth to verify what he knew. It was Thalia, right? Or was there someone else? Hera shot him a frosty look that left Percy to shiver under her gaze. She studied the son of Poseidon, Percy Jackson, one of my brother's children. If I recall correctly, I voted to let you and your friend here live. I hope you don't disappoint me. So, if you're not here to kill us, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. Her expression returned to the motherly smile, even though my dear husband refuses to see his daughter's reasoning for the impending war, it is inevitable at this point. Janus and the other minor gods have already started to cause trouble around. The minor gods support Olympus. Naruto knitted his eyebrows. Some do, but there are still those who are frustrated at the small parts they play in the universe, the Queen of the Heavens said. I fear some might have already defected to my father's side. That's where Mr. D went, right? To make sure they are still loyal to Olympus. Naruto asked. He remembered hearing about Mr. D leaving for a bit. Hera just confirmed the true purpose of Mr. D's temporary departure. Indeed. Janus, Hecate, and Morpheus, they still sing Olympus's praises, but who knows where their loyalties lie now? Hera stared at the faded mosaic. Believe it or not, even gods can lose faith. They start putting trust in the wrong things. They stop looking at the big picture and start being selfish. As the goddess of marriage, I am used to all the quarreling and squabbling. Look at my own relationship. You have to rise above it and keep your goals in mind. Anabeth was confused. Hera was sounding like those motivational speakers or something. It was just surprising to hear this coming from a god. What are your goals? She asked, getting curious. She smiled, to keep my family whole, of course. At the moment, the best way I can do that is to help you. Zeus doesn't let any of us interfere that much, but once in a century or so, he allows me to grant a wish for a quest I care deeply about. Naruto was suspicious of this. He knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch, especially if it was from the gods. So what's the catch? Or will you have us do something in between the quest? Naruto asked, expecting something to be asked of them or some kind of consequence. Oh, there's no catch, Hera shook her head. All I ask is you succeed in the quest, so my family can stay together. Now, daughter of Athena, I know you are the leader of this quest, what do you wish? Anabeth thought deeply. Whatever she was going to ask, it must be extremely helpful to this quest. Before you ask, child, a bit of advice, this I assure you is also for free, Hera said, giving Naruto a look of assurance. You delve into the labyrinth to look for its creator. His creation and his invention are of great mystery to me as it is to you. But if you need information on him, seek out my son. There's no one else who favored the great inventor more than my son, Hephaestus. It was like Daedalus was after his heart, and in turn, he was admired by the god of forges. If there is anyone who has kept up with his fate, it would be my son. Then I know what to ask, Anabeth looked decided. I need a way to navigate the labyrinth. The goddess of marriage looked disappointed. You ask for it, but you do not realize that the means is already within your grasp. My brother's son knows the answer. Everyone turned to Percy. You do? Don't look at me, the said demigod protested. I don't know what she's talking about. That's not fair. Anabeth complained. I don't know what it is yet. Child, getting something and having the wits to use it are two different things. Despite being underground, the room shook from distant thunder. That would be my cue. Zeus grows as impatient as usual. Think about what I said. Seek out Hephaestus. I imagine you will have to pass through the ranch. Use all the means at your disposal, however common they may seem. You are already in good hands. She pointed towards the twin doors, and they were replaced by twin corridors. The goddess shimmered. I have not taken away your day of choice, child of Athena. I have merely postponed it. Soon, you will inevitably have to make it. Farewell. As soon as she said that, she disappeared into smoke, along with the food and last sandwich that Tyson threw into his mouth. The fountain ceased to function once again and returned to the way it was when they first came into the room. The ambience disappeared. It wasn't a place you would want to have your picnic. Anabeth stomped her foot in frustration. What kind of help was that? Here, have a sandwich, make a wish. Oops, sorry, I can't help you, Proof. She said in a poor copy of the goddess of marriage. Proof. Tyson dittoed as he stared at the empty plates in sadness. We aren't completely empty-handed, Grover said, looking at the bright side, which was weird considering how he was acting earlier. According to her, Percy knows something. I swear I don't know what she was talking about. The son of Poseidon tried to convince his friends. Well, there's only one thing left to do, right, Annie? Naruto told their quest leader. The set girl puffed her cheeks in annoyance at the nickname. I told you not to call me that. But Naruto is right. We have to keep going. But which way? Grover asked. Naruto studied the doorways in hopes that he may differentiate the two like the times earlier. But he wasn't able to inspect them carefully. The Satyr and the Cyclops 10 stance stood up at the same time. Left. They both said in a panic. Naruto's eyes widened. They're right. We have to go. Together, they plunged into the left corridor, not wanting to find out what was coming. Good news. There were no twists, turns or side exits. Bad news. The exit of the almost 100-meter corridor was blocked by an enormous boulder. Tyson Naruto called out as he reared his fist back ready to strike. Together, they slammed into the boulder, and it crumbled down, revealing a doorway. Without further thinking, they entered the room. They never could catch a breath though. Before they could sigh in relief, the dragging footsteps grew louder. Whatever was coming from the right corridor earlier followed them through the left one. Hurry, seal it. Anabeth said in a panic. Naruto blurred into a series of hand signs, and the tunnel shook again. A slab of dirt rose from the ground and filled in the gap of the doorway, sealing it. And just as anyone would expect from a sentient maze like this one, the walls blended with slab of earth, making it like it was part of the walls in the first place. Lag. The force slammed into the newly formed wall. Whatever was chasing them tried to take the wall down to get to them. Seeing nothing happen, the creature wailed in frustration. We're good. Naruto fell down on his butt, relieved that they were able to escape. It's trapped. Percy did the same, sighing in relief. Maybe we're the ones trapped, Grover said pessimistically. Everyone turned to look at the room behind them. It was a 20-foot cement room, and the opposite wall was covered in metal bars. They were inside a cell. What in the Hades? Anabeth tried tugging at the bars. They were sealed shut. Beyond the cell doors that blocked them off from leaving, there were other rows of cells in a ring round a dark courtyard. There were at least 3 stories of metal doors and metal catwalks. It was clear. They were in some kind of abandoned prison complex. Tyson, could you? Percy was about to ask the big guy to break them out of their cell, but Grover shushed him. Listen. Grover ordered. He's right, Naruto agreed. I hear something too. The place was supposedly abandoned, but they heard a deep sobbing echoing through the complex. There was another sound too that came with it. None of them could make out what was being said. All they could hear was rasping, like whoever was talking smoked a ton of cigarettes in his or her lifetime. Can anyone understand this? Percy asked, hoping that any of his friends could understand. He admittedly wasn't particularly good at ancient Greek, only picking up a few phrases when heard aloud, so he figured it was just that, and he didn't get anything. Naruto and Anabeth shook their heads. Even they did not understand. They concluded it was another. Maybe Latin. No, it was something older. It can't be. Tyson's eyes widened. It would appear that he recognized this language. Wait. Grover called out as the Cyclops started to walk to the bars. But Tyson wasn't about to wait for them. He pried the bars open like it was made of silly string. They ran after him through the dark prison. There was almost no light except for a few dim fluorescent lights flickering in the ceiling high above. As they chased after him, Anabeth gained a look of realization. Wait, I know this place. How do you know a prison? Percy asked. Our class went for a field trip here once, Anabeth remembered. This is Alcatraz. The island off the coast of San Francisco, Naruto added. They made it a museum, right? Anabeth nodded. They kept chasing Tyson through the catwalks of the prison when Grover suddenly yelled, freeze. It was so sudden that everyone almost toppled over. Tyson didn't stop, though. He kept going, but Naruto yanked Tyson's hand, pulling him to where the others had chosen to hide. Why did you stop me? Tyson asked in a pleading tone. Whatever he wanted to go to, he was pretty keen on going to it. Naruto got in place at their hiding spot. He peeked and Naruto felt uneasy. Across the courtyard, on the second-floor balcony, was probably the most horrible Naruto had faced in his entire demigod career. The monster was almost like a centaur, but instead of the lower half of a horse, this thing had the lower half of a dragon. It was at least 20 feet long, black and scaly with enormous claws and a barbed tail. Her feet reminded them of the Gorgons. There were hundreds of vipers darting around, constantly looking for something to bite. The most striking thing was the woman's waist. The part where the dragon part met the human, bubbled, and morphed into various animals. It went from the head of a bear to a lion, to a wolf. As big of a guy he is, Tyson was scared. It's her, he whimpered. They listened in on the conversation. It was clearer now than they were closer, but that didn't mean they understood what was being said. It sounded like a weird rumbling language. What language is that? It was Percy who voiced everyone's question. The tongue of the old times, Tyson said nervously. It was what Mother Earth spoke to her children, the Titans, and Elder Cyclops. Even before the gods were born. Can you translate? Naruto asked. Tyson didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and opened his mouth to speak, but when he did, it wasn't his voice anymore. It was the raspy voice of the giant creature, except it was speaking their language. You will work for the master, suffer. Tyson said, mimicking the voice. I hate it when he does that, Anabeth shuddered, trying to forget a distant traumatic memory. I will not serve. His voice changed to a deep pained one. Then I shall enjoy your pain, Briars. His voice reverted back to the raspy one. His voice hitched at the mention of the name. Percy had never heard Tyson break character while he was mimicking voices, but this time he let out a strangled gulp and continued in the monster's voice. If you thought your first imprisonment was unbearable, you have yet to feel true torment. Think about that until I return. Whatever that was tromped towards the stairwell, her vipers hissing round her legs like a grass skirt. She spread her wings, something that surprised our heroes. They were massive bat-like wings that she kept folded against her back. She leaped over the catwalk and soared across the courtyard, hot sulfurous air, blasting the demigods in the face as they crouched lower into the shadows. H.H. horrible, Grover stuttered. I've never smelled any monster that strong. That was Camp, Tyson said. The Cyclops' worst nightmare. Naruto nodded. I remember the stories. She was the Cyclops jailer during the rule of the Titans. She's sadistic, torturing your brothers and the Hekatonkiers like that. Mommy Cyclops used to scare baby Cyclops with her stories if we were naughty, Tyson added. Back up, Percy waved his hands out in front of him. What's Phsyical something? He caught Tunkai-res, Anabeth pronounced each word syllable for the son of Poseidon to understand. Or you can call them the 100-handed ones. They're called that because, well, they have 100 hands. Duh. Naruto let out, earning a punch from the daughter of Athena. Naruto just hugged her playfully as an apology, causing the girl to get red-faced. Ahem, she cleared her throat as she recovered from Naruto's actions. Anyway, they were the Cyclops' older brothers. Very powerful, Tyson said with a gleam in his eye. As tall as the sky, so strong they could break mountains. And Briars? Naruto inquired. Do you know him personally? We Cyclops look up to our big brothers, Tyson continued in a happy tone. Can we go see him? Anabeth looked at the skies above them, then to the cell where the Hekatonkier was staying. She too was curious to see why someone like Briars would act like this. She turned to his friends. Alright, I think we have time to go and take a quick peek before Camp comes back. They approached the cell. The weeping sounds got louder. This time, they were able to see what creature was making the noise. It was a human-sized creature with pale skin, as pale as the color of milk. He was wearing a loincloth like a big diaper. His feet were too big for his body, with 8 toes on each foot, each with cracked and dirty toenails. The upper part was the weird part. To be honest, Janus was pretty tame when compared to this. From his chest sprouted hundreds of arms, living up to his name. There were so many arms, all of them tangled and twirled together. Several of them covered the creature's face as he sobbed. So much for being tall enough to reach the sky, Naruto said. Tyson didn't mind the blonde's snarky remark. He just fell to his knees, calling out the creature's name. Briars, the Cyclops called out. The sobbing stopped to regard what the Cyclops had to say to his older brother. Oh, great 100-handed one, Tyson pleaded. Help us. Briars looked up, his face long and sad. His nose was crooked and his teeth were bad. His eyes were completely brown, no white sclera or black pupils, like his eyes were formed out of clay. Run while you can, young Cyclops, he said miserably. I cannot even help myself. You are a 100-handed one, Tyson argued. You can do anything. Briars wiped his nose with 5 or 6 hands. Naruto watched in awe as several others fidgeted with bits and pieces of scrap metal and wood from a nearby bed. It was simply amazing to watch as his hands built small toys almost like they had minds of their own. His other hands were scratching the cement floor. Some played rock paper scissors, reminding Naruto of the days he spent in Konoha playing cards by himself. Still, others made shadow puppets on the wall. If Briars were in a band, he could play all instruments on his own. I cannot, Briars moaned. Camp is back. The Titans are rising. We will for sure be thrown back into Tartarus. Put on your brave face, Tyson advised. Percy watched Briars struggle a bit. Then, his face morphed into something else. There were the same brown eyes, but the other features were different. He had an upturned nose, arched eyebrows, and a weird smile that looked creepy with the straining that he was doing. He didn't even hold it for a second, and just like that, it returned to what they had seen before. Briars shook his head. No good, my scared face keeps coming back. Wow. If Percy wasn't impressed by the hands with minds of their own, this did the trick. How did you do that? It just earned an elbow from Anabeth. Don't be rude. She scolded. They have around 50 different faces. Must be hard to get a yearbook picture. Percy commented. Like you already tried to take one. Naruto teased his best friend. Hey. I resent that. The son of Poseidon protested. I already tried taking one in Meriwether. I'm surprised you lasted a whole year there, Naruto kept on the tease. Hey. I would have stayed longer if Mr. Blowfish didn't find a better school for me, Percy argued. Naruto tried to argue back, but both he and Percy were socked on the arm by a very irritated Anabeth. Now's not the time for that. She shushed them. Percy just stuck out his tongue while Naruto made a face. Tyson wasn't bothered by the two demigods bickering. He was still entranced at the thought of meeting one of his heroes. It will be okay, Briars. We will help you. Can I have your autograph? Naruto and Percy sweat-dropped. They were amazed at how Tyson could say that all in one breath and at such a transition as well. Do you have 100 pens? The Hecatoncheires asked. Can we deal with that later? Grover whimpered. Camp will be back sooner or later. We have to get out of here. Tyson, break the bars so he can get out, Naruto said. Briars can do it. Tyson smiled proudly. 100-handed ones are much stronger than Cyclops. If he's so strong, then why is he stuck in jail? Percy asked again like that wasn't an insult. Anabeth elbowed him again. This time in the ribs. You are being so rude today. She spoke. He's terrified right now. How would you feel if you were tortured and imprisoned by Camp for 1,000 years? Fine, Percy nursed his aching ribcage. I get it. Briars covered his face again after hearing Anabeth scolding. What's wrong, Briars? Tyson asked in concern. Show us your great strength. Naruto placed a hand on the young Cyclops' shoulder. I think it's better if you did it, big guy. The happiness in Tyson's face slowly melted away. Without another word, Tyson ripped the metal doors off their hinges like they were made of clay. Come on, Briars, Anabeth held out a hand. Let's get you out of there. For a slow second, his face morphed into that of a hopeful expression. Several of his arms slowly reached out to reach for her, but twice as many shot out to slap them away. I cannot, he once again returned to his terrified face. She will punish me. Don't think like that, Naruto spoke up. You fought the Titans before, isn't that right? Do you remember the outcome? The war Briars reminisced on the days he and the gods fought the Titans. He remembered hurling rocks, then lightning shook the earth. We won but just barely. Now they are getting stronger. They have all the more chance to win this time around. Naruto sighed. It was hard passing on his optimism to someone as pessimistic as this one. Percy stepped forward. Naruto felt that this was one of his adoptive brother's glimmers of brilliance. Then let's make a bet, Percy said smugly. Everyone looked at him like he grew a second head. Percy, what are you? Anabeth tried to stop Percy, but Naruto held up his hand. I think this will work, Naruto said with a confident smirk. Percy pounded his fist on an open palm 3 times. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. Briars looked at the son of Poseidon, his face morphing into his doubtful face. What's the use? I always win rock, paper, scissors. I think you'll this game very interesting, Naruto added, remembering that particular game that even he did not win, depending on how you look at it. Fine, what are the conditions? Briar's face showed that of curiosity. 1 game of rock, paper, scissors, Percy stated. If I win, you come with us. If I lose, we leave you here, and we won't try to convince you to leave this jail anymore. Tyson looked at him incredulously, but Naruto placed a hand of reassurance on his shoulder. The 2 players readied their hands. Percy repeated his motion with his right hand over his left palm. Briars did the same, except his 100 hands sounded like a whole army marching ready for battle. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. They both shouted. The Hecatoncheires' hands were not all the same. There was an avalanche of rocks, a set of scissors more than enough for an entire classroom, and enough papers to make a fleet of airplanes. As for Percy, his hand shot out an unfamiliar sign that confused everyone in the room. See, I always win, Briars said sadly without even looking. Are you sure? Percy said smugly. Briars opened his eyes. Wait, what is that? It's a gun, Naruto repeated the words Paul told him some time ago. A gun beats everything. That's not fair. Briars protested. Well, Camp's not going to be fair when she comes back either. She's going to blame you for destroying the bars. Percy reasoned. Now, I believe I have won this little game of ours, so get up on your feet. We have to get out of here. Briars sniffled, but his face was no longer depressed. You demigods are cheaters. Slowly rising to his feet, he walked out of the cage. That's the spirit. Tyson clapped happily, now that his hero has come back to his senses. Hope filled up the spirits of our heroes. All they had to do was get downstairs and find the entrance they came through. They all began to turn to leave, but Tyson froze. Down below, in their supposed destination, was the jailer. And she did not look happy. Disappointment and doubt. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto nor Percy Jackson in the Olympian series. I am just a lowly writer with too much time in my hands. Warning. This is a sequel story. Read the following first before you read this story. Child of the Moon. The Lightning Thief Child of the Moon. The Sea of Monsters Child of the Moon. The Titan's Curse. Chapter 7. The ground behind the demigods exploded with smoke as a stack of crates almost flattened them. Currently, our heroes were running for their lives. The sound of massive wings was sounding awfully close behind them. There was a hiss as Naruto flung another kunai at their pursuer. The monster growled in the same language from before, the ancient tongue. They scrambled down the final staircase and past a guard station. They found themselves in another block of prison cells. Left. Anabeth pointed out, remembering the tour she took some time ago. Our heroes finally burst out into a courtyard. The sun was glaring down at them, causing them to shield their eyes. After being underground for so long, the light almost blinded them. Outside, everything seemed normal. There were tourists casually walking around, taking pictures. The wind blew cold air from the bay. In the south, the city gleamed in the sun, but in the north, clouds swirled almost like a storm over the mountain. The whole sky was black compared to the sky over San Francisco. What was weird was the clouds didn't bother the tourists one bit. Who could blame them? The mist must be shielding their eyes from the supernatural storm. The demigods tingled, Naruto especially. Their bodies felt the phantom pains of everything they endured on top of that mountain. It was a grueling battle that they somehow survived. Anabeth, though, had a different thought. It can't be, she said as she stared at the funnel of clouds. The storms had been bad all year, but this. What are you doing? Briars wailed, breaking the others from their musings. She's right behind us. The group continued running as the ground shook. The wall is holding and the door is too small for her, Percy said triumphantly. We saw. Just as Percy was about to finish his sentence, the whole wall gave way. The tourists around them screamed and scrambled to get away. Who knows what the mists let these mortals see? You gotta stop jinxing us, Naruto told his brother. Out of the dust and rubble, Cam peered. Her wings were spread out covering the whole courtyard. She was holding two giant swords, two long bronze scimitars that glowed in eerie green aura that boiled wisps of vapor. The demigods could smell the sour odors and feel the heat even from across the whole yard. Poison. Grover yelled. Don't let them touch you or we'll die. Percy guessed. Gee, why am I not surprised? Well, yes, Grover nodded. After you slowly shrivel up to dust. Then, we better avoid the swords, Naruto said as he sat on the ground. Buy me time. I'm entering sage mode. Briars. Grow to your full size. Tyson begged. He ripped a lampist off the ground like it was a toothpick. Briars did not oblige. The 100-handed one instead seemed to shrink even more, and his face morphed back to his terrified face. He just cowered in fear in the corner. There was no time to push him to fight. Camp was thundering towards them and fast. Tyson decided that that was enough. If his idol wasn't going to help him, then he will buy Naruto time, even if it was just on his own. I'll help. Percy yelled, drawing his weapon. No? Poison will kill you. Only hurt Cyclops. Tyson yelled back as he hefted his pole like a bat. Just when the ancient monster was awfully close to them, Tyson swung the lamppost like a bat. Camp was sent flying where she crashed into the wall she burst through, stunning her for but a moment. Pulls of poison oozed from her weapons and melted the ground. That was enough for Percy to heed his brother's words. At Briars to safety, Tyson said, as he hefted his weapon like a makeshift lance. Percy, Anabeth, and Grover dragged the cowering Briars. Thanks to his terrified state and small stature, the three were able to get him away from the fighting, just as Tyson charged Camp like cavalry in a jousting match. The ancient monster was nailed in the chest, but she held her ground. She slashed her weapons across the pole, disarming the Cyclops, but he was able to leap back. Camp went for another slash at the unarmed Cyclops. Tyson just smirked and leaned back partially as the shadow of a massive spear appeared overhead. Sen. Adamura Sengen. Naruto called out his attack as he ground the move into Camp's face. The attack exploded, leaving a crater in the prison courtyard. Naruto landed next to the young Cyclops. Glad I got there in time. You were awesome. Tyson cheered. So were you, big guy. Naruto clapped the Cyclops' shoulder. He turned serious once more, hearing the shuffling from the rubble. I think we need more firepower if we hope to beat him, Naruto told his partner. Tyson nodded as he picked up another weapon. Camp stood in front of them, the dust swirling around her form to heal her injuries. The hair on her head hissed. Then, a lion suddenly popped up from the half-formed faces on her chest, briefly roaring at them before disappearing. She growled in the ancient tongue once again. Naruto seemed to pick up that she wanted to tell her something, but he just couldn't understand. Is she trying to tell me something? He asked. She said, you insolent demigod. I will kill you for that. Tyson translated. Just like earlier, he copied the jailer's raspy voice. Great, Naruto let out an exasperated sigh. I just made her angry. Shrugging off his frustration, Naruto raised his fingers to form a cross to form his favorite hand sign. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled, creating 4 identical and solid clones. One stayed behind and started gathering chakra, while the other 3 joined Tyson in the original and got ready for round 2. All of them charged at each other. Somehow, Camp had gotten back her swords and brandished them as she shuffled towards her prey. Tyson and the 3 Narutos evaded the sword swings as they met. In the middle, Tyson shot his arm forward, stunning the monster. One clone plowed through her serpent feet, knocking her to the ground. Then, the 2 of the clones pinned her to the ground. The vipers and the predatory animals tried to snap at Naruto, but the blonde's rock-hard skin saved the clones from dispelling. After their altercation, a loud screeching noise came from the original. Tyson turned back and saw the original holding up a shuriken. It wasn't just any shuriken. It was a shuriken made of pure chakra. It had a Rasengan core and 4 blades of chakra spinning fast. Get out of here, Tyson. Naruto barked. You will get caught in the blast. Tyson heeded the shinobi's words. He ran towards the direction Percy and Anabeth had dragged Briars. As he looked back, he saw Naruto leap into the air and throw the shuriken. Camp let out a screech of her own. The attack hit through and exploded on top of her. To the naked eye, they could see a dome of air spinning. To the gods, they saw microscopic wind blades ripping the monster shreds even to the microscopic level. As the attack exploded to its climax, a huge gust of wind blew outward. When everything dissipated, Naruto approached the explosion site. Not even monster dust was left in the crater that was formed by the spiraling sphere. I didn't expect that to happen, Naruto mused to himself as he inspected the crater. Looking down, he saw 2 pens glinting in the middle. He leaped down to the crater to check out whatever drop he had gotten. The pens reminded him of his and Percy's own retractable weapons. He clicked the bottom of both pens, causing them to grow into their full length. They both turned into Camp swords, except they were small enough to be carried by a human. They also glowed a greenish hue. Something told Naruto not to get sliced up by those swords. The results wouldn't be pretty. Cool, Naruto gasped to himself at the thought of wielding these weapons. His fascination was cut short when he remembered his friends. The thoughts of the quest and the overwhelming time pressure returned to him. Right, he said, pressing the bottom of the scimitars together to shrink them to pen form. After that, he felt for the familiar feeling of his marker. After finding it, he disappeared in a yellow flash. With the rest of the quest goers. Get yourself together. Percy barked out as he, Anabeth, and Grover basically lugged Briars towards the cell door where they exited from. A tremor worried Percy a little. That did not sound good. He and his friends immediately thought of the worst. Can't go any further, Briars huffed. He hadn't run like this in his entire life, he had just been content with being caught by Camp and getting tortured. Percy dropped the 100-handed one's arm and turned to glare at him. Feeling the other arm go slack, Anabeth and Grover did the same. Without anyone lugging him this time, he fell to his knees. What's the use? She will come back for us after she's finished with them. Will you snap out of this? Percy snapped, trying to hide the fear and worry on his own face. Tyson and Naruto are fighting so we can get away. Anabeth and Grover patted Percy on the back to calm him down. Just as Percy was about to speak again, Tyson came bounding in from where they came from. Percy, he said as he came running in. Tyson. Percy perked up as he heard his half-brother. He wrapped Tyson in a bear hug as best he could despite the big guy's size. You made it out, Grover said, but he noticed the lack of a certain blonde shinobi. Where's Naruto? Anabeth voiced the question. I left him there, Tyson answered. He finished off the monster. I'm sorry, what? Briars got to his feet completely gobsmacked at what he just heard. Camp is defeated, Tyson repeated himself. Surely, you jest, young Cyclops, Briars said, still not believing what he heard. If what you say is true, then where is your friend? Anabeth clutched her kunai in the small scabbard she kept hidden at her back. No, Naruto is fine. He can come out of anything. Young demigod, you do not know Camp as well as I. Briars shook his head. Did I miss anything? Naruto's voice came from behind the daughter of Athena. She turned around and the worry left her face. It was replaced by a look of relief and happiness. Why, you're back, she said, wrapping the blonde in a hug. Of course, I'm back, Annie. It takes more than Camp to bring me down, Naruto answered. The girl wasn't bothered by her nickname this time. I am Possup, Briars said. Chow. Futen. Rasen Shuriken, Naruto simply said. No way. Percy exclaimed. You got it to work. I'm just glad it didn't explode in my face when I tried it, Naruto slowly melting in Anabeth's embrace. I don't understand, Briars just stared at the brothers' banter. Oh right, Naruto remembered as he unwrapped himself from the embrace. Did I mention that I'm not from this world? If it was possible, Briars' eyes widened even more at the revelation. Seeing his reaction, Naruto shrugged. I guess I did not, but yes, I am not from here. But that still does not answer my question, Briars said. How did you defeat her? Naruto held out his hand and formed a sphere in his hand. I'm not exactly your normal demigod. I'm a shinobi, a ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village. We mold chakra into our weapons or into our jutsu to attack. I ripped her to shreds with the final form of this jutsu. It was like Briar's mind broke with that statement. It was like Briars still couldn't believe what he just heard. Come on, man, Percy waved off the statement. We have better things to worry about. How can you act like this? Briars threw off his gasket. He might be the key to defeating the Titans. Nah man, Naruto shook his head. I know I'm not the one in the prophecy. Whoever that guy is, we're in his hands. This is good and all, but does anyone know how to get out of here? Grover spoke up. He looked like he had been looking for a way out all this time. Look for the mark of Daedalus, Anabeth pointed out. The Greek letter for dot. Everyone did their fair share of looking. Even Briars did, despite his shock and awe. There? Percy pointed out to his friends at what looked like a tiny scratch on the prison wall. He touched and the mark glowed blue, followed by the stone wall grinding open. Now that the ancient monster was defeated, they had all the time in the world to wait for the wall to open for them. Naruto offered to let Briars go first, but he hesitated. What if we get attacked in there? He whined. Then we'll just take them out, Naruto answered patiently. What if we get attacked by something as big as camp? He whined again. Then you just grow to your normal size, Tyson said happily. If you're big again, then we can fight her. Briars looked hopeful. He tried to morph again, but just like earlier, he fell short. It's no use, he said sadly. I am still scared. The camp is not here anymore. Percy argued. Monsters reform boy, Briars argued. And with the Titans in charge, don't even get me started with them. If it was possible, we know it is cause he's not a human. He shrunk even further. He walked forward into the now fully opened entrance to the maze. He gave one more look at the children and said, don't bother fighting them. If they managed to almost win before, then they'll be able to now. He continued on his way. Briars. Wait. Tyson called out, but he didn't stop. Percy placed a hand on the Cyclops' shoulder and shook his head. Tyson had learned an important lesson that day. Never meet your heroes. The team delved deeper into the labyrinth. As soon as they set foot in the maze, the wall behind them snapped shut. Once again, they were left in the darkness. We're going back in here again, Grover muttered to himself. He still wasn't a fan of underground places despite staying here for who knows how long now. After walking for gods know how long, they found themselves in a room full of waterfalls. There was no floor, only a pit in the middle, where the water drained into. When you looked down the hole, they couldn't see anything, even if you shined a light down there. It was in this room where they found Briars washing his face over a waterfall. This pit goes down to Tartarus, he said as he heard the group come in after him. I should just jump down there to save you the trouble. Maybe you should if you lack that way, Tyson muttered to himself, but he sounded like he didn't mean it. He sounded more hurt than angry. Anabeth, hearing the Cyclops' comment, shot him a look. I know you're mad at him, Tyson, but that's no way to talk to him, he told the young monster. He then turned to Briars and talked to him in a big sisterly voice. Don't be like that, Briars. You can come to camp with us. Help us set up for the coming war. I have nothing to offer, child, Briars shook his head. I have lost everything. But didn't you have brothers? Percy asked. There are no more, Briars answered, his face morphing into that of a grieving one. They have long since faded. But Percy couldn't comprehend what he has just heard. He was taught differently. Weren't monsters immortal like the gods? Percy, Grover said weakly. Immortality has its limits. Sometimes monsters get forgotten, and they lose their will to stay. Immortal. If that's the case, Naruto voice trailed off. Is Grover's quest for naught? His thoughts didn't end there. His mind traveled to that time Apollo told him about the old sun god Helios. He thought about the Egyptian gods. They were much older than the Greeks, Romans, and even the Norse gods. The last of the Egyptians perished a long time ago. If they are anything like the Greeks, it would be impossible, if not unlikely, to have people out there continuing the faith in the Egyptian pantheon. That would make sense, right? Somewhere in Egypt. Achoo. A well-dressed man suddenly sneezed. He was of African American descent and he has piercing brown eyes. The younger man noticed this and looked at him with concern. Are you okay, Dad? The teen asked worriedly. He was also an African American that had short curly brown hair. I'm fine, son, the older man answered his son with a smile. It's probably just your mother and your sister thinking about us. Okay, Dad. If you say so, the boy shrugged, chalking it up to some dust his dad inhaled. Back in the labyrinth. I must go, Briars turned to leave in between the children. We need you at camp, Tyson said half-heartedly. He had low hopes that his former idol can change his mind this time. I cannot. I am not as strong as I used to be, Briars mourned. Percy moved in front of the 100-handed one. Stop. He yelled, but the bigger guy just gave him one look and looked down again. Another demigod, Luke, plans to invade Camp Half-Blood, Percy told him. There's a labyrinth entrance right in the middle of the camp, and he plans to hit that. Right now, he's looking for Area and String to navigate the maze, Naruto added. If Camp Half-Blood falls, then there truly is no hope. Not to mention the golden sarcophagus that holds the Time Lord's remains, Grover gulped. If they have his remains, then it is only a matter of time, Briars shook his head. All hope is lost. I do not have the finger gun to win this war. Maybe that's why immortals fade away, Percy said, realizing something. It's probably not the mortals believing in you. It's maybe because you lose faith in yourselves. He still stood there, his back to them, not saying a word. If the demigods could see his face, they would recognize the look of shame. He started to walk away. Before you go, let me just remind you that if the Titans win, there is no place on Earth or Tartarus where you can hide away from the Titans, Naruto said. They will find you eventually. After hearing what he had to say, he walked back into the darkness of the labyrinth and disappeared. Maybe it's better if he doesn't join the war, Tyson said as he looked at where Briars went with a tone of dismay in his voice. Don't be like that, Grover patted the big guy's shoulder. Everything will be okay eventually. Tyson sneezed. No, go boy. He was my hero. Percy wanted to say something to cheer the Cyclops up, but he couldn't think of anything to say. Finally, Anabeth stood and shouldered her pack. This pit is starting to make me feel nervous. We should find another place to camp. I agree, Naruto said. We don't want a repeat of the last time. Nah, Grover was the first to start walking, remembering that incident in the underworld. I'm not doing that again. The others promptly followed. Just as before, they still had no idea where they were going. They were still clueless as to how to navigate the maze. After what seemed like hours, they finally settled in a corridor made out of huge marble blocks. It could have been part of a Greek tomb or something, they would never know. It was lined with bronze torches along the walls giving them light. It looked to be one of the older parts of the dungeon. Anabeth took it as a good sign. We must be close to Daedalus's workshop, she said. Get some rest, everybody. We'll continue in the morning. How do we know if it's morning? Grover asked. We don't even know if it's night, Naruto shrugged. Anabeth sighed in annoyance. Knock it off you two and just get some rest. Grover didn't need to be told twice. He immediately pulled out a heap of straw from his backpack, ate some of it, and made himself cozy. What I'd give to have a tree around here, Naruto sighed as tried to get himself comfortable on one side. You and me both, Grover remarked before drifting off into a deep sleep. I'll take the first watch, Anabeth said. No, you need some rest, Naruto countered. But I'm the leader of this quest, she argued. All the more reason for you to get some rest, so you can plan our next move, Naruto argued back. There's no winning against you, huh? Anabeth sighed. Only if it's for your sake, Naruto smiled. Now, get some rest. She unfurled the sleeping bag that was strapped to her bag. Instead of going to sleep, she dragged her sleeping bag towards Naruto who was sitting down. What's wrong? Naruto asked as he noticed the girl walking towards him. She twiddled her fingers together. Can I sleep here next to you? Sure, just don't snore, Naruto said jokingly. I don't snore. Anabeth huffed, annoyed that the blonde would even tease her like that. She didn't walk away though, she still made herself comfortable beside the blonde shinobi. Anabeth tried to follow Grover's example for a full minute, but she just couldn't fall asleep. Naruto noticed the girls tossing and turning and talked to her. Something on your mind? Athena's daughter sat up. Yes. I can't get my mind off this quest. Some leader I turned out to be. She berated herself. Hey, don't say that, he said, trying to get off the negativity in the girl's head. You're doing great so far. Really? We get lost in the maze and end up in the other side of America, only to be chased by some dragon lady. Hey, nobody said the quest was going to be easy. Things would be suspicious if it were that way. She brushed her hair out her face. Naruto noticed a smudge of dirt on her chin. Naruto took out a handkerchief and wiped the dirt away. This caused the girl to blush and grab the hanky away from the blonde. I can do it myself, Anabeth protested, trying to keep her voice from cracking from the flustered state. Naruto looked at the girl as she cleaned herself up. She was trying to act tough, but Naruto deep down she was scared. He couldn't help but imagine a younger Anabeth traveling with Thalia and Luke all those years ago. Perhaps even now, she still needed someone to lean to in time like this, but Naruto knew not to underestimate her. This girl still had guts. She noticed Naruto staring at her. What are you looking at? She asked, trying to sound annoyed. You, Naruto said nonchalantly. It's hard not to stare at you. See, can you not? She didn't sound as annoyed as she wanted. She sounded flustered. Alright, Naruto held his hands up in a placating gesture. What seems to be bothering you? This quest, Anabeth confided. I just wish this quest was logical. I mean, we're traveling now, but we have no control over where we're going. It doesn't make sense. How can we walk from New York to California in a day? You said it yourself, space isn't the same in the maze, Naruto pointed out. I know. Anabeth looked up hesitantly. You know, I was kidding myself when I thought that I could handle this quest. All that reading and planning I did, it was all for nothing. To be fair, we don't have a way to navigate the maze the way Theseus did in the stories. Besides, we all know you're doing your best. Everyone here will support you. But I feel like I'm letting everyone down. No one thinks that. Look, we always somehow get out of anything that's thrown at us. Remember, Circe's island. I was told Percy was cute as a guinea pig. Hey, came Percy's indignant voice as he heard his name. He was, Anabeth giggled, ignoring Percy's protest. What about in Wonderland when the war god's shield turned out to be booby-trapped? Naruto continued listing off their escapades. Alright, I get it, she smiled. I know you're strong, Anabeth. Heck, you even held up the sky. Thank you, Naruto. I needed that pep talk. I think I can go to sleep now. Anytime. We are all here for you. Good night. Good night. We visit the ranch. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto nor Percy Jackson in the Olympian series. I am just a lowly writer with too much time in my hands. Warning. This is a sequel story. Read the following first before you read this story. Child of the Moon. The Lightning Thief Child of the Moon. The Sea of Monsters Child of the Moon. The Titan's Curse. Chapter 8. It was a workshop. Measuring instruments littered the work table. A forge burned red hot in the corner. A tall boy stoked the bellows. A weird funnel device attached to the forge's chimney trapped the smoke and heat, channeling it through a pipe next to a large bronze manhole cover. The time of day looked to be in the morning. The sky outside was blue, not that the two prisoners could see from the dungeon they were working on. The only indication to the two workers was a window high up in the wall. Only a shinobi who knows his stuff could reach it, but it was obvious that none of the two were shinobi. The other worker was a frail old man. He was terribly thin, and his hands were raw and red from working. His long white mane covered his eyes as he worked, and his tunic was smudged with grease. What was he working on, you ask? I can only describe it as beautiful. It was a long metal patchwork, similar to that of chainmail. When he held his masterpiece up, he revealed it to be metal wings with thousands of interlocking bronze feathers. He stretched the wings to their full wingspan. It reached 20 feet. The metal feather gleamed in the little sunlight they got, causing it to shimmer about 30 shades of gold. Now, I know what you're thinking. It's made of freaking metal. How the hell is this thing going to fly? My answer to that is, you don't know this inventor. If he made it, there's no way in Hades' undergarments is this thing going to fail. Father, you're a genius. The boy said as he looked up at the old man's handiwork. A smile crept up to the old man's lips. Tell me something I don't know, Icarus. Now hurry up, we need at least an hour to attach them. The now named Icarus shook his head. No, father. You made them. You should get the honor of wearing them first. An hour later. Both men sat wearing their leather harnesses. They almost looked like climbing gears, but trust me, they're not going climbing. The metal wings were attached to their back. The old man looked like a majestic golden birdman. The wax should hold on for several hours, the old man said as he attached the same set of wings to his son. But, we must be careful. If we fly to the sun would melt the wax. If we fly too low, the sea will wet the wax. Yes, father. We've been through that a million times now. Icarus waved his father off. These are your inventions. There's no way that they would fail. One cannot be too careful, my son, the old man said, but you can see his eyes shining. He loved this boy more than anything. Things were going smoothly, when boom. A loud sound thundered through the dungeon as a battering ram slammed into the wooden door. The sound startled the old man, causing him to spill some wax on the young boy's shoulder. His son winced, but he did not cry out. What's happening? He instead panicked. They're not due for boom. The battering ram once again slammed on the doors, stopping the boy from his words. They were a moot point now. The old man worked on the wings furiously, or well, as furiously as an old man could work. He worked through the booming sounds of the battering ram. And, just as the doors splintered, he finished with the right wing. Surprised to see me, Daedalus. A voice came from inside the plume of dust and smoke that the rubble of the door kicked up. I'd like to say I'm sorry for crashing into your party, but I'm not. The owner of the voice walked through the smoke. It was King Minos, with a cruel smile plastered on his face. We're leaving, Minos, Daedalus told him with courage, despite the armed guards beside the king. The cruel king just chuckled. You know, I was curious how far you could take your little project before I crushed your hopes and dreams. I must say, I'm impressed, despite how you look like metal. Chicken's right now. I should just pluck your wings off and make a soup. Chicken soup, one of the guards chuckled, finding his king's joke funny. Shut up, he yelled at the guard. He turned to the inventor. You have made me a laughingstock of the whole Mediterranean. You let my daughter escape. You drove my wife into madness. And, you killed my monster. In a bout of anger, Icarus grabbed the wax gun and shot it at the king. On instinct, the guards stepped forwards to shield their king, only to get sprayed in the face with hot wax. The guards writhed in pain. The two men used the opportunity to pry open the manhole cover. The guards recovered, but Daedalus threw a vial of green liquid at them. The oil around them lit ablaze as the fire spread through the whole workshop. What are you waiting for, you idiots? Get them. Minos all but snarled at his guards who were scared of a little fire. Little did they know, the two prisoners had already escaped and were flying safely over the ocean. Their space, a good distance away from Crete. Father. We're free. Icarus yelled into the air, doing pirouettes and flips just as good or even better than a modern aircraft could. Icarus, be careful. Daedalus told off his son for the umpteenth time since they left. The boy did not listen. He sped up north and rode the wind into an eagle's flight path, startling the creature. He plummeted to the sea like he was born to fly, and did a nosedive at the last second. His sandals skimmed through the waves. Daedalus clumsily caught up with his son. Stop that, he scolded. Don't worry, father, Icarus laughed in the wind. I trust your handiwork. Just as he said that, the first metal feather shook loose from his wings. Then another. Pretty soon, he looked like a bird shedding feathers, twirling away from him like a flock of frightened birds. Glide, Daedalus ordered. Extend your wings. Stay as still as possible. He did not listen. He flapped desperately to assert control. The more he did, the more feathers shed from the frame. First, the left wing. Then the right wing, soon after. In the end, he was just a boy in climbing gear, falling down into the deep blue ocean, never to be seen again. The labyrinth. Present day. Percy woke with a start. Not one of them could tell the time of day while they were in the underground maze, well, maybe except for Grover. But one thing is for sure. The constant groaning of the maze now sounded eerily like the screams of the boy who plummeted to his death. Breakfast was plain as hell. It was a far cry from what they were used to at the dining pavilion. Looking at his food now, Naruto couldn't help but miss the unlimited ramen he was served at the table. With their plain food, the meal came and went in the blink of an eye. Pretty soon, they were continuing on their way. As they continued to navigate the maze, they were completely confused, especially Anabeth. When the stone walls changed to dirt with cedar beams, the quest leader was now getting agitated. This isn't happening, she complained. The architecture should be getting older. Why did it turn to wood? Naruto just placed a hand on her shoulder to calm down. She appreciated the gesture and forged on with the rest of the team. The mine opened into a cave with stalactites hanging low on the ceiling. In the center of the cave, there was a rectangular pit like a grave. Gazing down onto the pit, there was a glint of foil wrapper, wrapping a half-shoot cheeseburger floating in brown carbonated muck. Naruto scrunched his eyebrows. He remembered Bianca telling him about her dreams. This is. You know about this? Percy looked at him. Not me, the blonde shook his head. Bianca did. This is most probably Neko's doing. Grover pinched his nose, looking away from the sight. No wonder it reeks of the underworld stench in here. Ghosts were here, Tyson whimpered. I don't like ghosts. Is he summoning the dead? Anabeth asked. Why would he be summoning the dead? Naruto shook his head. Bianca didn't know either. This is probably because of her near-death experience. Whatever's happening here, someone must be leading him on. Then we have to find him. Percy chimed. He tried running off in a random direction, but Naruto stopped him. I know we have to find him, but there's no sense in running off and end up getting lost here, Naruto advised. We don't want to end up like that milkman. Percy shuddered. You're right, but how do we find him? Naruto turned to Grover. Can you tell where he went? The satyr concentrated for a bit. His nose twitched, trying to discern where the scent led to. A few seconds later, he pointed to a tunnel that had a light presumably at the end. The group followed the tunnel, and when they made it to the source of the light, it turned out to be coming from a grate. Beyond said grate, the quest-goers could see trees and the blue sky. Where are we? Percy asked a question. No one answered since none of them knew the answer to it. Percy waited for an answer, but a shadow fell across the grate. Moo. Came a sound from whatever creature covered the daylight shining through the grate. It turned out, the creature was a cow, but it was no ordinary cow. They were a weird color, bright red, like a cherry. The red cow continued to moo, but a huff fell through the bars of the grate, causing it to step back. It was then that the satyr was hit with the realization. That's not a grate. It's a cattle guard. A what? Percy asked. A cattle guard, Grover repeated. They placed them at the gates of ranches so the cows won't get out. How do you know that? Percy asked again. Percy, I'm a satyr, Grover rolled his eyes, then looked away with a tinge of pink on his cheeks. I may or may not have fallen victim to one of these things. I guess there's one way to keep you from stalking my sisters when they come to camp, Naruto remarked with a chuckle. Hey. I don't stalk on the hunters. The satyr protested. Gee, could have fooled me, Naruto returned with dry sarcasm. As much as I like to listen to you two argue, we should get back on track, Anabeth spoke up to prevent his two teammates from deviating farther from their agenda. Harris said we'll pass by a ranch. She was right. She continued. She seemed to be having a hard time admitting that last part. That's good and all, but how do we get up there? Percy asked. To answer his question, Tyson reached up to the cattle guard, giving it a blow that caused it to pop off and fly out of sight. There was a loud clang followed by a startled moo. Sorry, cow, Tyson called out with a blush. Once everyone was out of the tunnel, they took a look at their surroundings. Rolling hills stretched as far as the eye could see. It was dotted with oak trees, cacti, and boulders. There was a barbed wire fence running from both sides. Cherry-colored cows roamed around grazing on clumps of grass. I knew it, Naruto said as he recognized the cows. They're Uncle Apollo's cows. Apollo's what? Percy asked. Apollo's sacred cows. Holy cows. Tyson chimed in. Pretty much, Grover shrugged. I knew he'd be hiding them all the way out here, Naruto said looking around. Wherever here is. Wait, Grover stopped anyone else from speaking. Did you hear that? Everyone heard it. There was a distant baying of dogs. The sounds got louder. The underbrush over to their side rustled, where 2 dogs broke through. There you are. Naruto's brain translated the growls. The dog's whole body came through. It was then that they realized that the 2 dogs were just one dog. It was a greyhound, long and snaky and sleek brown, but its neck diverged into 2 heads. It came out in a stance ready to attack. Arf. Grover greeted in the friendliest manner he could, as friendly as his scared feeling could muster. The 2-headed dog bared its teeth and continued growling. Any last words? Whoa there, Orthus, a voice came from the woods. The man came lumbering into the area. If Naruto were to give a description of the man, it would be Father Time. Well, that would be taking liberties. The Father Time description would stick if you were redneck and got totally jacked. He wore jeans, a don't mess with Texas's shirt under a denim jacket whose sleeves were ripped to reveal his muscles. On his right biceps was a cross-shaped tattoo. Finally, he was carrying a giant club, as big as a nuclear warhead, with 6-inch spikes bristling at the end. The 2-headed dog listened to who Naruto guessed was his master, but not before getting out one last growl to prove his point. This isn't over. Well, what do we have here? The ripped man said in an accent that matched his appearance. Cattle rustlers. No, Anabeth said, playing peacemaker. We're travelers. We're on a quest, you see. Half-bloods, eh? She nodded. She placed her hand on her chest and introduced her team. I'm Anabeth, daughter of Athena. This is Naruto, son of Artemis, he gestured to the shinobi. This is Percy, son of Poseidon, Grover, the satyr, and Tyson, the Cyclops. Yes, I see that, the buff man answered. But how did you know? Percy asked. Well, that's because I am one, Sonny, the man said. I'm Eurytion, son of Ares. You came through the labyrinth like the other one, I reckon. The other one, do you mean Neko D'Angelo? Naruto asked. You know the other one. The now named Eurytion knitted his eyebrows. Knew it. Grover cheered at being able to pinpoint the exact location. We need to see him right away, Percy demanded. Eurytion shook his head. I'm afraid I can't do that, son. We get a lot of visitors in this here ranch, but not many ever leave. I suggest you leave now before it's too late. He was acting weird, though. He kept glancing behind him like he was expecting someone to be listening in on their conversation. We're not leaving until we see Neko, Percy remained insistent. Eurytion grunted. Then you leave me no choice. Come with me. You have to see the boss. Later. The group walked through the woods, the same way the son of Ares came. They weren't treated like hostages or anything. The muscled man just walked ahead of them, his weapon slung across his shoulder at the ready. Naruto figured that Orthus was a guard dog, but it seemed like he was taking his job way too seriously. He kept growling a lot, and kept jumping in the bushes to chase away animals. What was weird though, he kept sniffing Grover a lot. They walked along the path, that seemed to go on forever. What made things worse was that the temperature felt like it was pushing 40, which was odd since they just came from California. It was so hot that you could see the heat shimmering off the ground. They even saw the fences coated with asbestos to prevent them from burning up in the weather. The crew passed by dozens of different animals. Aside from the flies buzzing around them, there were red cows, fire-breathing horses, and a bunch of others that seemed to get weirder as they passed. Say, what are these animals for? Percy asked out of curiosity. We raise animals for a lot of clients, from Apollo to Diomedes, and his voice trailed off. Others. Like who? No more questions. He snapped, and the rest of the way was quiet. Percy didn't bother to press further. He was drenched in sweat by now, and he would give anything to be out of the sun. Eventually, they made it out to the woods, and here they were. In a big ranch house made of white stone and wood, perched up on a hill. Don't break any rules, Eurytion said sternly and started listing them off. No fighting, no drawing weapons. And most of all, don't make any comments about the boss's appearance. Why? Percy asked. He just had to. You'll see, was his cryptic answer. Welcome to Triple G Ranch, as if on cue, the so-called boss of the ranch marched up to the steps. The man looked normal if you just looked at the head. His face was weathered and brown, probably from years of working under the sun. He had slick black hair and a black pencil mustache like those you see worn by villains in the movies. Personally, that would be the biggest red flag yet, but we decided to trust him, for now. There was also a smile on his face. It wasn't friendly at all, Percy could tell that much. It was an amused smile more than anything. The part that made Percy hold his tongue, though, was his body. He looked like 3 people in one. His neck is connected to the body. Like normal, but he had 2 extra chests, one on each side, connected to the shoulders with a few inches in between. His left arm grew out of his left chest, and the same on the right, so he had 2 arms, but 4 armpits, the chests all connected into one enormous torso, with 2 regular but very beefy legs. He was wearing the most oversized pair of Levi's that any of them had ever seen. They could probably imagine how many X it came with the L. His chests each wore a different color of western shirt, green, yellow, and red, like a spotlight. "Say hello to Mr. Jerian," the cowherd introduced his boss. "A nice ranch you have here," Percy said as he looked up from the pudgy man's chest. He had to hold his tongue so hard there. "Hello sir," Anabeth spoke for her crew. "We're..." Jerian didn't wait for her to answer. Yes. I have been informed of you. Anabeth Chase and her monster friends." "Who told you?" Naruto narrowed his eyes. "And how do you know our names?" "Excuse me." Grover protested at the same time. "That man is wearing 3 shirts," Tyson spoke up as if just realizing that. Jerian frowned. He knew that was a jab at his chest. Before anyone could speak up, someone else came out of the glass doors that Jerian came from. "You?" The newcomer screamed as he saw who the boss of the ranch was talking to. The sound of a blade scraping with its scabbard followed. Although, the blade's sound abruptly stopped. Yurishin was instantly in front of him with a hand on his sword arm. Tut, Mr. D'Angelo, need I remind you the rules of my ranch," the boss told him off. "Neko?" Percy spoke up, recognizing the family name. "Shut up." Neko yelled at Percy before turning to the boss again. "But Jerian, they let my sister die." "But..." He tried to protest, but Yurishin's imposing presence in front of him told him otherwise. "Fine," the son of Hades finally conceded. "Neko," this time it was Naruto. "Bianca told me what you have been up to." "Do not speak her name." Neko raised his voice. "You let her die. You don't deserve to speak her name." "But she's alive," Naruto simply said. "Whoever told you otherwise is lying." Belief could be seen on his face, but at the same time, he was cautious. It just sounded too good to be true. "No, why are you lying to me?" Neko slowly said. "Am I?" was all that Naruto replied. "How many times have you tried to get into contact with her spirit?" "No," but he was getting swayed now. "She can tell what you are doing, even when she's at camp," Naruto explained. "If you would just see reason." "Okay," Neko finally said. "But if I find out you're lying, let's just say you wouldn't like what would happen." "Just trust me." "Fine." "I would never have imagined that the 2 of you would have some history with each other," Jirian said, amused at the interaction. "Out of all my visitors in this here ranch, you know how to spice up a rancher's day." Thanks I guess," Naruto said, not really sure how to respond to that. "But you still didn't answer our question," Anabeth reminded the boss. "How did you know about us?" "It's my business to know about who visits my ranch, darling. Everybody pops into the ranch from time to time. Everyone needs something from a late Jerian." For the first time since they left on the quest to free Artemis, the crew from Camp Half-Blood was able to take a good look at Neko. He was considerably thinner and paler than before, like he hasn't eaten for a good amount of time, or hasn't been exposed to sunlight for a while. Even his wardrobe had changed. He now wore black clothes, and on his side was a sword as black as midnight. "Now that everything is settled," Jerian clapped his hands together. "Shall we take a tour around the ranch?" Naruto remembered this Phsyical. He saw it when Anabeth took him to a zoo in Virginia. It was like one of those kiddie trains that took you around the zoo. This was something like that. It was painted black and white, in a cowhide pattern. To complete the look, the frontmost car had a pair of longhorns strapped to the front, and its horn sounded like a cowbell. Everyone sat around the middle, except for Yurishin, who took a nap at the backmost car. "As you can see, we run a big operation here," Jirian said, gesturing around his ranch as he drove. "We have horses, cattle, and exotic animals too." He drove over a hill, and Anabeth almost jumped out of her seat. "Are those hippolectrians?" she pointed out. "I thought they were extinct." Where Anabeth pointed, there were the strangest animals Naruto had ever seen in his life. Each animal had the front half of a horse and the back half of a rooster. The rear feet were huge yellow claws. They had feathery tails and red wings. As the 2 of them were getting into a fight over a pile of bird seed, they aired their wings at each other, until the smaller one ran away, with a hop at each step of the rear legs. "Those are ponies," Tyson said in amazement. "Do they lay eggs?" "That they do, young Cyclops," he answered enthusiastically. "They lay eggs once a year. Their eggs are always in demand." That sounded wrong to Naruto. As the son of the goddess of wild animals, he had to say something. "Isn't that illegal?" "Nonsense, boy." The ranch owner waved him off. "Besides, you haven't tasted their omelets." "That's horrible. They're endangered," Grover protested. "Ah, gold is gold." Jirian waved him off as well and returned to his tour. "And over on this side, we have our fire-breathing horses. You may have seen them on your way in. They're bred for war, naturally." "What war?" Percy asked. "Any war," Jirian answered, with a sly grin on his face. "We've been breeding them since the First Titan War. Anyway," he continued, "over yonder are our prized red cows. We saw them earlier," Naruto said. "My uncle's cows." Jirian nodded. You see, your uncle is a busy god, so he subcontracts us to look after them. These, we breed vigorously. Why? He asked. Their meat is very much in demand. Grover and Naruto looked scandalized. You can't do that, the satyr yelled. That's against ancient laws. Uncle wouldn't allow that, Naruto added. Ah, they're just animals. He shrugged. And if Apollo disapproved of it, he would say something. Something tells me he doesn't know, Percy muttered. Wait, Anabeth said, spotting another thing in the distance. Everyone followed her gaze, and those who were in the know widened their eyes. Those are double cross. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto nor Percy Jackson in the Olympian series. I am just a lowly writer with too much time in my hands. Warning. This is a sequel story. Read the following first before you read this story. Child of the Moon. The Lightning Thief Child of the Moon. The Sea of Monsters Child of the Moon. The Titan's Curse. Chapter 9. It was a sweltering day in the Triple G Ranch. The demigods were taking on a tour around the ranch, even if they did not need that at the moment, so that they won't offend their new host. Among the demigods was Neko D'Angelo, who had been missing since the events last winter. After a bit of catching up and a lot of convincing, Neko was finally able to see the truth and, at the moment, is not currently hostile to the group from Camp Half-Blood. Currently, we find Jiryun's choo-choo train overlooking a pen filled with an all-too-familiar bed of massive scorpions. Anabeth's eyes widened. She pointed to the distance and said, wait, those are. Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing at. They both had shocked expressions on their faces. What are the odds? Was all Naruto's dumbfounded comment. I never thought I would see those again, Grover said, with a bit of fear in his voice. After stumbling around all night, as those monsters chased them, he would never forget what they looked like. Big scary scorpions again, Tyson pointed out. I see you already encountered my prized scorpions. Jiryu noticed the look of recognition on the others' faces minus Neko, who was looking at them like they were sharing an inside joke. You demigods, Jiryun thought aloud. I remember shipping out some scorpions to Camp Half-Blood. If you're familiar with that place. He didn't get to finish his sentence as Percy spoke up. I knew ranch sounded familiar. He remembered his encounter with the crates in the sword arena and the words printed on them. Do you know anyone by the name Quintus? The enthusiasm drained from Jiryun's face. Quintus, huh? Yes. Never heard of him. His tone was a tone of finality. He made it clear that he didn't want to talk about it anymore, like it was some sort of sore subject. He drove and moved on to another section of the ranch. This part of the tour, everyone was not looking forward to. As they got closer, their sense of smell was assaulted by a really bad odor. Think of that dumpster at the back of your local Walmart or the piece of roadkill that had started to grow maggots. This was worse. I couldn't imagine what this would have smelled like to those with an enhanced sense of smell. They were passing by the banks of a river, which Percy was surprised did not look as polluted with how close it was to the body of water. Next to the river shore was a large horse corral that stretched out to the size of a football field. The closer they get, the stronger the putrid smell became. And the closer they had gotten, they began to understand why. About 100 horses were milling around, but really, they did not seem like they were walking. The offensive smell was coming from the poop that reached up to half of the horses' feet, so they looked like they were wading through the river rather than walking. These right here are my prized stables, Jiryun introduced. Well, they actually belong to Igas, but we watch over them for a small fee. Lots of poop, Tyson commented. What happened here? Neko gagged. He's too cheap to have the stables cleaned, Urushin grunted at the back of the train. Even he was awakened by the smells. Quite. The boss of the ranch snapped. Fine. I admit that they are challenging to clean. And maybe I get a little nauseous when the wind blows the wrong way, but at the end of the day, I still get paid. How can you think of money when the animals are living in these conditions? Anabeth asked. Look here, lady. You're starting to get on my nerves, Jiryun said. I keep telling you. They're just animals. The clients pay well for them. Clients. That got Naruto's attention. If they knew the condition they were in, they would demand to pay a lot less than they have been paying. What they would know won't kill them, kid. Unless they piss off the horses, he muttered that last part to himself. Besides, these horses are in demand. You don't know how many people will pay for a flesh-eating horse. You're a monster. Anabeth yelled, which the three bodies man wasn't too happy about. What gave it away, lady? Jiryun deadpanned. When it comes to his appearance, he was really sensitive. Was it the three bodies? No, Naruto clarified. What she meant was the way you treat these animals is inhumane, making you a monster. Right? Jiryun rolled his eyes, not really convinced. Look, I am a businessman, and these animals are mere commodities that I trade for sweet gold. Neko sighed. He had been delayed in this ranch long enough. He will not allow any more distractions to keep him away from his mission. He exited the train. Urushin took this as a cue to get off as well. The immortal demigod didn't look as sleepy as he made it out to be. The son of Hades stormed to the boss of the ranch, making Urushin heft his club. This didn't deter Neko. He still said what he had to say. Look, I appreciate you guys coming after me, he told the questers first. And even though Bianca is still alive, it is my duty as a son of Hades to track down this soul that has escaped death for millennia. He then walked over to the front and said, you and I had a deal, Jiren. My guide told me that you would be able to help me. Guide? Naruto asked, remembering what Bianca had told him. Is this some kind of spirit that has been leading you on since you left camp? How did you know? Neko asked, surprised that the shinobi would guess right. I suppose Bianca would have told you, huh? Naruto nodded. Speaking of spirit, where is he? Jiren interjected. Neko looked uneasy. He's around here somewhere, I'm sure. It's just hard for him to reform in broad daylight. I'm sure Minos disappears when things get, how do you say it? Difficult, Jiren smiled. Difficult? Naruto narrowed his eyes. What do you mean difficult? Son of Artemis, Jiren gave Naruto a look that was full of greed. Scratch that, can I call you Naruto instead? Yeah, sure, whatever works. The blonde rolled his eyes at the change in subject. You see, Naruto, I have been given a really good business deal. Le Castellan is offering very good money for half-bloods. Especially powerful half-bloods, he rubbed his hands together. I'm sure if he learns about the lot of you, he might pay me very, very well. I can just imagine how much he would offer for you, Mr. D'Angelo. I knew it, you're working for Chrono's army. Percy snapped. Eurytion hefted his club at the first signs of aggression. I wouldn't call it that, the boss said, with mock hurt on his face. I would call it a partnership. I am a businessman after all. Now, my trusty second-hand man, restrain them. Eurytion sent his employer an are you out of your mind look, but still stepped forward to do his job. Naruto stepped forward as well, ready for a fight to get out of the ranch. Right behind him, Percy was ready to back him up, his pen already in hand. Anabeth, though, was racking her brain for a way out of here without a fight. Before things could escalate, she yelled. Wait. Everyone relaxed and looked at her oddly, even her teammates. What is it this time, girly? Jiren asked, annoyed at the interruption. You're a businessman, right? Anabeth asked. Jiren rolled his eyes, not knowing where this was going. We already established that. Then I got a proposition for you, Anabeth said in her best businesswoman voice. You have gold? Jiren asked, briefly considering it. Well, no, Anabeth said, almost losing the ranch owner's interest. But I can barter with you. The boss didn't look interested, but Anabeth pushed through anyway. You said the horse stable's stench bothers you, right? That got his attention. Those stables haven't been cleaned in 1,000 years. How sure are you that you can do any different? Because we have a son of the sea with us, Anabeth said, gesturing to Percy like he was selling a product. What? Why ow? Percy protested but immediately changed his mind when Anabeth elbowed him. I mean, yes. I can control water really well. Think about it, Anabeth continued. If Percy cleans the stables, you're free of the stench and have more uses for your stables. If he gets eaten. Hey. Percy protested but was ignored. Then you could sell us to the Titan army. What do you have to lose? If that stable was cleared, I might be able to sell more stable space. Jiren muttered to himself. Alright, deal. I accept your offer. You have until sunset. If you're not done by then, you're all going to the Titan army. Deal. The ride back to the house was quiet. It was just like before, Jiren drove the choo-choo train with Orthus by his side. Eurytion took the last train car and dozed off. The demigods took the middle car. The only difference was that Percy was not there. That was quick thinking there. Anabeth. Naruto praised the daughter of the wisdom goddess. Anabeth smiled, a tinge of pink appearing on her cheeks. Thanks, I'm just glad we can get out of here without much of a fight. She sighed tiredly and leaned her head on Naruto's shoulder. You don't mind if do this right? Not at all, Naruto smiled. I'm worried about camp. Do you think Luke found Ariaden's string yet? Anabeth asked. Not likely, Naruto answered. He's just as lost as we are. And in addition to that, he's leading a large army which would make their travel much harder than ours. You're right, Anabeth said, more confidently this time. We'll get to Daedalus before. We'll convince him to give the string to us. As soon as she said that, the train screeched to a halt and Jiren and Eurytion exited the vehicle. Jiren waited for the children to exit his train. When all of them were off, he snapped his fingers, and Orthus immediately became hostile. Eurytion hefted his club once more, causing Naruto to tense. We had a deal. Anabeth protested, with a look of disbelief on her face. Sorry, girly, Jiren shrugged, which looked like a wave with his 3 torsos. I thought about your offer once more, and decided that Luke Castellan's proposition brings me much more profit. You fiend. Grover cried out. I'll go call Percy. The satyr stepped back to run towards his best friend, but the moment he did, Orthus looked ready to pounce. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Jiren wiggled his finger at the satyr. You do that, and you might just become goat meat. Remember satyr, I wouldn't be able to sell you, so you might just become a treat for Orthus. The 2-headed dog bared his fangs. Grover hesitated. I'm glad we understand each other, Jiren grinned savagely. This is the best deal I've gotten in millennia. I get my stables clean, and I get heaps of gold for you demigods. Only because you double-crossed us, you sick FCK. Naruto gritted his teeth. Now, there's no need to use that language on me, Jiren reprimanded the boy. It's your fault for not letting swear on the river Styx. Anabeth slapped her own forehead. She looked at her friends with remorse. I'm sorry guys. This is my fault. Don't beat yourself up over it, Naruto consoled his friend. We'll still get out of this. He looked back at his friends. Because I will never let my friends die. But Percy. Why do I have to get stuck with the dirty work? Percy sulked to himself as he stared at the knee-deep muck in the stables. Percy was once again reminded that these were not normal horses as they were eyeing him like a piece of meat, instead of grazing on grass, not that they could do that with all the poop. I don't suppose you guys know how to clean your house? The son of Poseidon asked. Come inside. Will show you the horses, answered in the teen's head. No, thanks, he shook his head. No other way around it, he had to use the water from the river. He turned in the direction of the body of water, and began to make his way there. As he neared the body of water, there was someone waiting for him at the banks of the river. She looked like a normal teenager, except for bits of river grass braided on her long brown hair. I know what you're thinking, she didn't even greet the teen. You look like a normal human, was what Percy said. Duh, we could look like a normal human if we want to. The girl rolled her eyes. Why was it you that came here? I heard there was the son of Artemis here, but no, I'm stuck here with an ignorant sea boy, not that I'm going to let him use my river either. Percy ignored the jab at him. He was already used to all the nature spirits going gaga on his adoptive brother, but it was then that the Nade's words hit him. You know what I came here to do. You're not the first to come to ask me a favor, and he was so much better looking than you are. There she was again. I can't believe I let myself get sweet-talked into helping him. Worst mistake I've ever made. Do you have any idea what the horse manure would do to my ecosystem? I'm not a sewage treatment plant. My fish will die. I'll never get much out of my plants. I'll be sick for years. No thank you. But, my friends, Percy pressed. No? That's not my problem. I'm not going to let anyone ruin my river ever again. She was resolute with her decision. Alright, you win, Percy said. I said wait, what did you say? The son of the sea god's response surprised the Nade. Really? This is your river. I'm not going to fight you for it, he explained. Oh, good thing for you, she said. She was expecting much more of an argument than this one. But what am I going to do? My friends are going to be sold to the Titans if I don't clean the stables by sunset, Percy asked the Nade. You're not as bad as I thought, sea boy, so I suppose I can help you, the Nade said. Let me tell you a secret. Dig up some dirt. What? You heard me. Percy wasn't sure about the Nade's advice, but he was pressed for time and out of options, so he decided to trust her. He dug out some dirt. It was dry and black and spotted tiny clumps of white rock. And what's this? Percy picked it up and studied it. It looked suspiciously like seashells, petrified seashells, the Nade pointed out. Millions of years ago, when Gia and Uranos ruled the world, this land was submerged underwater. The demigod started to realize what the Nade meant. In his hand were little pieces of ancient sea urchins. Okay, I see your point, Percy looked up from the rock back to the Nade. But what good is this going to do me? You and I are not so different, demigod. Even when we're out of water, the water is within us, like a life force. She stepped down to the river. I hope you succeed in helping your friends and tell your friend to come and say goodbye before you leave. The sun was about to dip into the hills when he was back in the stables. Sometime before he returned, someone must have come around and fed the horses. He suspected it was Eurytion because he and Jarian were the only ones he saw on the ranch. The horses tore through whatever animal carcass was fed to them like a pride of lions. This, if it were possible, made the stables even more disgusting. Did you come to join us for dinner? The horses looked at him expectantly. He decided to ignore them. He was in a pinch. He was denied the use of the river, and now, he was left with no way to clean the river. Out of frustration, he threw the rock into the poop. He was about to leave to regroup with his friends when he heard something fizz. It was like a balloon that had a leak. He looked towards the direction where he threw the rock, which should have been impossible if not for the tiny water spout. No way, he said, dumbfounded at what he had done. He walked closer to the fence, and spoke, get bigger. To his surprise, the water shot 3 feet into the air. A few curious horses stuck their tongue out to the water and immediately recoiled at the taste. Yuck. Salty. They complained. Not understanding how it happened, Percy just shrugged. He continued digging shells out of the soil and threw them at various areas of the stables. Wherever he threw them, water shot out of the poop. The horses whinnied in panic. Stop. Horses don't like bats. More? He yelled. He felt a tugging sensation in his gut. At the same time, the waterspouts exploded like crazy. The horses panicked around the stables as geysers spread out in various directions. Gradually, the poop started to melt like ice next to a flame. The sight was exhilarating for a son of the sea. In the middle of nowhere, far from the ocean, he brought the salt water here. The tugging sensation was more painful than before now. Water was everywhere, and the horses were begging him to stop. The horses were drenched and slipping in the mud. The next alarming thing was trickles of water started to stream out of the stables and lead to the river. His eyes widened. "Stop," he yelled. To his horror, nothing happened. The pain only built up in his gut. If he didn't do anything soon, he would be defeating his purpose of looking for another way to clean the poop. He concentrated. He thought of the sea. He drew on the power of his father that was within him. His eyes shot open. "Stop." That certainly seemed to do the trick. The geysers shut down. Percy collapsed to his knees, reeling from the effort. He raised his head to see the aftermath of his little project. The clean stable stood in front of him, albeit with wet salty mud, and around 50 horses that gleamed in the light of the setting sun. Percy sighed in relief. He had completed his task, but his demigod intuition was pinging like crazy. Something was telling him that something had absolutely gone wrong. Boom. An explosion rocked the ranch as another of Naruto's attacks had connected. It was a light show with chakra that he was expending in the fight, but the most frustrating thing, this particular monster was so persistent. Don't get me wrong, Naruto's attacks were hitting true, every single time. It's just that every time his attacks had connected, Jiraiya would just shrug it off and regenerate. Every single time. "Boy, what the hell am I paying you for?" Jiraiya barked to his second in command. "Come and help me get rid of this boy." "Do it yourself," Yurishin said as he lounged around a porch. Naruto almost lost his footing with what he heard. It is the most un-Aries-like thing to come from a child of Aries. He would never dream of Claris or any of her siblings saying such things. It was just unheard of. "Why I oughta." Naruto capitalized on Jiraiya's distraction. He appeared right in front of him and delivered a Rasengan straight to his gut. The latter flew back screaming in pain at the intense burning sensation that the jutsu inflicted on him. Seeing that his attack momentarily incapacitated the monster, he immediately rushed off to his friend's side and moved to free them. "He won't die the conventional way," Anabeth told him as he moved to cut her restraints. "I've been stabbing him and throwing jutsu at him for hours." Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration. "How else am I going to kill him?" "Very good question, son of Artemis," Jiraiya said as he walked back to the battlefield, his wounds once again healed. "For you see, I have 3 hearts. The perfect backup system, don't you think?" Seeing the frustration in his opponent's eyes, he let out a chuckle and turned to the lazy son of Ares. "You're really not going to move a muscle. I'll deal with you once the children are dealt with." He turned back to Naruto and smirked. "It's futile to try and fight me. Why don't you just give up?" "If there's one thing you should know about me," Naruto rushed forward and met Jiraiya once again. "I never ever give up." Naruto was a blur as he attacked from all directions. Every stab and slice was doing damage, but not the lethal damage that he needed. "Hold still, will you?" Jiraiya growled as he tried to swipe at the blonde, though his efforts were futile. "Now why would I do that?" Naruto appeared in front of him virtually unguarded. Jiraiya made a grab at him, but Naruto leaped on his hands and used them as a vault to jump in the air. In the air, a silver bow materialized in his hands, 3 arrows already notched. The 3 arrows fired. Jiraiya smirked. 2 of the arrows were off the mark, and one of them even flew in the path of the other. There was no way that any of them would hit. "You know, for a son of Artemis, yo." He didn't even get to finish his sentence as an arrow impaled itself through his chest from the side. Naruto landed on the ground with such grace that his audience did a double take. It was like they were watching Lady Artemis herself. The smugness was wiped from Jiraiya's face. "I am possible, the shot." "Maybe you shouldn't have been so overconfident," was Naruto's cold reply. He watched with the same expression as the slain monster collapsed to his knees, his face turning a sickly shade of green. Jiraiya's form broke and began crumbling into sand, leaving only his cooking aprons and a pair of oversized aprons. He looked up to the sky and stared at the moon that was beginning to climb to the sky. "Ka-san, are you watching?" The moon seemed to glow brightly in response. Naruto returned it with a grin. At that moment, his friend swarmed him. "Naruto. That was great," Anabeth praised. "You look like her," Grover said with so much awe that he was practically swooning. "Yay for Naruto." Tyson clapped. Neko stood on the porch watching the scene. Before that ghost had found him, he would have acted like his usual jovial self, but now he had changed. A pang of guilt washed over him. If Bianca really was alive, then she wouldn't really want to see him like this. "We're not done yet," Naruto looked at Yurishin warily. Sensing the eyes on him, the son of Ares sat up, his cowboy hat falling to his lap. "Relax," he held up his hands in surrender. "I won't fight. I owe you one though. Jiraiya always sends me to do his dirty work. I'm just glad that he's gone." Everyone relaxed. "So, what are you gonna do now?" Naruto asked. "For years, I only tended the cows and fought Jiraiya's fights. Now I don't know what to do." "Maybe you could change things around here," Grover offered. Yurishin studied the goat. "How?" "For starters, be nice to the animals, stop selling them for food. And more importantly, don't deal with the titans," Anabeth suggested. The immortal son of Ares thought for a moment. "That would be alright, I guess." Say, how long will it take for Jiren to reform? Naruto asked. Couple 100 years maybe. He guessed. That will give you time to get the animals on your side, the blonde said. And when Jiren reforms, the animals will be on your side, while he works for you for a change. Now that's something I can live with, the cowherd grinned. Naruto, Anabeth, everyone. Percy came running to them with worry written on his face. Everyone turned to him. Yo Percy, Naruto greeted. I take it you cleaned the stables. Yes. Percy nodded. But what about you? Are you okay? What happened to Jiren? He's gone, Naruto answered with a grin. Percy exhaled. That's a relief. He noticed Neko on the side watching them. What about you? What will you do now? I don't know, Neko's voice faltered. Do you still not trust us? Naruto asked. Neko didn't answer, but his expression betrayed him. If you don't believe us, do you want to talk to her? Hope washed over the young boy's features. Aye. Naruto tossed him the golden drachma. All we need is some water. We have a hose out back, Yurishin offered. Okay, Neko relented. Neko gulped as Yurishin turned on the faucet and sprayed the water in the air. After hearing the first hearing of Bianca's death, he immediately believed the words. He felt her soul leave her body. And without anyone else to tell him otherwise, he immediately believed the voice. He acted entirely on impulse. Now, he will finally talk to Bianca after everything he did. Will she still accept him? Will she be mad? What will she think of what he's become? Naruto placed a hand on his shoulder, allowing him to gather the confidence. He started to chant. O Iris, goddess of the rainbow. Accept my offering. Show me Bianca D'Angelo. I apologize for the wait. I was swamped as soon as school started. I'll try not to take longer for the next chapter. Meeting the Smith God. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto nor Percy Jackson in the Olympian series. I am just a lowly writer with too much time in my hands. Warning. This is a sequel story. Read the following first before you read this story. Child of the Moon. The Lightning Thief Child of the Moon. The Sea of Monsters Child of the Moon. The Titan's Curse. Chapter 10. The mist shimmered as the rays of the setting sun shone over the orange skyline. Neko shivered. The moon was coming out in an hour or two. You okay? Naruto asked as they waited. It's just Minos would be coming soon, he said. He wouldn't want it when I don't listen to him. It will be fine, Percy patted the kid on his shoulder. You're with us now. Everything will be alright. Not long after, an image appeared. True enough, Bianca D'Angelo appeared, like a monitor displaying what the mortals dubbed a video call. Neko watched with wide eyes. For months, he had been led on by ghosts. He had been lied to and deceived. But now, after months of chasing around the spirit of his supposedly dead sister, he felt relief. And also shame. Relief poured over him for seeing his sister alive and well in camp, training, and shame, because he should have trusted in Naruto to keep her safe in her first quest outside the camp. At first, Bianca did not notice the image of Neko and his friends, but when she stopped for a break, she turned and saw everyone. Neko. She called out to Miss Window. Bibi Bianca, Neko managed to say. He was starting to get emotional, but he stopped himself from crying save from a lone tear that flowed down his cheek. It really is you. I've been trying to contact your spirit for months now, but you're not dead. I know, Neko. His sister reached out to cup the kid's cheek, almost forgetting that she was talking to an Iris message. I dreamt about what you had been doing. I was so when I found out you disappeared in camp. I'm sorry, Bianca. Truly, Neko couldn't hold in his tears now. I should have trusted you. I shouldn't have believed Minos' lies. I should have known you would come back to camp. There, Bianca comforted her little brother. It's okay now. What's important is that Naruto and the others were able to find you. They'll bring you home in no time. Neko rubbed his eyes dry of the tears, and returned his gaze back to the IM with a cheerful smile despite his puffy eyes. I can't wait to see you in person. I missed you. Bianca returned the smile. I miss you too. I have to go. Sensei's about to resume the session. Remember, I love you no matter how annoying you can get. Hey. Neko protested with a mock pout on his lips. You're the annoying one. The two siblings shared a laugh, the two of them missing their small arguments. I have to go now, bye. With that, Apollo's journey on the horizon had finally concluded for the day, thus replacing the orange skyline with a backdrop of stars that shimmered in the night sky, and marking the beginning of the moon Churi's daily cycle. With the sun's disappearance from the sky, the winds started to pick up. They were not the gale force winds of an upcoming storm. It was more of the creepy and ominous type. Neko knew the reason for this. One spirit decided to make an appearance. And it was at that moment that everyone, including the cowherd, drew their blades, ready to fight the intruder. Master, I hope you are well, Minos bowed to the son of Hades. You, Neko growled. You lied to me. The spirit had the gall to look offended. I did nothing of the sort. I merely gave you a suggestion and you reached the conclusion on your own. Well, your suggestions are wrong. Neko cried out. Leave us. Yeah, get lost to ghosting. Percy added. Percy Jackson, the spirit regarded the son of Poseidon with a look that someone would use when looking at a pest. I see that the sons of Poseidon have not changed after all these years. Shut up, Percy threatened. What would you know about it? Oh, I know a lot, actually, the spirit looked smug. I actually dealt with one of your brothers in the past. How fitting that the Minotaur would eventually become your first monster to kill. Minos? Naruto asked as the detail began to click in his head. The King Minos, the king of Crete. The one and only, the now named Minos, bowed to the group of angry demigods. I'm flattered the one and only son of Artemis would know about me. To be honest, I never would have thought I would utter those words in all of my life and afterlife. Naruto ignored the unnecessary parts of Minos' statement. What are you doing here? I'm here to guide the boy, Minos said, gesturing to Nico. We are currently tracking a fugitive, a spirit who had escaped the clutches of death for millennia. Liar, Neko screamed at the spirit of the king of Crete. You told me Bianca died. You told me the only way to get her back was to exchange her spirit for the one we were after, but she wasn't dead. You used me. Minos didn't even flinch at those words. Oh, don't be like that. It was a partnership, we use each other. At loss, Minos. Percy threatened once more. We are on a quest. Oh yes, Minos looked thoughtful for a moment. Your little quest to find the creator of the maze. You may have killed monsters in the past, but I assure you, you haven't seen the pinnacle of what it means to fear something. And if you do reach the center of the maze, what makes you certain that Daedalus would help you? What are you talking about? Anabeth spoke up, since the conversation was relevant to the quest. Daedalus cares not for demigods like you. He is guilty of murder, which earned the curses of the gods. The man is crafty, cunning, and old beyond counting. Anabeth remembered the weird dreams of an old man and his child escaping the very same man in front of them. Murder. He would never, Anabeth said in denial. She read the stories, but she never once thought that one of her siblings would commit such acts. But he already has, young lady. Your own mother would tell you, Minos said. So, you can continue your little quest, but do not involve Neko. He has the potential to become a lord one day, and you will only hinder him by taking him with you. No? Neko said firmly. The ground around him began to stir as if some things were about to rise from the ground. Begone, Minos. You are no longer of use to me. As you wish, master, the ghost said that with a voice full of mirth. You may find your way through the maze, but your minds cannot handle the madness that the labyrinth brings. What do you mean? Anabeth demanded. Minos didn't answer. He only smirked at the quest leader and disappeared into thin air. Everyone remained on edge even when the ghost was gone. Only Naruto relaxed and placed a hand on Neko's shoulder. You okay? Naruto asked. No, Neko decided it was okay to tell the truth. He had confirmed that he was amongst people he could trust, so it wouldn't hurt to do so. I can't believe I fell for his lies. I should have trusted you. It's okay, Neko, Naruto reassured him. We are only human after all. It is normal to have some doubts. But I should have trusted you more, Neko insisted. No, it's really okay, Naruto reiterated. Now, it's been a long day with all the tours and Monster Ranch owners. Why don't we all get some rest before we leave? You can crash at the farmhouse for the night, Yurishin offered. That would be awesome. Thank you. The next morning, both Naruto and Anabeth woke with a start. Despite having comfortable accommodations in the farmhouse, they were still not spared from the dreams that plagued the minds of demigods everywhere. They both relayed what was shown to them. Needless to say, that ruined their breakfast. How couldn't it? You were just told that Luke and his crew had taken the camp out of Tartarus, and that the ghost's accusations were actually true if you believed the visions. They trudged to the cattle guard in silence. Once there, they said their goodbyes and thank yous to the new ranch owner. He looked good this morning with his new look. A new pair of jeans, a western t-shirt, and Jarian's boots. I reckon you'll continue on your way to Daedalus's workshop? Yurishin asked. Yes, Anabeth nodded. Do you know how to get there? No, Yurishin said, dashing the small glimmer of hope that was formed. But if anyone knows where to find him, it would be Hephaestus. And to his forge, I know how to get you. He pulled a necklace from under his shirt, smooth silver disc on a silver chain. The disc had a depression on the middle, like a thumbprint, and handed it to Anabeth. He gave that to me when I gave him a little trick to play on Aphrodite and my dad. He gave me the chain in gratitude, Yurishin explained. He said that if I ever needed to see the forges, the disc will lead me straight to it, but only once. This is so valuable. Are you sure it's okay to give it to me? Anabeth asked. Yurishin looked away to hide the blush that formed in his cheeks. I don't need to see the forges, miss. It would be more useful to you than it would be to me. Just press the button and it will show you the way. She did as she was told, and the disc sprang to life. It grew 8 mechanical legs, startling her, causing her to drop it. She grabbed the closest thing next to her, which has Naruto, and held on for dear life. Ah, sorry about that, Yurishin apologized. I didn't know what he programmed into that disc, so I couldn't warn you. Annie. Naruto spoke her name to get her attention. She didn't react to what the cowherd said at all. The girl opened her eyes and blushed at the stares that were aimed at her. She cleared her throat to get rid of the awkwardness she was feeling. Right. It's okay. Let's go, Percy said. That thing isn't waiting for us anytime soon. Tyson pulled the cattle guard with ease, and back into the darkness of the labyrinth they go. Bad news. They were back into the labyrinth. Naruto and Grover, as child of the goddess of the hunt and a nature spirit respectively, dreaded returning to that place. Plus, it was far away from the rays of the sun or light from the moon. They couldn't even tell the time of day. Good news. They didn't have to guess anymore. Though, they still had to give chase to their guide. They were lucky that Anabeth was the quest leader, and she was able to pick 2 members with excellent senses. Tyson and Grover were able to pinpoint the direction the little automaton's direction even it was steps ahead of them. The group ran down a marble tunnel, dashed to the left, and almost leapt off a very deep abyss. Naruto suspected it fell straight down to Tartarus. They watched the spider swinging across among cabers, almost halfway across the 30-meter gap. Monkey bars, Anabeth said. I'm great at these things. She leapt onto the first rung and started swinging her way across, oblivious or completely ignoring the guaranteed death drop right below her. Percy facepalmed. She's afraid of spiders, but she can handle falling to her death just fine. Thank the gods that Anabeth didn't hear that comment he made. Naruto shook his head and followed close behind her, making sure to enhance his already just below god-tier grip strength with chakra. It was a good thing Kakashi-sensei showed him that exercise he always does. Everything was going well, until Tyson tried to do the same with Grover Goatieback riding behind him. The big guy made it across 3 swings, but the last bar he held ripped free under his weight. Grover just gulped. After getting past that obstacle, they didn't look back any longer. The mechanical spider was losing them. They dashed past a skeleton, wearing the remains of a dress shirt, slacks and tie. Just a normal drunk guy who managed to get lost in the labyrinth and died here. Grover just shuddered at the sight of the remains. During one turn, Percy slipped on a pile of wood scraps, but when he shined a light upon them, it turned out they were pencils. They forged ahead. The tunnel opened up to a large room. In contrast to the dark hallways they had been accustomed to, this room was blazing with light. On happy note, there were a dozen more skeletons in this room. Some were old, bleached in white, while others were more recent and caked in blood. Then, there was the monster, looking at them hungrily. She stood on the glittery dais on the opposite end of the room. She had the body of a lion and the head of a woman. Her hair was tied in a bun, and her face had too much makeup on, giving Percy nightmares of his old teachers. There was a blue ribbon badge pinned to her chest that the dyslexic demigods in the room struggled to read. It read, "This monster has been rated exemplary." Sphinx. Tyson whimpered. He backed away and hid behind his teammates, which was hard due to his size. Naruto and Percy looked worriedly at the big guy. They knew exactly why he was acting this way. They stood protectively over the young Cyclops. Anabeth strode forward confidently, but the Sphinx roared, causing bars to cover all available exits. Immediately after, the monster's snarl curled into a wide smile. "Welcome, lucky contestants," she announced. "Get ready to play answer that riddle." Canned applause blasted from the ceiling as if there were invisible speakers. Spotlight swept across the room, just like in those corny game shows that the 2 boys watched on TV. "Fabulous prizes," the Sphinx continued. "Pass the test and you get to advance. Fail, and I devour the meat from your bones." Her voice turned savage for a second there, turning into a completely different person or monster. "Who will be our lucky contestant?" she asked, back in her normal voice. "I'll do it," Anabeth volunteered, but Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder. "I think it's better if I do it," Naruto vetoed her decision. "But I already know what she's going to ask," the girl protested. "So do I, but are you prepared to answer other questions should she ask them?" Naruto challenged. "Will your hubris allow you to do so?" She thought hard on the subject. Seeing as there was no response from the girl, Naruto stepped forward onto the dais, pushing a skeleton off of it, and paying it no mind. "Ask away," he said confidently. "Welcome Naruto Uzumaki." The fact that the monster knew his name even before saying it out loud did not affect the boy in the slightest. "I have 20 riddles for you. Do you still wish to continue?" the Sphinx asked to make sure. "One wrong answer and you will become my next meal, all of you in fact." 20 Anabeth was broken from her thoughts. "But, please ask your questions after the show is over. Now are you ready?" "Yes." First riddle, what is the capital of Bulgaria? Sofia. There was no hesitation in his voice, but Anabeth wanted to protest even more. Grover and Percy just held her back. "Correct. Please mark your answers clearly on the test sheet with the number 2 pencil." A test booklet appeared on the podium in front of him, along with perfectly sharpened pencils. "Make sure to bubble each answer clearly and stay inside the circle. If you have to erase your answers completely or the machine won't read it." The Sphinx waved her paw, and a bronze box with gears and levers and big Greek Ada on the side, the mark of Hephaestus. Percy shuddered. This was sounding more and more like a standard school test. If there was one thing that scared him, it was this one. "Next question, what is the square root of 16? The Sphinx continued. "+4. Naruto answered. "I'll give you extra points for that one." Most people would just answer 4. Now, he was the principal author of the Declaration of Independence. 20 questions later. You're doing well so far, the Sphinx said. Now on to the last question. I'm ready, Naruto said. How far will a football reach if you kick it at a velocity of 25 meters per second at a 45-degree angle? Naruto thought for a second, doing the calculations in his mind. He marked his answer on his text booklet. After submitting it to the Sphinx, the monster spoke. I would be disappointed that I don't get to eat dinner today, but you have impressed me so much that I don't feel that bad. Thanks, I guess. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. At the back of his mind, he thanked himself for taking academics in this world seriously, of course, with the help of hundreds of shadow clones. Wait. Anabeth interjected. What happened to the original riddles, the one about man? Oh, that riddle had so much publicity that I didn't get a meal for quite some time, the Sphinx chuckled. So, I decided to revamp my riddles, as the kids would say. After I did that, look how much food I had gotten. You don't know how much education kids these days need. Anabeth seemed insulted. But riddles are supposed to make you think. The answers are not supposed to be straightforward. This whole test is. Anabeth, Naruto whispered, causing the girl to stop her tirade. Hubris. He mouthed. What was that? The Sphinx prodded further since the girl stopped mid-sentence. This test is okay, I guess, Anabeth reluctantly said. I'm glad we see eye to eye, the monster grinned. Now then, Mr. Uzumaki, the Sphinx turned to Naruto. Accept this ribbon. He was handed a blue ribbon similar to the one on the ancient monster's chest. Naruto thanked her, and she sent them on their way. Now, that wasn't so bad, was it? Naruto turned to Anabeth, who was still miffed about the situation. The girl huffed and looked away. Naruto sighed. He had nothing against the children of Athena, but their hubris could cost them their lives if they get careless. Anabeth, Naruto spoke soothingly. I know you too well already. Be honest, would you have been able to keep you cool when you learned that the Sphinx changed the riddle completely? The girl looked down. No. See? So, don't let it get to you that much, okay? Naruto said, smiling at the girl. Looking at him now, she couldn't stay mad at him for long. You're right, she reached an agreement with the blonde. Thank you for that. I'm glad you understand. Naruto patted her on the shoulder, causing her face to heat up. Fortunately, she kept her cool. Besides, every one of us would get a chance to shine. Guys, Percy said. This is good and all, but we're trying to catch up to a spider. We lost sight of it, Grover said. He jutted his thumb to the big guy. He can hear it though. Tyson nodded. It is faint, but I can hear it. The group followed the direction his ears were leading to. They were led in circles, but eventually they were led to an old submarine hatch, where the little automaton was banging its head against. If this wasn't a time-sensitive quest, they would have stopped for a while and shared a laugh. Alas, this was a quest they had to take seriously. So, they all glanced at each other and stepped forward. Tyson turned the wheel and the spider scuttled inside, the quest group not far behind it. Inside, they found themselves in a mechanic's garage, a very large one at that. It was littered with several hydraulic lifts, cars, bronze suplections, a bunch of wires knotted in a corner, and a Greek war chariot made entirely of flames. Naruto spotted the spider scuttling towards one of the cars supported by a hydraulic lift. With that, the banging stopped. Well, a deep voice boomed. What do we have here? The mechanic pushed out on a back trolley and sat up. The demigods already saw what the god looked like on Olympus, but seeing him now made their breath hitch. It was like they were looking at a completely different persona. He has crimson red hair now, and bandages covering his face, save for a lone crimson eye. He wore in a jumpsuit smeared with oil and grime, but the zipper in the middle was open, revealing a muscular chest and a toned abdomen. His feet remained the same as they remembered, as there was still the metal brace on his left leg, creaking as he stood up. Lord Hephaestus? Anabeth asked, unsure of who was in front of them. Yes, the one and only, he answered simply. And you? He narrowed his eyes. I didn't make you, did I? No sir, the quest leader answered for the group. Good, the smith glowered. Shoddy workmanship. Half-bloods, I see. Could be automatons, of course, but probably not. He stood up and walked over to a coffee table that looked so out of place in this workshop. On top of it was some food that looked even more out of place. It was some pastries and a cup of coffee. He picked up the cup of coffee and took a sip. Putting the cup down, he noticed the demigod staring at him. What? He asked. Is there something on my face? Did you do something to your face? Percy asked rudely, earning elbows from two of his friends. His father was right. Like the sea, he did not want to be restrained, much less show respect to those he felt did not deserve it. Fortunately, the god in front of him did not take this as an insult, as he just looked surprised for a moment, like he only noticed his appearance at the moment. Oh, I see this. He looked at himself. This is a little makeover, as Aphrodite has called it. Unfortunately, Apollo is still working on the leg. Wait, Grover waved his hands in the air to stop the conversation, so he could clarify. Aphrodite. Your wife. The one who spent thousands of years in an affair with your brother. Look, sadder. I'm not sure who made you, but he did a shitty job with your hearing if you didn't hear that the first time around, Hephaestus said grumpily, needing to repeat himself. Hephaestus-sama, forgive him asking you to repeat yourself. Naruto pleaded. It is just that your wife hasn't acted like one in the past, and it's hard to believe she would suddenly change like that. You have a point, the Smith god rubbed his chin in thought. So what brings you here? Surely, it's not to gawk at my face. We're looking for Daedalus, my lord. Anabeth stepped forward. The temperature in the room seemed to increase as she said that. The boys gulped, knowing full well that the old inventor was somehow triggered to the god. Daedalus, he roared, causing the group to flinch. They did not expect this kind of reaction. He calmed himself for a second. You're wasting your time, he said, but the anger was still evident in his voice. He picked up a chocolate eclair and studied it, like even he wasn't used to it yet. He expertly chucked the dessert into his mouth, which mysteriously went in without a hitch despite the bandages. This reminded Naruto of Kakashi. After admiring the taste of his delectable treat, his eyes fell onto Tyson. I sense something going on in your mind, little Cyclops. We met a 100-handed one, Tyson answered. Oh, you mean Briars? Hephaestus raised his eyebrow. I'm guessing he didn't live up to your expectations, did he? Yes. Tyson's voice wavered. Briars should be strong. But he was scared. Wouldn't even help us. The god grunted. I admired the 100-handed back in the first days of the war. But even we immortals change. Look at Aphrodite. I'm just glad she did so for the better. But the rest, don't trust them. Look at my mother, she talks all day about how important family is, but that didn't stop her from throwing me off of Olympus. Didn't Zeus do that to you? Percy clarified. The Smith god snorted. She just loves passing off the blame, doesn't she? That sounds just like her. Look, my point is, don't rely on others too much. Work with your own two hands to get something done. He then focused on Percy and the frown he had on his face. I sense that you don't like me that much. No matter, I suppose I cannot blame you, I guess. What would you ask of me? We already told you. We want Daedalus, he said. And I told you, it's a waste of time, he adamantly refused. I can give you weapons, gold, or a magical steed. But what you're asking for is an expensive favor. I'm sorry, Lord Hephaestus, Anabeth pleaded. If you know where he is, then why won't you tell us? It is not wise to do so, was all the explanation he needed. You should know. Your mother is the goddess of wisdom. He sighed. Such a fine goddess, your mother, but who am I to complain with what I have now? Fine, since you're so eager to pay the price of your expensive request. I need a favor done. Side quest gone wrong. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto nor Percy Jackson in the Olympian series. I am just a lowly writer with too much time in my hands. Warning. This is a sequel story. Read the following first before you read this story. Child of the Moon. The Lightning Thief Child of the Moon. The Sea of Monsters Child of the Moon. The Titan's Curse. Chapter 11. Anabeth, Naruto and Percy found themselves in a cavern the size of a Super Bowl stadium. Down below, there was no floor, just hundreds of feet below. They stood at a rock ridge that spanned the corners, and networks of metal bridges that spanned across it. In the center was a large platform with all sorts of machines, cauldrons, forges, and an anvil so large that only God could use it. Everything was perfect for a blacksmith. But there was a slight problem for this smith's paradise. It was filled with monsters. The trio of demigods sighed. How would they rope into another dangerous quest for God, for the second time I might add? Well. So, about this little side quest I will be sending you on, Hephaestus pressed a button on his workbench. Metal shutters opened along the way, revealing a grey mountain ringed with forests and smoke billowing from its peak. That's one of my forges, he explained. I have many, but this used to be my favorite. Mount St. Helens, Naruto said. Great forests, Grover agreed. Too bad Pan wasn't there. Back up, Anabeth crossed her arms in the air. You said it used to be one of your favorites. Hephaestus scratched his beard. Well, that's where the monster Typhon is trapped. It used to be in Mount Etna, but his force got pinned to Mount St. Helens when we moved to America. Great source of fire, I might add. There's always a chance he'll escape. The volcano is erupting these days, always smoldering. He is restless with the Titan rebellion. Naruto touched the seal on his stomach. Somehow, he could feel the kitsune stir within him at the mention of the ancient monster's name. So you want us to kill him? Percy asked. No, that would be suicide. As much as I don't want to admit it, even we ran from Typhon when he was free, the Smith god shuddered at the memory. Pray that you never have to face him. What I want you to do is investigate. Lately, I have sensed intruders occupying my forges. I would always find it empty whenever I go and investigate, and when I send my automatons, they never seem to return. Sounds easy enough, Percy said. There you go jinxing our quest again, Anabeth scolded. The smith clapped his hands together, and the spiders swung from the rafters to their feet. Save the banter for later, he said. Go, my creation will show you the way. Do this and I will tell you where Daedalus is. The questers turned to leave, but before they left through the door, the god had one last thing to say. One last thing. Stay alive, will you? You humans are much more fragile than automatons. End of flashback. So, that's how they ended up here on this little side case. Hephaestus had been correct, there had been intruders occupying his forge. To add to that, Neko, Tyson, and Grover went the other way when they found a hint of Pan's power in a fork of a tunnel. Now, it was only the three of them. Even the stupid fox had been stirring up like crazy in his seal. I'll go, Anabeth said. She brought out her New York Yankees baseball cap, slipped it on, and disappeared. Naruto and Percy waited with bated breath. They didn't care about the heat now. Well, Percy didn't. Naruto was unaffected, being a champion of Hestia. They were more worried about Anabeth than anything else. Being ADHD demigods, Naruto and Percy couldn't stay put for long. They both crept along the outer rim of the lava lake, hoping to get a better vantage point. They continued on, until they were blocked by a cart on metal wheels, the same one you see in a mine. Percy checked inside, and it was half filled with scrap metal. They were about to squeeze their way through, but they were interrupted by gruff voices. Seeing no means of escape, the two boys jumped into the cart. As soon as they were comfy in the cart, they felt it move slightly. "Oi, I can't move this thing," a gruff voice complained. "Quit your yapping, of course it would weigh a ton." Yet the second voice stopped as he tried to pull the cart himself. "You're right, it's heavier than expected. We're lucky. We have a lot of celestial." Ron stocked up. Wherever these two lackeys were, they were lugged into one of the smaller rooms, where class was about to be finished. "So class, what have we learned today?" An older voice asked. "Zeus is evil." A bunch of younger voices chorused. "And because of that, who will we serve?" "Kronos." "So when you're all big and strong monsters, will you make weapons for the army?" "Yes." "Excellent, now we have some scrap metal for you to practice on." The two tense. They were about to be found out. Naruto immediately grabbed Percy on the shoulder and focused on the kunai that Anabeth was holding. In a flash, they disappeared, leaving a class of disappointed monsters who expected a cart full of scraps. With Anabeth, the two boys reappeared in a large bronze cauldron, leaving the three in a really awkward position. "What are you two doing?" the only girl scolded. "We almost got caught," Naruto said. "I jumped us to you." "By whom?" she asked. "The monsters here, Telkines, if I remember correctly." "Telkines, I should have known," Anabeth said. "They're building something here. Take a look and see for yourself." Naruto and Percy snuck a peek at what Anabeth was pointing at. It was a large piece of metal. Sparks flew as four of the monsters took turns hammering. "They keep talking about fusing metals. I wonder." Two Telkines burst out of a door into the main area. "Are they here?" "The scent is coming from here." "What are you talking about?" one of the smith monsters asked. "We have intruders," one of the guards said. "Then what were you thinking? Sound the alarms already. Alert everyone." Pretty soon, alarms were blaring all around the compound, and this time, not just one guard Telkine was out to sniff them out. After a bit of difficulty from the nine tails stirring, Naruto spoke. "Percy, take Anabeth and get out of here. I'll be right behind you." Anabeth froze. The last time she heard those words, the results were disastrous. "No? We'll fight them together." Anabeth yelled at him, with no regard for their cover. Naruto winced as he began to feel the nine-tailed fox's influence. Asserting back his control, he calmed himself. "I know I keep telling you that teamwork will get us through anything, but we're pinned down right now," Naruto explained. "I can't forgive myself if I ever lose you." "Gee, thanks." Percy rolled his eyes playfully at his being ignored. "Oh yeah, and Percy too," Naruto quickly added with a playful tone. Feeling a little better, Anabeth hugged Naruto tightly. "I want you to promise me," Anabeth demanded. "You'll come back to me." Naruto broke the embrace and stared into those gray orbs. It may have been Aphrodite playing with them or blessing them, but he felt his heart skipping as he started to get lost in them. "Percy, if I don't make it, tell Mom I'm sorry." Percy tried to stay strong, but Anabeth clapped both of Naruto's cheeks and cupped them in her hands. "No? Don't talk like that," Anabeth interjected. "You're coming back to me. Promise me." Naruto smiled. "I promise. And I never go back on my word." And just for insurance, Anabeth pulled Naruto's face to hers and captured his lips in a brief kiss. "Anabeth," Naruto stammered. "If you want more of that, come back alive," she commanded. "Now go buy us time." The bronze cauldron exploded, and all of the monsters' eyes were fixed on them. There were too many for Naruto's liking. So, to draw their attention, he painted a big target on his back. He got on all fours and stopped resisting the nine tails chakra. Red energy bubbled out of his chakra points and surrounded him. All monsters' eyes shot to him, stunning them completely from the sudden burst of power. Some slowly inched backwards, while the bigger ones looked at him with hunger. "Strong demigod means yummy demigod," one of the stronger ones declared. There was a battle cry among the ranks, and they all charged the blonde. Percy and Anabeth took this opportunity and booked it for the labyrinth entrance. In the tunnels, those who weren't aware of Naruto's outburst lunged at the two, only for Percy to cut them down to pieces. It was only smooth sailing from there. Back at the main platform, Naruto was slicing through the ranks. Those who charged at him got torn to shreds by the chakra arms. None of them got any close. The smarter ones settled for the ranged approach. They scooped lava out of the furnace and threw the molten balls at Naruto. The red chakra kept them away from his skin, but it couldn't keep him away from the heat. Naruto roared savagely, the shockwave throwing a number of the Talkeens back. The ground rumbled. The nine tails stirred even more. Naruto could feel it. The anger was not directed at the Talkeens, they were more of a nuisance getting in the way. Rather, it was directed at something bigger and more powerful. And if what Hephaestus said was true, then the Kitsune was picking a fight with the strongest monster there is. Although, whatever the connection was between the two, it was anyone's guess. As Naruto roared, more of the sinister chakra was pumped out of his system. A fourth tail began to sprout. More of the corrosive chakra was poured into Naruto, causing his skin to burn off and his blood to stain the shroud. The monsters looked warily at Naruto, not knowing what to make of the new form in front of them. The humanoid growled. The four tails formed a ring around his mouth, forming a mixture of red and blue small chakra balls, gathering into a larger purple sphere in the middle. Even the dumber monsters knew well enough to fear whatever this attack was. They all started to escape. The humanoid fired, releasing its attack. It was like escaping from a nuclear bomb. Nothing was spared, not even the forge and the platform where they stood. Naruto, in the mini nine tails body, found himself free falling down into the lava below. But then, the volcano rumbled along with a roar that was louder and more powerful than Naruto's own, asserting its dominance. With that roar, the volcano erupted. From the free fall, Naruto was shot upward. As he flew, the corrosive chakra receded, like it was forced back. For the first time, Naruto could feel fear in his fox he was keeping captive. It felt like it was running away with its tail between its legs. Naruto wasn't able to dwell on it very much as his body fell into unconsciousness. Some unknown place in an unknown time. Brother, it is too strong. A man shouted in exhaustion. The man was tall and pale. His hair was long, reaching up to his waist, and his bangs were short and hung to the left side of his face. He had small, horn-like protrusions on his forehead and white pupil-less eyes, with veins protruding around it. He wore a light full-length kimono with a pattern of 6 black nagatama around a high collar and dark pants. He had a sword in his sheath strapped to his left hip. Stand firm, brother, another man shouted back. Like his brother, the other man was a tall and pale-skinned man. He had spiky, shoulder-length pale brown hair, with a chin-length braided lock hanging in front of his left ear. He sported a short goatee. He also had a pair of horn-like protrusions extending from either side of his forehead and pupilless eyes, similar to his brother. He had a red Rinnegan-like marking in the center of his forehead. He wore a white full-length kimono with a pattern of 6 black nagatama around a high collar. Beneath it, he wore a necklace, which was also made up of 6 black nagatama. On the back of his kimono was a larger black Rinnegan, marking with a pattern of 9 nagatama arranged in 3 rows of 3 beneath it. Fighting against them was a massive mountain-like animalistic abomination, with 10 tails swishing behind it, and a spiky protrusion on its back. Up in the sky, a silhouette of a woman in a long flowing dress floated right next to the monster's head. The battle raged on. Every attack from both sides obliterated the land, leaving it inhospitable. Eventually, the monster was subdued, leaving the woman as their final opponent. The two brothers braced themselves. They had a feeling that they were in for a longer and fiercer fight. In an unknown island, Naruto drifted to a beach. He was motionless and unconscious. The skin was completely burned off his body, leaving him a heap of red flesh. The dream had been forgotten. He had not even noticed it happened due to his injuries. The lady happened to be walking by the beach. Seeing Naruto's condition, she rushed to the boy's side and tended to him. She began to sing. As she sang, the Mafux instantly worked its magic, healing Naruto. It was not complete, but it was enough to keep the blonde stable. Rest and heal, brave one, she told the blonde. No one will harm you here. A day later, Naruto's complexion had returned. His skin had fully regenerated. His eyes drifted awake. He tried to sit up, but pain coursed through his body. He may have healed, but he wasn't at 100% yet. His body still remembered the torn muscles and injuries he had sustained. Then, he remembered Anabeth and Percy. He prayed to the gods that they had gotten to safety. But in his condition now, there was nothing he could do. Heck, he didn't even know where he was. And so, he just looked around. He found himself in a cave, despite that everything seemed homey. He has seen a lot worse than this. First off, the ceiling was decorated with different colored crystal formations, white, purple, and green, the same ones you see in souvenir shops. Not only that, different herbs and spices hung from it, reminding Naruto of his adoptive mother. His bed was comfortable, with feather pillows and cotton sheets. The cave was divided into sections by white silk curtains. Against one wall stood a large loom and harp. Against the other were stacks of jars containing fruit preserves. On one wall, there was a fireplace built into the wall. And a pot was bubbling over it. It smelled like beef stew. It smelled great. It wasn't ramen, but Naruto knew he could eat it all day. Naruto groaned as he sat up. Everything hurt like hell. He examined himself. The skin over his entire body was pinker than usual, like new skin had grown. His clothes were different. They were a white cotton shirt and white drawstring pants. With difficulty, he stood. His sandals were nowhere to be seen, so he was barefoot, which was a bad idea as the floor was freezing cold. Ignoring the sensation, he marched his way to the daylight. Being a son of Konoha, he loved nature, from the lush green trees that reached for the sky, and the gurgling streams where he rested. When he trained. So, it was safe to say he enjoyed the outside of the cave more than the inside. The cave opened into a meadow. On the left was a grove of trees, and on the right was a huge flower garden. 4 stone satyrs sprayed over each of their fountains. There was a path in the middle sloped downward, leading to a rocky beach of a lake. He couldn't tell. Seeing no one there, he followed the path. There was a girl standing on the beach. She was around the age of 15 or 16. She had cinnamon-smelling caramel hair, braided over her left shoulder. She wore a white sleeveless Greek dress with a low circular neckline trimmed in gold. She seemed to be arguing with someone. Who the someone is, Naruto couldn't see as he was shielded by the reflection of the sunlight off the water. Deciding he needed answers, he walked towards the beautiful maiden. He tried to keep his balance, as he felt his muscles have only recently healed. Upon reaching the girl, he found that she was alone, but her eyes were puffy from crying. "How are you standing?" The girl looked at him in shock. "You shouldn't even be standing yet." "I get that a lot." Naruto scratched the back of his head, letting out a chuckle. "More importantly, who are you and where are we?" "I'm Calypso, we're in." "Ajija," Naruto interrupted. "Figures, though I must say, the myths don't do you justice. You're more beautiful in person." For a being that existed for thousands of years, Naruto's words seemed to affect the timeless lady. They were just genuine words of compliment, but she couldn't help but blush. She cleared her throat to regain her composure. "Well, thank you." "Well, this sucks," Naruto complained. "We're on a time-sensitive quest, and I managed to get stuck here." "The gods have a funny way of playing on those they have power over," Calypso said, like she was one of their victims. "I can't stay here," Naruto said. "Believe me, you may think you've healed, but you haven't regained your strength yet." "Well, watch me." Naruto turned, only for his legs to give way. Calypso knelt over Naruto and looked over for injuries. "You're tired, brave one. You've been worrying about your friends your whole quest. It is your turn to rest." Calypso was right. Naruto was tired. They had been constantly moving in the labyrinth for God knows how long. Time was warped in there, so he didn't know how long he had been moving. He once again awoke in the cave. Feeling a little bit better, he joined the Titanus waiting outside. In the outside world, light pollution had snuffed out the stars, constellations had disappeared. But here, in the Phantom Island, all the stars were out shining brightly like diamonds carved into black canvas. "What do you see, Naruto?" she asked. "This reminds me of home," he said. He was right, of course. In a place where satyrs dreamed of going, pollution was almost non-existent. He was reminded of his childhood. The days where he would train himself till he was on his knees. He would camp out with a fellow workaholic named Rock Lee and stare at the stars, dreaming of the day they had proven themselves to the villagers. His gaze fell back onto the earth. He realized he had not introduced himself to his host. "So you know me," he said wearily. "You're not my only visitor," Calypso explained. "Hermes visits me from time to time. He tells me of a hero who has shaken the godly world. It is an honor for you to wash up on my island, Kraken Slayer." Naruto blushed. He had almost forgotten about that with all the quests he had been going to these past years. He was tongue-tied. Calypso giggled at him. "Now, are you just going to stand there or are you going to help me plant these?" Naruto took a look at her garden. She was planting some kind of plant that was glowing in the moonlight, just like his mother's cabin. Naruto smiled. He immediately knelt in front of the Titanus and assisted her. "You know, knowing you as a fighter, I would never dream of you knowing a thing or two about gardening," Calypso commented as she watched Naruto plant a piece of grass. "Surprised, huh?" Naruto smirked. "Gardening just came naturally to me, I don't know why. I mean, I'm not a son of Demeter or Dionysus." "You sure have," Calypso nodded. "Either way, you seem like a natural." "So what is this plant anyway?" Naruto asked. "This is moonless," Calypso answered. "It can only be planted at night." "I see. Does it have any medicinal properties?" he asked, the ever-inquisitive one. "Does it have to? But I can tell you. Its purpose for existing is providing beauty." "I suppose that is enough say, were you the one who changed my clothes? Is there a problem?" One teensy problem. Don't you think it's inappropriate? 'Cause you know I'm a boy, and you're a girl." Calypso's cheeks were starting to heat up. Clearing her throat, she amazingly held her composure. "You don't seem well, demigod," she said, with a flat tone. "You need some rest." "But, I'm not." Naruto tried to argue, but Calypso was firm. She did not take no for an answer. "I will see in the morning," she said with finality. "Good night." She watched as Naruto reluctantly made his way back to the cave. She did not want to send him away this way, but she didn't want him to leave the island just yet, or ever. She looked up at the stars. She had never cursed her punishment as much as now. Naruto found Calypso intriguing. He had told stories of his childhood, his missions in the elemental nations, his quests in the land of the gods, his training at Camp Half-Blood. She would listen to him, curiosity evident on her face, but she would never talk about herself. Naruto was okay with that. He had read about her in the myths, but as he said, the myths don't do her justice. By the time he had gotten to stay here, he had come to know her. She was more than just the stories. Whatever the case, she reminded him of a Disney princess. But unlike them, she did not need to sing to attract the animals. She merely held out her hand, and they would approach her lorikeets, pears, doves, whatever was on her island. She would greet them good morning, ask how it was going back at the nest. She would get a cheerful chirp as a response, then they'd fly away. As he stayed on Ajija, he found that he couldn't keep his eyes off of Calypso. He would find himself staring at her while he assisted her in the garden. He would notice how she brushes her hair over her shoulders, and the little strands of hair that fell to her face as she dug into the soil. Sometimes it would be the other way around. Calypso would steal some glances on Naruto while he planted some seedlings on her garden, or whenever he was doing manual labor, especially when he was doing manual labor. During these times, they would catch each other staring and share a smile. But the odd thing was, Calypso would pull away, and her smile would be replaced by a sad expression. One night, Naruto and Calypso were sharing dinner at the beach, a hearty meal of beef stew and apple cider. Naruto may have had ramen deficiency syndrome when he was stranded on the island, but Calypso's cooking was making him change his worldview on ramen. Once again, the both of them tried to steal a glance at the other, only this time they both caught each other. Skillfully, the two tried to play it off. But again, just as soon as they were vibing, Calypso would pull away. "This punishment is hard on you, isn't it?" Naruto asked. Calypso nodded, but remained silent. She was at the breaking point, and it was only a matter of time. "You will leave this place, eventually," Naruto promised. "Don't say that," Calypso shook her head. "The fates are cruel." "Naruto, I am forever banished to stay here on this island. I will never be permitted to leave." "Screw the fates," Naruto declared. "You," Thunder rumbled. Naruto actually felt scared. Were those three old ladies actually listening to him in his rant? Was he doomed for running his mouth like that? Whatever this was, they watched with bated breath as a column of fire descended upon the beach. Redlocks and I had a conversation about this a long time ago, and I'm happy to be posting this chapter. So here you are. A funeral. For me. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto nor Percy Jackson in the Olympian series. I am just a lowly writer with too much time in my hands. Warning. This is a sequel story. Read the following first before you read this story. Child of the Moon. The Lightning Thief Child of the Moon. The Sea of Monsters Child of the Moon. The Titan's Curse. Chapter 12. The column of fire approached the beach. Calypso had a hint of fear in her eyes. I mean, who wouldn't when your home was about to be consumed by a blaze? Slowly their faces started to relax as the flames started to shape into a man. One had a look of recognition in his face, while the other had a look of confusion. "Hephaestus-sama," Naruto exclaimed in glee. Knowing what happens to people who get stranded on the island, he thought he would never leave. Calypso looked at the blonde in confusion. This had not been what the god looked like in the first war with the Titans. "Naruto, I see fate had chosen to send you here," the smith god greeted. "And Calypso, beautiful as always, I see." He studied both their reactions, and focused on Calypso. "I see. We haven't seen each other in quite some time, have we? Well, I should get used to reactions like this." "Yes," Hephaestus-sama, Calypso bowed. "It was rather startling to see you in your new looks." The god nodded, and sat clumsily on one of the picnic tables. "So, Lord Hephaestus, to what do I owe this rare honor?" she asked as the god ordered a can of coke. "I came because of him," the smith god pointed at Naruto after a long swig of the carbonated beverage. "So, will you excuse us for a moment?" Calypso bowed and left. The two men watched her leave. When the boy was sure she was out of earshot, Naruto spoke. "Is it time for me to get back on the quest?" Naruto asked hopefully. "That is not for me to decide," Hephaestus shook his head. "You do know how this island works, right? You sure are taking your sweet time, they're all worried sick of you." "I know that," Naruto exclaimed. "If you know I'm here, why didn't you tell them?" "It is not my place to say," Hephaestus said. "That is, assuming you are coming back." "Of course, I'm going back. My friends need me." The god studied him skeptically. "I'm sure you are. Now for the second reason, I'm here." He fished something out of his pocket, a metal disc that resembled an iPod. He pressed a button and it expanded into a tablet. Still uncertain about further eruptions, the newscaster was saying. "Authorities have ordered the evacuation of almost 500,000 people as a precaution. Meanwhile, ash has fallen as far away as Lake Tahoe and Vancouver, and the entire Mount St. Helens area is closed to traffic within a 100-mile radius. While no deaths have been reported, minor injuries and illnesses include." Hephaestus switched off the video. You caused quite an explosion. I see Naruto didn't know what to say. He single-handedly caused the displacement of countless people from their homes. All because the Nine Tails was picking a fight with whatever was trapped inside the volcano. You seem to be taking this well, Hephaestus studied the blonde. Are you aware of what you have unleashed? The Nine Tails was angry, Naruto said. He was picking a fight with something. The beast inside you can sense the ancient monster even with the seal in place. Hephaestus stroked his beard poking out of the bandages. Anyway, I will not pretend to understand the sealing arts, that would be your job. It is your clan's birthright, after all. Anyway, I take it you met my wife some time ago. Yeah, the blonde nodded. Is she responsible for sending me here? Who knows? It's hard to say, the Smith god shrugged. In case you leave here though, I promise to wait to navigate through Daedalus's maze. I'm listening. You've read from the stories that the string was the key for finding your way through. That is only part of a solution. Sure, the string works to some degree, but the true answer lay within Arian herself. There was no trace of godly blood in her, but she could see more than even some half-bloods can. I see your mind is beginning to wrap around the solution to your conundrum. Is that why I can see the right path? It is faint, but it is there. Originally, you were supposed to be born mortal, yes. But with that incident with Artemis, things changed. Now that you're here, your godly blood is slowly getting stronger. But you're different somehow, there's something there that's different, I just can't quite place it. What are you talking about? Never mind. Ignore my stupid rambling, it's probably just nothing. You're strong enough as it is. The better question is, are you willing to leave this place? Naruto looked towards Calypso, who was watching them longingly, no doubt preparing for bad news. Calypso saw Naruto's gaze turn towards her, causing her to look away. I can't leave her here, but I can't leave my friends to fight against the Titans, Naruto said. Hephaestus turned to see who Naruto was looking at, just in time to see his fellow immortal scamper away. You're faced with indecision. I understand, wait until daybreak, that would be the best time to make decisions. I guess you're right, Naruto fell into his comfortable chair. But what if I get out of here? Will he even help? If the dreams were correct, then he'd sooner sell us out to the Titans. Hephaestus sighed, I understand that man completely. After all, I was just like him. Always alone, always misunderstood. His start was well enough, Theseus and Arian. In his effort to do a good deed, everything went to shit. Was that fair? Nobody knows. Even I don't know if he'd help you, but when you meet him, all I ask is don't judge him until you've stood at his forge and worked with his hammer, eh? Naruto nodded. I will do that. Good. If you'll excuse me, I better get back to Aphrodite's cookies. She'd throw a fit if I didn't try her baking. You've done me 2 favors so far. I will remember you for that. That farewell sounded permanent. He erupted in a column of flames, and the fire moved to the water, heading back to the outside world. Camp Half-Blood. It was a tough decision to make. On one hand, he wanted to keep Calypso company on the island. He felt like he owed it to her because of the god's stupid and paranoid decision. Plus, being all alone like this, there was no better person to understand her than Naruto himself. On the other hand, he had to get back to his friends. They had to know he was alive, they had to know how to navigate through the labyrinth. He walked along the beach trying to decide on what to do. But he was torn between the two. He walked for a long while until he found himself back at the meadow. It was very late or very early depending on your perspective. Calypso was tending her garden under the starlight. The moonless glowed blue. The other plants glowed red, yellow, and blue, responding to the magic. It's hard being alone, isn't it? Naruto said. Have you experienced it? Calypso asked. Naruto nodded. Basically my whole childhood. Imagine getting shunned, ignored, and even punished for a decision you didn't have control over. His knuckles clenched. You and I are more alike than you would think. I see. Calypso cupped Naruto's cheeks, her touch sending a shock throughout his body. All the more reason for me to offer it to you, but from the start, I promised myself I would not. Offer? Naruto was curious. What could she be offering to him that she was having second thoughts about? A place on my island, Calypso answered. You could hide away from the pain and sorrow of your home. You could stay here, build a life here with me. You could live the life you had never lived. Naruto understood, but he had to decline for the sake of his friends and the camp. I understand, Calypso said, but the hurt was evident in her voice. You were sent here by the fates for a reason, such as my curse. I'm very sorry. I truly am, Naruto said. He could sympathize with her, but there was nothing he could do. A hero, someone who she could truly fall in love with, would be sent to her island. It wasn't a bad deal on the surface, but the catch was there always had to be a catch. The hero could never stay on the island, never accept her offer of companionship. There was always something he must go back to, a quest or a family. I understand, she tried for a smile. For what it's worth, I enjoyed our time here together. She picked up a sprig of moonless and placed it on Naruto's hands. They stood there hand in hand as the first streaks of daylight lit up the sky. Her face inched closer to Naruto's, who was staring into her eyes. Their lips touched for a brief moment, but Calypso pulled away afraid she would hurt herself more as she allowed the blonde to leave. Calypso's expression changed. The hurt disappeared like nothing happened. Now then, I believe it's time for you to go home, young hero. She took Naruto back to the beach. They waited for a while, until a raft washed up to shore. It was a simple one, nothing special about it. It was a simple 10-foot square of logs lashed together with a pole and a simple white linen cloth for a mast. It did not look very safe to ride on. This will take you to wherever you desire, the sorceress explained. I guarantee that it is quite safe. Naruto took back her hands, but she let them slip out. I will come back for you. I promise, Naruto said. Don't make promises you can't keep, brave one, Calypso shook her head. No man ever finds a Jiji twice. Naruto fished out his pen and clicked the button on the end, transforming it to his true form, a pair of forest green tri-pronged kunai. He pocketed one of them and kept the other on hand. He then fished out a scroll. He applied chakra to it, and out came the bowl of ramen from godly Ichiraku. He handed both to Calypso, who curiously took them. It was still hot, like it had been freshly prepared. The kunai was a gift from my mother when I was first sent to this world, Naruto explained. I'm giving this to you as a seal of my promise to you. The jutsu formula will serve as a homing beacon for me. I will return, fates be damned. I never go back on my word. That's my nindo. And what of the dish? It's a dish from my favorite food stall in the world, Naruto explained with a grin. It's the food of the gods. The food of the gods is ambrosia, Calypso disagreed. Naruto scoffed. That thing might taste good, but nothing compares to the glory of ramen. Calypso giggled. A little part of Calypso wanted to believe. Against her better judgment, she took the bowl of ramen and handed it to one of her invisible servants, who whisked it away to her kitchen. The kunai stayed in her hand. She studied the intricate markings. It was a language she had never even read before, and she was 1,000 years old. You are such a sweet and determined boy, brave hero. Fine. Calypso said. If you are not able to fulfill your promise, I will not blame you, such is the fate of my curse. But until you are able to return, promise me this. I'll do anything, Naruto said. Don't forget me and the time we shared here, Calypso said. And plant a garden for me in Manhattan. I promise, Naruto said. They shared one last look before Naruto made his way to the raft, water walking on the way. At this point, nothing could surprise her anymore. He climbed onto the raft. When he was settled, the raft began to drift off. Hours of traveling alone were murder on the ADHD demigod. What will you do in a magical raft that will whisk you away to any destination? He was also worried. Getting trapped in magical places like a Jiji tend to keep you there for longer than expected. The raft landed on the surf of Camp Half-Blood. The place looked solemn, like it was in mourning. A bad feeling sunk into his gut. He wandered around camp. It was deserted. None of the campers were going through their daily activities. The climbing wall rumbled with lava flow all by itself. The archery range or sword arena didn't hold any classes on that day. Then, Naruto saw the smoke billowing from the amphitheater. His blood ran cold. If he had been gone for weeks now, then maybe, oh gods, they had to know he was alive. After weeks without a word, we should presume he is dead. As much as we would like to hold up hope that he is still out there, Chiron began the ceremony. Sobs could be heard from the crowd, most likely from the Aphrodite cabin. It is unlikely that our prayers will be answered. May I ask his dearest friend to do the final honors? Percy stepped forward. I don't know what to say. I could have gone in his place, but he put himself above his friends. He was brave, strong, and cunning. He was the best prankster, and the son of Poseidon was at a loss for words. He had a lot of things to say, but he would never get the chance to say it, for standing at the back of the crowd was the very subject of this funeral. It was Naruto Uzumaki, himself. Naruto was all he could form in his confused state. Would you stop? Let me hear the whole thing, he managed to joke. Before anyone could say anything else, the Aphrodite cabin erupted to go and meet him, but there was someone faster than them. She shot to her feet and tackled the boy to the ground. She sat on Naruto's chest and gave a well-placed punch to the boy's face. Okay, I deserve that, Naruto said. The girl didn't answer. She wrapped her fellow blonde in a hug, like this was their final embrace. Instead of being jealous, the daughters of Aphrodite were touched by the scene. Some pumped their fists, while some exchange of money happened to others. About time these two got together, Clarence said. I told you, Chiron, Kakashi said. This boy will surprise you in more ways than one. Yes, Kakashi, I believe you now, Chiron said. I have never been happier to see a camper return like this, but where have you been? Anabeth released the blonde from the bone-crushing hug and looked at him straight in the eye. Yes, Naruto. Where have you been? Anabeth. Chiron calmed the girl. Perhaps we should take this to a more private location. Ignoring the protests of the campers, he picked the three from the quest and galloped to the big house. Big house. So Naruto, Chiron began. Tell us where you have been. Well, you see. Naruto told the story about a deserted island, where he nursed himself back to health after giving everything he had to wipe out the monster army. He has stayed there for 2 weeks, until Hephaestus found him and told him that they were worried sick about him. Then, one day, a magical raft came to transport him back to camp. Deserted island magical raft, Chiron muttered, piecing together Naruto's story. I see. He finally looked at the demigods present. You are one of the lucky, or perhaps unlucky ones depending on how you look at things, to have been sent to the untethered island. Ajija Anabeth raised her voice. All this time we were worried sick about you, and you were just fooling around on some deserted island. Calm yourself, girl, Chiron said. It was not his choice to be sent there. If I remember correctly, only a scarce few are chosen to be sent to the island, am I right? Percy said. Naruto, this puts your luck on a whole different level. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. You got that right. He shifted his gaze to the daughter of Athena. I'm sorry, Anabeth. It took longer than expected to recover. But if it's all the same to you, I came back, didn't I? I know you still need me here. Anabeth blushed at that statement. He knew that the blonde shinobi was talking about the quest, but her heart couldn't help but skip a beat at the double meaning of what he said. Why, you better be sorry, she stuttered out a response. Because if you didn't come back, Mom would be devastated. Percy chimed in. Yeah? What he said. Anabeth added, gaining back her confidence. I know, Naruto said. I really am. Now that we have established that, Chiron continued. I believe there has been a new development in your quest. Anabeth's eyes brightened. Hephaestus told you the way to navigate through the labyrinth. Naruto nodded. He told them exactly what the smith god had relayed to him. You don't mean, Percy began, but Anabeth beat him to the punch. That's crazy. Anabeth's jaw dropped. No, there is precedent, Chiron argued. Theseus had the help of Ariadne. Harriet Tubman, daughter of Hermes, constantly used mortals when she was building her underground railroad. Anabeth's eyes whitened. Her teacher, the one who had taught her everything she had ever known, was actually siding with this idiotic plan. But then Naruto spoke up, which was the last straw for the daughter of Athena. If it worked for them, Annie, it would work for us. Even you have to admit that we need a mortal on this quest. Anabeth had a look of shock and resentment on her face. She had never thought that two of her closest friends would not side with her. Even her oldest teacher had suggested something so unthinkable. She couldn't bear it. She felt betrayed. Without saying another word, she stood up and stormed out of the room. What's gotten into her? Percy asked. Leave her be for now, Chiron said. She is just having a bad case of jealousy. I get that she doesn't want to leave the quest in the hands of a mortal, but why else would she be jealous? Naruto asked cluelessly. Percy slapped his forehead at the denseness. Should we tell him, Chiron? Percy asked the immortal teacher. The centaur did not answer his question, but he did say a few words. Do not dwell on matters that will disrupt your focus on this quest. For now, we will not dwell on that any further. You came back. That is what matters. Percy shook his head. An action that only confused the blonde even more. After that, he went back to business. He remembered that fork in the road when they got separated from his brother and his best friend. What about Grover and Tyson? Will they be okay? That, I do not know, Chiron said with worry. Juniper is quite distressed. Her branches are turning yellow. The council has revoked his searcher's license in absentia. If he returns, and that is a very big if, he will be forced into a shameful exile. How could they? Grover has gotten closer than any satyr has ever been, Naruto snapped. Unfortunately, they have full authority in this scenario, and I am outnumbered in the votes, Chiron said. We shouldn't have let them go. Percy lamented. The two of you are connected to the young goat. You of all people should be able to tell if he is safe or not. You're right, was all the two boys could say. Oh, and one more thing, the centaur added. Great, more bad news, Naruto sighed. Okay, Chiron, Percy said. Lay it on us. Actually, I have two, he began. Our guest, Chris Rodriguez. The two perked up at the news. They recognized that name from when the two friends were bunking at the Hermes cabin back when they were still unclaimed. He was one of the campers that disappeared when Luke betrayed camp. Now, to think they found him in the labyrinth of all places. How is he? Percy asked. He is weak, and Clarice did not want to leave his side. I had to order her to return to her daily activities. I applied all my knowledge on medicine, but nothing is working. He would not take anything. I'm afraid he has lost the will to live. Percy was surprised by what Chiron said. All his life in camp, he had known Clarice to be a bully. They had clashed countless times, and Percy could not imagine her as the caring type. That sucks, Percy said. Which one, the fact that Chris had gone insane or the fact that Clarice could be kind for once, Naruto remarked. I admired this boy's spirit, he was still able to joke around at a time like this. The second one, actually, Percy shuddered. I will never look at her the same way again. Chiron broke the two out of their banter. There's one more depressing news, he said. They braced themselves for the news. What could possibly be worse or be as depressing than one of their fellow demigods driven to insanity? Quintus has disappeared. Percy and Naruto perked up. They were honestly hoping that there wouldn't be any more betrayals by then. But I suppose they're wrong. Was he just really another spy for Kronos? Percy asked. I mean, it can't be a coincidence for him to order scorpions who just so happen to be also supplying monsters to the Titan army. Chiron sighed heavily. Somehow, he had been more stressed from the recent years. I was hoping we would not lose any more campers to the Lord of Time. Kakashi had been sent out to scour the place. He was unlucky. I guess in the world of gods and monsters, even the best trackers will have a difficult time. Naruto sighed. What about Mrs. O'Leary? Is Luna still keeping her company? She was left alone in the sword arena with our resident dire wolf, Chiron said. She would only let Bianca get near her. I did not have the heart to put her in a cage or destroy her, not that she would let us. I never thought Quintus would leave her just like that. Like I said, we have been wrong about him. In any case, the three of you have much to prepare for. You're right, Chiron, Naruto nodded. We'll go on ahead now, Percy said. Chiron nodded, and the two boys left him to stare at the fireplace. Sword arena. It was right before dinner. Mrs. O'Leary sat dejectedly at the sword arena grounds. Luna was trying to cheer her up, but to no avail. Just then, the two dogs perked up as they picked up the scents of their masters. Two black blurs were suddenly upon Naruto and Percy as soon as they entered the arena. Stop, stop. Both boys yelled as they were being slobbered. Let up, girl. I can't breathe. Naruto couldn't believe her eyes. The small direwolf pup that they found way back in the back of a Kindness International truck was now more than twice its original size. In any case, the two boys gave the two doggos the love that they needed and fed them a pair of extra gigantic dog biscuits. Where's your master? Percy asked. Mrs. O'Leary whimpered. It seems that the man had left without the hellhound's knowledge. You never cease to amaze me, a voice said. Mrs. O'Leary growled, but Percy calmed her down. Naruto turned to look at who was approaching and smiled when he saw his old sensei. So, how was your trip on the magical island? The Jonin teased. You know. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Whenever a camp heard you had been blasted into the sea, they immediately speculated. So basically everyone knows. Kakashi explained. I guess I'll get teased a lot now, Naruto lamented. That is the least of your worries, Kakashi said. Are you sure you're 100% ready to return to your quest? That's why I'm here. Naruto raised his voice. I'm going to train till I drop. That wouldn't be necessary, Kakashi advised. I have a better idea. Your two friends can join us if they want to. He brought up a pair of bells and gave the two boys a nice smile. Think you're up for it? Percy and Naruto shared a look and smirked at each other. Bring it on. Clear-sighted. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto nor Percy Jackson in the Olympian series. I am just a lowly writer with too much time in my hands. Warning. This is a sequel story. Read the following first before you read this story. Child of the Moon. The Lightning Thief, Child of the Moon. The Sea of Monsters, Child of the Moon. The Titan's Curse. Chapter 13. The Bell Test. It is a test designed to test a team's teamwork. A Jonin usually goes against 3 fresh graduates from the academy. Now, I guess the question in your minds is, how in the hell will 3 newbies fight against an experienced shinobi? And why the hell is a test designed for a 3-man squad only offering 2 bells to be taken? Well, as I said, it's a test of teamwork. It doesn't matter if the genin were able to steal the bells or not. What matters to the sensei is the team's willingness to work together and to put the team above themselves. After all, there is no I in team. Currently, we find Naruto and Percy about to be subjected to the very same test. Both boys looked at each other with a look of determination. It had been weeks since Naruto had been in active combat. It would be nice to once again let loose a little. Kakashi said. We have to wait for your other friend. Naruto and Percy looked at the one-eyed Jonin with puzzled expressions. I thought Anabeth was too mad at me to rejoin the team, the blonde shinobi said. Yeah, even I couldn't talk to her, Percy added. This is important for the quest and for our camp, Kakashi spoke. I talked to her. The masked Jonin's expression then changed. If you're here now, then I assume you've decided to join. Sitting on the stands was a tan-skinned young teen, looking like a typical California girl with stormy gray eyes. She looked up from her book. Of course, she answered. Someone has to keep an eye on these 2 boys. Walking up to the pair of brothers, she stowed away her book and joined them. She gave Naruto an impassive look and turned to face the Jonin. I still haven't forgiven you, you know, she said. But I love this camp as much as anybody in this camp, and I'll do anything to protect it. Naruto sighed. I understand. Now that you've all made up, Kakashi smirked under the mask. He attached the bells on his belt buckle and moved to raise his headband over his eyes. I'm sure Naruto has explained the rules to you in the past. Yo, you're using Sharingan, right off the bat. Percy protested, remembering what those eyes did for the user. Hey, I know all 3 of you have grown past academy level, let alone genin level, Kakashi shrugged. Works for me, Naruto shrugged. If you say so, Percy sighed. Both of you boys better not slow me down, Anabeth said, brandishing her dagger. Kakashi couldn't deny it. He was also brimming with anticipation. It had been a long time since he'd seen his old student. Now, he has the opportunity to test his skills. In addition, he would be able to fight against this world's strongest demigods, other than Claris, of course. He smiled under the mask. Hajim. With the go signal given, Anabeth disappeared with the help of her invisibility cap. By now, after a couple of years of working with the daughter of Athena, the boys could tell her strategy even before she said it. They rushed forward with sword and kunai in hand. The boys' blades clashed against the Jonin zone. Naruto had experience fighting against the Sharingan, but he still felt frustrated every time his moves would be predicted. Curse the Uchiha and their eyes of precognition. Percy, on the other hand, was experiencing firsthand how hard it is to fight against the eyes. Naruto and he were pressing Kakashi hard. Any lesser fighter would be overwhelmed at this point, but Kakashi was not one of these lesser fighters. It still blows his mind how this man was able to fight against two people at once. As the three blades clashed, Kakashi suddenly stopped. Instead of blocking Naruto and Percy's thrusts, he flipped backwards, avoiding some unseen force. I have to say, that invisibility cap of yours is annoying to go up against, Kakashi said. Anabeth took off her cap, revealing her, oh so close to where the Jonin was previously. Well, it was worth a shot, she assured. It was a great plan, Kakashi thought. It shows that this team is a well-oiled machine. What's so funny? Percy asked, seeing the masked man actually smile to himself. Oh, nothing, Kakashi said. You guys actually threw off my ninja tactics instruction manual by going directly to armed combat. And since I can't use Shinjutsu on the both of you. Kakashi's hands blurred. It was reminiscent of how Sasuke did his hand signs in the very first bell test. After he was done, he held two fingers to his mouth and took a deep breath. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Thinking fast, Percy took out one of the mini scrolls that Naruto had given him, in case he did not have access to water. He threw it on the ground and produced a substantial amount of water. He directed the water to the incoming fireball, dousing the flames. The two elements collided, causing steam to erupt, obscuring the view of the whole battlefield. Suddenly, the screeching sound of a familiar attack was heard, alerting Kakashi. Not long after, he swerved to avoid the incoming destructive move. To his surprise, the spiraling shuriken disappeared in a puff of smoke, revealing Naruto, who hurled a familiar oddly shaped kunai at the off-balanced Jonin. With quick thinking, he poured chakra into his eyes. His Sharingan evolved, allowing him to access the next stage of his visual prowess. Kamui. Space seemed to bend around the area of the shuriken. The area swirled around in on itself, sucking everything into the center like a black hole. In a matter of seconds, the Rasen shuriken was nowhere to be seen. Thinking he was out of immediate danger, he relaxed a little, leaving him with no time to prepare for what was next. He swerved out of the way, just in time for a second's Rasen shuriken to whiz past his head. And just like an exact mirroring of the past, the second chakra shuriken disappeared with a puff of smoke, revealing Naruto holding an oddly shaped kunai. The weapon was hurled towards him while he was distracted. Rolling to the ground with practiced ease to dodge the projectile, he landed on his knees to catch his opponent's weapons, ready for the next bout. Percy appeared through the mist created by the clashing techniques, and engaged him in another duel. Wielding the kunai, he was overcome with nostalgia. It was just like the one his sensei gifted him long ago. He was so distracted that he almost missed the son of Poseidon lunge for the bells on his belt. Line. Without thinking, he leapt back and did a quick wind jutsu to blow away the smoke for better visibility. With the view of the arena cleared, he saw that he was now surrounded. Naruto stood behind him, smirking. Percy stood in front of him with a smirk. And Anabeth, who just took off her invisibility cap, grinned at him as she rang the two small bells, signaling the end of their training exercise. Kakashi couldn't help but smile. This team had the capability to work together, like a well-oiled machine. He remembered the first iteration of the move Naruto had pulled off with Sasuke. If only he had pushed the team to work together, to bond more. If only he had not shifted his focus only to Sasuke. If only he could have saved Sasuke from the clutches of the snake. Some genius he was. He couldn't save his teacher. He couldn't save his friend and teammate. He couldn't save his student. He was shaken from his musings as applause broke out from the stands. It seems the commotion in the sword arena brought out the rest of the campers, treating them to a show. He looked at the reunited team. Chiron cantered into the arena to assess the situation. Are they ready to return to the quest? He asked the camp counselor. Let's face it, Chiron, we are never ready for what happens in the battlefield, Kakashi answered, remembering his own past. But in a team, I believe that the whole is better than the sum of its parts. Cabin 8. Naruto missed his room. He wasn't going to lie. Calypso's bed might have been comfy, but nothing beats the bed his very own mother had provided for him. He scanned the room. It seemed smaller than he remembered. Nobody had touched it, of course, for fear of being turned into a jackalope if they ever entered the cabin. Seriously, he had to have a talk with his godly parent about her temperament. Anyway, he studied the scrolls of unfinished seals he left on his stand. Unfinished seal projects he had not finished as he had to go out for the quest. His mind wandered to Calypso and what could be the greatest what-if of his life. He understood her completely. The pain of being forgotten and shoved into the sideline. He understood the pain of being alone and treated like you did not exist. He knew the pain of being punished for some sin you have never even done. It was these familiar feelings that brought them together, so close. But it wasn't meant to be. He had a home to save, a family waiting for him to come home, a knock knock knock. He was broken out of his thoughts when a knock was heard from the door outside. He knew exactly who it was. As I said earlier, there was a very small list of people who dared to touch the cabin door. He made his way out to the main room to answer the knock. It was Bianca. Talk about a rollercoaster of emotions, the girl glowered. We all thought we lost you, you know. Naruto rubbed his head sheepishly. Sheesh, I've been hearing that all day. I already said I'm sorry, alright. Bianca couldn't stay mad at her older brother. She sighed. What's important is that you are home. She gave the older boy a grateful look. Plus, I'm thankful that you were able to save Neko. Anything for the two of you, Naruto said. Though I'm sorry we couldn't bring Neko home yet. We had to split up at the fork in the road. At least, I know he is with his friends, Bianca said longingly. As much as he hated his brother's annoying behavior, he still missed him. Even if she hated the fact that she was now responsible for the two of them, she still worried about his safety. She then looked at the older brother she finally had. So are you going to tell me what happened on that island? Naruto blushed, giving Bianca the wrong idea. Seeing her reaction, he quickly explained himself. It's not what you think. We just connected, that's all, but I guess it's just not meant to be. Remembering the story of Vegeta, she realized what he meant. But you had to leave here, your heart was elsewhere. Naruto was silent. His heart was at camp. He had to come back to protect his home, a home that accepted him despite not really being from this dimension, the home that accepted him despite his deepest darkest secrets. Bianca stared at Naruto. She had a feeling that they were thinking of completely different things, but she didn't press further. She knew the quest wasn't over, far from it actually. The team had to prepare to go back. I better leave for tonight. I heard you're going back on the quest tomorrow morning. I guess there is no rest for the weary. She concluded what she had to say for the night. Tell me about it, Naruto sighed. Good night, Naruto. And thanks again, good night. Half-Blood Hill. The next morning, Naruto and his team met at Half-Blood Hill early the next day. Kakashi and Chiron were there to see them off, again. While Argus was also there to drive them into the city, as he always did. He gave the team a grateful look. Last summer, he and Chiron had been fired from the camp for the incident with Thalia's tree, but after proving their innocence, he had been reinstated along with Chiron. He may not say it out loud. He is a man of few words after all. But he never fails to show it when he meets the team responsible. You okay? Naruto asked Anabeth, seeing as she had dark circles under her eyes. No, she said simply. It was a relief to the blonde that she was talking to him normally again. He guessed she had gotten over his trip to Ichijo. Naruto wouldn't know. I just couldn't get it out of my head, she explained. What Minos told me. The dreams don't help either. The ones about Daedalus? Naruto inquired. She nodded. I never thought he would stoop so low. I mean, every child of Athena strives to be like him. He was a genius. I told Tyson this, but you should hear it too. You've lived up to him for so long that it's hard to believe he would act out of character. Naruto consoled the girl. You're right, Anabeth shook herself awake, ready for the mission. How about you? She asked the son of Poseidon. Did the god of dreams send you a message last night? Luke and his crew are looking for the string, Percy explained his dream. They plan to find Quintus too. That is troubling news, indeed, Chiron said. It was only a matter of time for Chrono's army to find its way into the heart of camp. But everything's going to be alright, right? Anabeth declared with optimism. You two have your plan. Naruto sighed. As much as I don't want to drag a mortal into the problems of the godly world, but we don't have a choice. Jackson residence. The Saturday morning traffic sucked their time down the drain. It was around noon when Argus dropped the quest group at the new apartment. As the doorbell rang, the door opened and Naruto was promptly lifted off his feet as he was wrapped into a tight embrace. I knew you were alright, Sally rejoiced as she smothered Naruto. I'm sorry I worried you, Mom, Naruto croaked as the life was squeezed out of him. Eventually, she released Naruto from the crushing hug and ushered the teens inside her house. Anabeth and Percy giggled at Sally's smothering of Naruto, much to the boy's dismay. But he couldn't blame his mother, he was lost for weeks with no word from the outside world. I told them you were okay. Have you been eating? Did you sleep well at night? Did they treat you badly? Naruto, despite being smothered to death by the love and worry of his mother, couldn't help but wonder, was this the feeling of having a mother waiting for you to come home? Or when someone was looking for you when you were lost? He smiled and fought the tears that threatened to fall from his eyes. Percy and Anabeth saw this and just smiled. They knew their friend's backstory. They know Naruto deserved this much. I was safe, Mom, Naruto said. A little too safe, actually. And I have been eating well, but nothing beats your cooking of course. And I wasn't treated badly though, I sadly had to leave her behind. Oh, Naruto Sally lamented for her son's friend. As a mother, she couldn't help but to comfort her son. Mrs. Jackson finally let go of her lost son. Tell me about your quest, she turned to the rest of the team. Seeing no harm in doing this, they agreed. Sally ushered them to the dining table where she insisted on feeding them orange and blue chocolate chip cookies. Anabeth couldn't help but be weirded out by the food, but upon trying it, all prejudice against the oddly colored food was thrown out the window. They narrated everything that happened, the watered-down version of course. They told her about the new war game, Percy and Anabeth being lost in the labyrinth for a good hour or so, the issuance of the quest, meeting the Queen of the Heavens, the ranch, etc. But when they told her about the part where Percy cleaned out the stables, Sally pretended to strangle Percy. I can't get you to clean your room, but someone else's stables, she ranted. Naruto almost choked on his cookie because of the gesture. Well, that pretty much covers it. Percy wrapped up the story, as he took another big bite off of the blue cookie. You almost demolished Alcatraz, caused the explosion of Mount St. Helens, and displaced 500,000 people, Sally listed. But at least you three are safe. Percy and Naruto smiled. It's so like their mother, always looking at the bright side. Oh, and Percy, Paul was looking for you, Sally brought up. He was asking you if you were okay. I mean, what that Kelly did to you was unforgivable. A lot of things happened that the three demigods almost forgot about the band room incident. Another incident that could have been blamed on Percy had Naruto not intervened. He and the school were worried you would not want to continue studying at good after what happened, Sally explained. I would love to attend that school, Mom, Percy exclaimed. It's one of the few schools that would actually teach me properly despite my condition. There's no way I'm letting a bunch of donkey-footed teens stop me from going to this one good school. That's great. Sally cheered, but her tone returned. But the thing is, Paul is a smart man, son. He's starting to sense that there's something different about you. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He didn't think their mother's boyfriend would be one of the few mortals to notice these signs and not chalk it all up to being troublemakers. That is indeed rare, Anabeth seemed to agree with Naruto's thoughts. It's never easy for us to be in the normal world, so it's a breath of fresh air to find out there are some people like Mr. Bluffus. We can talk to him, Percy offered. If he's going to be part of the family, then he deserves to know, Naruto added, offering to go with Percy. Thank you, my boys, she pulled Naruto and Percy into a hug. I'll tell him you'll be home when exactly. I sense that you're going back out to your quest. Naruto smirked. There's no hiding things from Sally Jackson. She could be an incredible addition to the intel unit if she were shinobi. Well, you see, there's this plan. At the end of the explanation, she nodded. I see it has precedent, it just might work. You're one of them too, aren't you, Mom? Naruto asked. I am, Sally confirmed. But my vision into the godly world isn't as strong as it used to be. Back in the day, I could see more than the average mortal. It's probably why I caught the attention of Percy's father. Deciding that there's nothing she could say to stop her sons from venturing out again into the deadly maze, she turned to Anabeth. I'm sure you know by now how much trouble my boys always get into. Hey. I most certainly do not. Ignoring the protests from her two boys, she continued. So I ask you to keep an eye on them for me, will you? Now, off you go, you three. You have a friend to call and a deadly maze to get back to. Times Square. Naruto did not get modern art at all. The group found their friend at some event. She and her friend looked like they were victims of King Midas, except there were silver and bronze colors too. They were frozen in different poses while tourists and onlookers gawked at them, while the others threw money at their tarp. They stood there for a good 10 minutes before Naruto broke the silence. Is this all really necessary? Then, the daughter of Athena's mischievous side came out to play. So, you guys ever heard of cow tipping? No? Naruto and Percy scolded. Sheesh, alright, Anabeth held her hands in the air. A few more minutes of murder to the children with ADHD later, a kid painted with silver all over came over and stood in front of Rachel. Once relieved of her duties, she was finally allowed to move and greet her friends. Hey Percy. Fishcake. And who are you again? I forget. My name is Anabeth, the daughter of Athena growled at being forgotten. I hate to imagine what you do when you're all alone, Red, if this is what you do in your spare time, Naruto teased in revenge for the mortal's jab to his name. That had the desired effect as Rachel's face heated up under the coat of gold paint. That's none of why your business, she sputtered as she struggled to come up with a comeback. Focus, Anabeth scolded. We have something very important to talk about. At that moment, Rachel's expression grew serious. Let's go. We'll talk about it over some coffee. The raid took them to a place called Java Moose on West 43rd. They picked a booth and ordered some drinks for themselves. Rachel grabbed an espresso extreme. Anabeth and Percy grabbed a couple of frappuccinos. And Naruto grabbed a secret menu item that he'd seen over the internet. I half prayed you would still be in gold right now, Naruto commented after he took a sip from his drink. Anabeth and Rachel gave him a couple of glares for being playful. I thought we were here for something important, Rachel said. Naruto raised his hands up in apology and allowed the conversation to continue. So, what is it you wanted to talk about? The mortal began to ask. It sounded really urgent. That's cause it is, Percy answered. We need your help. Wait, Rachel protested. What did you call it? Mortal, and you all-powerful demi-ow. What was that for? How many times do we have to tell you that it's dangerous to say it out loud, Naruto scolded. Or do you want me to broadcast to you? Rachel's eyes whitened. You wouldn't dare. Enough bullying already, Percy played peacemaker. I'm sure Naruto only wanted you to understand the consequences of announcing to the world what we really are. Okay, I'm sorry, Rachel seemed genuinely apologetic. Back up for a sec, then. You guys need my help. Percy did the explaining this time. Naruto wanted to say something about his brother finally being the smart one in the room, but he reeled himself in. This was an important matter to attend to. So, you basically need a guide, Rachel summarized. Anabeth nodded. Do you know the story of Ariadne and Theseus? She led Theseus through the maze, the other girl recalled. Basically. But what the myths left out from the mortal stories is that Ariadne was a clear-sighted mortal. Not a single drop of godly blood flowed through her veins, but she was blessed with the ability to see what the normal mortal eye does not see. Naruto explained. This is cool and all, but Ariadne is a different person. Well, I'm just me, Rachel lamented. I couldn't live up to the myths. Of course, you can, Percy prodded. You can see those skeletons. That means you have Ariadne's abilities. You can do this. For what it's worth, Ratch. Your only hope, Naruto said, causing the girl to blush much to the ire of a certain daughter of Athena. But it will be really dangerous, Anabeth added. You might even die. How though? You said monsters don't care about mortals, Rachel clarified. Oh, it's not them we're worried about, Percy explained. All friends of ours are in there somewhere, and they won't hesitate to draw a blade against mortals like you. Friends who are under the influence of a titan, Anabeth corrected, while giving Percy the stink eye from the corner of her eye. Okay, I'm in. So where do we find this entrance to the labyrinth? Rachel asked. It can appear as anything, a door, a boulder, a section of the wall, you name it, Naruto listed off some. As long as it has the Greek letter for, that's the one. The clear-sighted mortal's eyes whitened. Why? What's wrong? Percy asked. You better come with me to the Marriott. Bonds. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto nor Percy Jackson in the Olympian series. I am just a lowly writer with too much time in my hands. Warning. This is a sequel story. Read the following first before you read this story. Child of the Moon. The Lightning Thief Child of the Moon. The Sea of Monsters Child of the Moon. The Titan's Curse. Chapter 14. A young blonde-haired boy walked through the streets of Konoha. A lot of people were there, but he still felt all alone despite the crowded place. He walked through the masses of people. Some glared at him but ultimately left him alone lest they angered the Hokage. The gazes hurt like a stab, but there was nothing he could do. It was his everyday routine. But little did he know, something about this day was different. A sea of people parted around him. 1 second later, he was blinded by a bright light, like he was staring at the sun himself. The odd thing was, the light as bright as the morning star. Oh, sorry. The man noticed him averting his eyes. He snapped his fingers, making his eyes adjust to the brightness. Finally, he could take a good look at the man. It was a sandy blonde-haired man without Jersey good looks. What was weird about this man was he was wearing what looks like a bed sheet as his clothes, but what puzzled this little man was no one was looking at him weird. We're clear-sighted. Or perhaps. The boy stared at the man, mumbled to himself in a language he could not understand. Then his words shifted noticeably. The man watched as the boy's features became even more confused. Clear-sighted, I see. I don't sense any godly blood in you, except the faintest of sense, the man sighed. Too bad it's too late since that incident. The boy was too stunned to speak. He didn't know what to say. Or perhaps this was the longest conversation he has had with anyone. My prophetic powers are not able to take a gleam of your future, but I'm sure you will be important someday. Until then, here's a gift from me. The strange man tossed a coin to the boy. A very strange coin with the symbol of a bow and arrow along with the moon. The man winked at him and he disappeared in a golden flash. The Java Moose. Rachel gripped her coffee cup. Look, I'm flattered that you think I'm similar to Ariadne from the myths, but I'm just me. How could I, plain old Rachel, guide you demigods through a death maze? Anabeth shot her glare. This hard-headed girl insists on saying the word out loud in public. She stood up. That's great. We'll just go look for. Naruto placed a hand on hers, calming her down. He then gave Rachel an apologetic look. Look, Rachel, as much as we demigods hate bringing a mortal into the problems of the godly world, we don't have a choice right now. He's right, Percy added. It's not exactly easy to find a clear-sighted mortal. But this death maze we might get lost or worse. Yeah. So you should probably quit while you're ahead. Anabeth said sarcastically. I'm in, Rachel volunteered confidently. Wait, you are? Percy said with a puzzled tone. You are? Anabeth said the same, but with disbelief. Yeah. Of course I am. Rachel said. My summer's gonna be boring anyway. This is the best offer I've gotten so far. So how do we get to the labyrinth? Good to have you on board, Red. Naruto patted Rachel on her shoulder. He then put his hands on his chin. Well, the only entrance we know of is in Camp Half-Blood, but the magical borders won't let you in. Honestly, I'm stumped. What does an entrance to the labyrinth look like anyway? Rachel asked. It could be anything, Anabeth answered. A plain section of the wall, a boulder, a sewer entrance. But one thing they have in common is a glowing blue delta. Rachel's eyes widened, like she recognized Annabeth's description. You better come with me to the Marriott. It didn't take long for Rachel to get changed. She might have been too excited for what she believed to be her suicide mission into the depths of the sentient maze. Rachel led the crew down into the laundry room where a stack of dirty linen were stacked into a laundry bin. At first glance, it seemed like just nothing, but upon closer inspection, one could see a faint glowing Greek letter delta etched into the metal. This door looks like it hasn't opened in years, Naruto commented. Well, the management. And I, when no one was looking, tried to pry open the door, but it just wouldn't budge. Rachel explained. How did you know that the hotel tried to open it? Percy asked. No reason. Rachel decided not to answer. Anyway, how do we open it? Anabeth stepped forward. Easy. She ran her fingers over the mark of Daedalus. Sure enough, the symbol glowed brighter. The door then creaked open, revealing a dark staircase leading down. Wow, Rachel said calmly. It was the calmest response I have ever heard for something extraordinary. It seems she has resolved herself to see the truly odd things that only clear-sighted mortals and demigods were privy to see. So after you. Well, you the guide. Anabeth said with emphasis on the last word. She still has not fully accepted entrusting a quest's outcome to a mortal. The group delved into the darkness. Not one of them could see more than half a meter in front of them. The demigods came prepared this time. Instead of using Percy's glowing swords as their light source, they were able to restock on flashlights and spare batteries. As soon as the switch was flipped, though, Rachel yelped. Staring right back at them with its empty socket was a skeleton. Its features were definitely not human. The Cyclops, Anabeth said, studying the bony structures. It's very old, thankfully. Not anyone we knew. With that much said, relief washed over the two boys. It wasn't Tyson. But that fact did not make the situation better. So you have a Cyclops friend? Rachel asked. Percy shook his head. Not friend, half-brother. Half-brother. The Redeed was even more confused. Long story, Naruto shrugged it off. Basically Percy's dad had gotten fancy with the nature spirit, or so to speak. Anyway, Anabeth cut off any further questions. We'll hopefully find them here. He's with a satyr and one other demigod. Right, so let's go then, she said, leading the way. After about 15 meters of walking, they came to a crossroads. Ahead continued the brick tunnel they were crossing. To the right were halls with ancient marble slabs. To the left was a tunnel of dirt and tree roots. The older the wall architecture, the closer we get to our goal, Anabeth pointed out. We keep going straight, Rachel disagreed. That's the least likely choice, Anabeth argued. Wait, Naruto said. Maybe she's right. Something's different with the floor. You see it too? Rachel asked. It's very faint, Naruto strained his eyes to see. The path Rachel's pointing to seems brighter than the rest. I would miss it if I wasn't looking hard enough. You mean, we didn't need her all along? Anabeth snapped. You could have guided your soul this time. Naruto, have you been clear-sighted before Artemis, hijacked your mother's seal? Percy asked. I wouldn't know, Naruto shrugged. Aside from that snake bastard, it's not like there were any monsters in the elemental nations. Annabeth's eyes widened. So, when we met you probably were not 100% demigod yet. For some reason, your body has not fully assimilated the hunter's DNA yet, if gods have DNA. This is good and all, but don't we have a deadline to catch? Rachel butted in, not understanding what was happening. We'll have to tell Chiron about this, Anabeth said. For now. She gestured toward the orange brick tunnel. What makes you think that this is the right way? Well, to the left, the roots are moving like feelers. To the right, there's a trap about 20 feet down. It's giving me Indiana Jones vibes. Oh my god, how did I know that? Rachel explained, then panicked. That's good enough for me, Anabeth said. After you. The team walked deeper into the tunnel. Sure enough, there wasn't a trap in sight. It twisted and turned, but there were no more side tunnels. Then, the tunnels started angling down, like they were heading deeper underground. Should it be this easy? Rachel asked. Annabeth sighed. You're as bad as Percy. Hey. Percy wanted to protest, but Anabeth didn't give him the chance to. You might jinx our quest. But to answer your question, no. It was hell the first time we were here. So, where are you from? Anabeth asked, being bored as hell in the empty corridor. Though, the tone she used was very sarcastic. Clearly, she did not like the girl yet, and she wasn't shy to hide it either. Brooklyn. Rachel said and ended it just like that. Surely, someone would be looking for you at this time, Percy added. Rachel scoffed. Like that would happen. I could be gone for a week, and nobody would notice. Naruto and Anabeth gave Rachel sympathetic looks. The two of them have their own stories to tell, stories that allowed them to understand her situation. They traded stories of their own life. Surprisingly, Naruto's isekai story didn't surprise Rachel anymore. It seems the story of gods and monsters was enough to desensitize this girl from any more outrageous stories. Suddenly, they heard the sounds of metal hinges creaking, the sound of giant metal doors opening. They made it to the end of the corridor, and right behind those heavy doors were footsteps. It sounded like it was coming from a huge being. This did not sound good. So retreat? Rachel asked. The three demigods nodded. They bolted back the way they came. But alas for our heroes. There was another group of hostile enemy forces right behind them. The pair of Draconi leveled their spears at the party of heroes. Standing in between them was their leader, Kelly, the impulsive cheerleader. Well, what do we have here? Her sneering was noticeable despite the dark tunnel. Percy drew Riptide, Anabeth her knife. Before the demigods could react, though, Kelly pounced at the mortal in the group, taking her hostage. Taking your pet mortal for a walk, I see. Kelly ran her clawed hand over Rachel's cheek, drawing trickles of blood. I love mortals, It happened so fast. Naruto walked from the other end of the corridor, the way Kelly and her minions came from, twirling a kunai. That was so satisfying. He moved to Rachel and supported her wobbly legs. You okay? The stunned girl could only nod. Get him? One of the Draconi women ordered as their impulsive leader crumbled into dust. Panic proved to be their downfall as they forgot about the two demigods who were battle-ready right in front of them. With a pair of slashes, they too were cut down into golden dust. Anabeth flashed the other blonde and the reddied an irritated look, but she calmed down when the giant footsteps stopped behind them. Finally, some food. A Lacergonian giant cheered as it looked down on them, ready to have a good bite to eat. Get down. Naruto ordered as a giant ball of chakra swirled on his palm. He leapt so high, reaching the giant's head 2 meters up in the air. He thrust jutsu into the monster's head, stunning it and causing it to fall flat on its back. The fall caused a tremor reverberating throughout the corridor. Rachel stared at him in awe. Aren't you the least bit scared? Naruto shook his head. If I don't fight, that means I'll lose you. The way Naruto said that sounded like the cliché lines a romantic movie would use. He began to rise up to Rachel's face, but what the boy said next basically killed the mood. I fight to protect my friends, Naruto continued. I'm more scared of losing my friends than any monster I'd have to face, except that snake bastard probably. Anyway, we have to keep moving, Anabeth said. Rachel. We keep going the way we came, she said. They were soon on their way. Hay continued on the path they took. None of them dared to say anything, even Anabeth did not question the guide anymore. Pretty soon, they were in front of a pair of bronze doors. Even from the outside of this room, they could hear the roar of a crowd and feet stomping. A stadium? Rachel asked. More like an arena, Percy corrected. Hey, didn't Luke say they were negotiating safe passage through an arena? I don't suppose you can push those doors open, Anabeth looked at the shinobi. Suddenly, the doors slowly swung open. The loud cheers poured into the corridor. From the outside, they can make out a large spacious arena with a circular dirt floor in the center. In the center, a fight was already going on by an unexpected duo, a giant and a centaur. The first tier of seats was 3 meters above the ground. Plain stone benches wrapped around the arena. There were no empty seats. A myriad of monsters filled the arena, giants, draconi, demigods, telekines, and other stranger creatures. But even creepier were the decorations. The arena was full of skulls, ringing the edge of the railing. 1-meter-high piles decorated the steps between the benches. They grinned from pikes at the back of the stands, and hung from the ceiling like chandeliers. Some of them were old, nothing but bleach-white bone, while others were fresh, with the flesh still clinging. In the middle, something that made no sense whatsoever. A banner with a trident was proudly displayed in the center which irked a certain son of Poseidon. Up in the stands was what seemed to be the ruler of this place. The largest giant these demigods had encountered, much larger than the monster fighting in the arena. He was so wide that he took up 3 seats and so tall that his head was 4 meters off the ground. He was wearing a loincloth giving him sumo wrestler vibes. He had dark red skin with tattooed blue wave designs. Next to him was an old enemy Luke. He was dressed casually like he was about to partake in capture the flag minus the helmet. A scream then filled the arena. The centaur suffered a blow knocking him to the ground. The giant posed to the crowd, celebrating his recent victory, whilst his opponent was struggling to get on his feet. The crowd cheered. Death. 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 The giant in the stand smiled down into the battlefield. Even as the centaur begged for his life, he held out his hand, a thumbs down. Before Percy could react, the giant thrust his javelin into the centaur's chest, disintegrating him into a pile of ashes, leaving only a single hoof as a prize. There was no time to react from the shock of the merciless treatment by the ruler of the arena. The spotlights were soon shown on them. Percy, son of Poseidon, my brother, the giant bellowed. I welcome you to my arena. I see you have dispatched your guards. He stood up. The son of Hermes right here has promised entertainment. Now, let me introduce myself. My name is Antaeus, son of Poseidon. I had been waiting for you. Seeing the party's shock, he continued. Yes, no need to be surprised. The now named Antaeus smiled down at him. Poseidon favors me over all his sons and daughters. You crazy? Percy snapped. Why don't we put that to the test, shall we? Antaeus jumped down to the arena hefting a javelin of his own. If Percy is fighting, I'm in, Naruto declared. I have no interest in you, son of Artemis, Antaeus said. But if you're so eager to fight. He gestured to the smaller giant, the one who killed the centaur. Naruto walked up to him. The smaller giant grinned at him. He looked so puny in his eyes. He was about to boast when the familiar sound of the lightning fell down in the form of a dragon, consuming the previous champion and leaving nothing but ash. Sasuke then stood in front of Naruto, his hand raised in the air. He stood stoically, the way he always did in Konoha. If someone is going to eliminate you, it's going to be me, he said, drawing his sword. Perfect. Antaeus bellowed. This will be a tag team for the ages. A worthy tribute to Poseidon. Naruto and Percy eyed each other, unaffected by the roar of the crowd. They both smirked, a surefire sign that everything will be alright on both their ends. One fist bump later, and they were off fighting their respective opponents. Naruto and Sasuke charged at each other. One had a Chikuto crackling with electricity. The other had a kunai whirring with wind chakra. Both elements neutralized each other, as the two blades collided in the middle, as the two combatants met each other in the battlefield. Neither of them giving way to the other. Naruto boldly stared into Sasuke's eyes blazing with the Sharingan. Sasuke smirked. Naruto's mindscape. Sasuke smirked as his chakra manifested into his own likeness in the dark and dank mindscape that Naruto possessed. His opponent was a fool. He should have known better than to stare into the eyes of a Sharingan user. He started to wonder, trying to find his way into the core of Naruto's mind. But this mindscape had twists and turns, too many in fact. Now, he understood why his old classmate could not sit still for more than 30 seconds when they were children. He rolled his eyes as he got lost. With every turn he took, he had somewhat a feeling of dread, like there was some kind of savage beast that was going to devour him at the end of this maze. On his last turn, he found himself in a large room, with Naruto leaning on some kind of wall. So, the great Uchiha has finally come, the Naruto in the middle of the room spat. Entering into the center of the room, he stood to face his opponent's inner self, and disrupt his chakra flow. He stared at him dead in the eye, his Jujutsu blazing in the darkness. Naruto stared at him back. He found this peculiar. The aura this Naruto was exuding was different from the dope he knew. He had a more sinister aura, with a permanent scowl on his face. It was all too familiar. It was like he felt it somewhere before. Figured it out yet, Uchiha? Naruto asked condescendingly, like he knew what was in his thoughts. Who are you? Sasuke asked him. It seems you're not as smart as the teachers put you out to be. Uchiha, Naruto shrugged. Figures, you've always been an idiot. Answer the question, dope. You're in no position to give me orders, Mr. Always second place. Sasuke drew his sword, not tolerating the tone Naruto had been using on him. He wasn't able to do anything though, as he was met with a blow to the face throwing him deeper into the room. He drew his sword, ready to fight, but he froze as he heard a growl coming from behind him. Disgusting, the demonic voice loathed. Your chakra reeks of Nadar. He turned to face the voice. His eyes widened as he came face to face with the massive chakra. Surprised to see me. The massive chakra manifested a face to greet the newcomer. What are you? He asked Naruto as he walked up closer to him for another engagement. Your end, the blonde answered before forcibly ejecting the chakra out of his system. Back outside. Sasuke grunted as he got a kick from the midsection, sending him flying into the air. His eyes widened as he felt bandages wrap around him. It was the same move that destroyed him long ago. As he felt himself rotate on the descent down, he released lightning chakra through every pore in his body. The scream of pain from behind him was an indication that it did the trick. They landed with a loud thud on the ground, causing the crowd to roar. Even the other pair stopped their battle to check on the other combatants. Naruto stood sore from the activation of his jutsu. He couldn't believe how the two beasts from Konoha were able to use this jutsu with the pain that comes with it. But he didn't have time to think about that right now. Even as every muscle in his body screamed at him, he charged. Blow after blow, the two shinobi traded. They began picking up speed. The untrained eyes of the demigods, and monsters who have never fought shinobi in their lives, could not follow them. It was similar to their previous fights. The taijutsu bouts were always even. They both decided that it was just about time. With one more charge with each other, Sasuke decided that it was his turn to set the trap. Instead of blocking Naruto's punches, Sasuke caught them instead and decided to borrow his hands. Fire style. Fireball jutsu, Sasuke yelled as he blew a large fireball towards the blonde. Naruto stomped the ground, as his hands flew through the hand signs. Earth style. Mud wall. The ball of fire collided with the brick of earth. Naruto hid behind his construct with the flames passing around him. The wall then cracked as Sasuke showed off his strength, breaking the wall and engaging Naruto. Naruto blew him away with a quick wind jutsu, but the Uchiha countered with his own fire jutsu, amplifying his own jutsu, turning it back to Naruto, engulfing him in the flames. Sasuke smirked thinking he had won. Then, the ground beneath him cracked. Sadly for him, he did not watch this part of the Chunin exams. This move took him completely by surprise. An uppercut scored him straight in the jaw, sending him flying back. No time was given for him to recover. The blonde was upon him pressing his advantage. It was like he was blinking in and out of sight. His Sharingan blazed to life in an attempt to counter the onslaught. His eyes scanned the battlefield, ignoring the other pair of combatants fighting. Curse that dope, how far has he gotten away from him? A hail of weirdly shaped kunai rained down on him from above. He deflected them easily. He was surprised as 5 clones flashed around him ready to strike. Lucky for him, his reflexes kicked in and allowed him to surround himself in lightning, discharging around him, eliminating the clones and electrifying the original in the process. Naruto stood across from him. Both of them had taken some damage. They both gave it their all when trading their blows. Bruises formed on their skin from punches that connected and cuts open from kunai strikes that narrowly missed. Now both of them were winded. They had come a long way from that fight in the Valley of the End. Sasuke's hand erupted with lightning chakra, ready to end this with one final blow. He manipulated the shape, making the lightning dance around him in a destructive force. Naruto held out his hand, a ball of concentrated chakra forming. He was pulling out all the stops this time. The ball screeched in unprecedented fury, something his opponent had never seen before. Time for you to go home, Sasuke, Naruto said. That's rich coming from you, Sasuke said. Why are you here? It's a long story, Naruto said. But I told you, Orochimaru will only steal your body from you. Like I said, I don't care unless I get power. Now come, let's end this. The two charged, their respective jutsus at the ready. It was like they were running in slow motion, their past bouts flashing before them. Both of them resolved to take the victory. As the last of their memories flashed before them, their jutsu collided, one trying to take out and consume the other. The black sphere of chakra formed from the collision. It grew and grew until it consumed half the arena and exploded, silencing the crowd. Naruto stood tall over his opponent. The complete opposite of what happened years ago. Sasuke was on his knees, on his last legs as the fight drew to a close. Over and over, you go so far ahead of me. What are you? I'm your friend, Sasuke, he said simply. Sasuke's eyes widened. Even after everything he had done, even after the betrayal, he was still here trying to save him. Why? Why would he go so far for him? Why? Even when he joined the side that plots to destroy his newfound family, he still considers him a friend. Why? His body fell limp from the injuries. Naruto moved to help him up, but Orochimaru appeared in front of him. Not a single step, Naruto-kun, he hissed. Orochimaru, Naruto growled. I remind you that Sasuke is my property, Orochimaru declared. His body belongs to me. Why you? Naruto tried to rush forward, but his body betrayed him. He was too tired from the fight earlier. And to make matters worse, up in the stands, the leader of the whole army of monsters bellowed. Kill them. Waterfall of truth. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto nor Percy Jackson in the Olympian series. I am just a lowly writer with too much time in my hands. Warning. This is a sequel story. Read the following first before you read this story. Child of the Moon. The Lightning Thief Child of the Moon. The Sea of Monsters Child of the Moon. The Titan's Curse. Chapter 15. Percy focused on his fight, even as the two shinobi blurred on the battlefield. Compared to Naruto, he had to argue that his was an uphill battle. I mean, he had to fight against the giant of all the creatures of myth. No matter, he wasn't one to back away from a challenge after all. This time, though, he was smart. He stated the terms of the fight, and made sure that his opponents swore on the river Styx. He was proud of himself for that. Antaeus cracked his knuckles as he denied the usual javelin that was offered to him. Although, he was a little disappointed that the other pair did not wait for the go signal. As soon as their signal was given, Antaeus lunged. Percy rolled out of the way and gave a well-placed stab on the back of the giant's thigh. The giant roared in pain, but instead of the usual golden itcher, the blood of immortals, sand sprayed out of the wound into a pile on the dirt floor. The dirt, then, rose from the ground and wrapped around the wound like a cast. Moments later, the dirt fell away, revealing clean skin, like it wasn't stabbed at all. He charged again. Luckily for the demigod, Percy had experience fighting monsters larger than him. He used his superior agility to evade sideways and planted a hell-deep stab under his arm. Unluckily though, Antaeus turned, throwing him across the arena and wrenching the sword out of his grip. The giant roared in pain, but he remained solid unlike every other monster that Riptide had stabbed. Antaeus reached for the hilt of the sword and threw it the exact opposite direction of where Percy was standing. Antaeus grinned. Foolish of you to judge me by the rules of mere monsters. Now, you shall pay for your arrogance, half-blood. He marched forward. Percy tried to skirt around him, but the boy's move was anticipated. Another feint to the left was once again blocked. Antaeus chuckled. He was having too much fun, despite the jeers from the crowd. "Puny demigod," he said. "You are not worthy to be a son of the sea god." Feeling riptide materialized in his pocket, an idea formed in his head as he stared at the ceiling. He charged forward, surprising the giant with his bold move. Massive hands swooped in to grab him, but Percy leapt in the air with all his might. He landed on the arm, using it as a ramp to climb atop his opponent's head. Antaeus stood up indignantly. "Hey, get off me." All according to plan, Percy used Antaeus's sudden jerk to propel himself up in the ceiling. He grabbed onto the chains with his legs like second nature, just like he had practiced in gym class, and started to saw on the chains next to him with his sword. "Come down here, you coward," Antaeus protested. He tried for a grab, but the sea spawn was out of reach. "Why? Are you too fat to reach me, fatso?" Percy taunted. On the second attempt, Antaeus caught the chains and tried to pull himself up. As he struggled, Percy lowered the chain hook and snagged his loincloth. Quickly, he made a knot that even the best camper did not know how to untie. Sally was right. Percy did have a knack at tangling stuff. "Get me down," the giant yelled. "Oh, I'll get him down right," Percy said with a big mischievous grin on his face. He stabbed Antaeus in the stomach. Once again sand poured out of the wound, but this time the ground below did not rise to restore him. Little by little, the giant dissolved until what was left was a bunch of skulls in the loincloth. Wait, I have to get a loincloth for spoils," Percy complained. The crowd was silent. Never in their whole lives would they think that the leader of this place would get slain by a mere demigod. Over on the other side of the arena, Naruto had just finished his fight with his old friend. Orochimaru had made a retreat, leaving Naruto on his knees. He walked over to Naruto and helped him to his feet. The silence was sliced through by a loud and angry shout. "Jackson, I should have killed you long ago." "The keyword is tried," Percy shouted back. Will clenched his fist, getting angrier by Percy's wisecrack. He clenched it so tightly that his knuckles were turning white from the pressure. "Kill them," Luke spooned, "but spare the girl." Anabeth joined them in the center of the arena. She fussed over Naruto, who was still recovering from his fight. She had to give it to him, even as the other shinobi was out to kill him. Naruto still was able to hold his own and prevent a fatal blow. As every monster in the arena drew a weapon, Percy stood protectively in front of his teammates. He and Anabeth were ready to fight, and no doubt Naruto would be able to squeeze something out of the gas tank. But then a freezing sensation burned in his pocket. The dog whistle. It was given to him long ago, back in the night before they left for this quest. For so long, he hid it from his teammates, thinking the whole time it was a trap. But now there was no choice. Whatever this whistle would do, it was their only shot at getting out of this alive. In a snap decision, he took out the whistle. It made no audible sound, but it then shattered melting in his hand. Luke laughed. "What was that supposed to do? You're about to die, and you still make a fool of yourself. Okay." He didn't even finish his order as something heavy slammed into him with the force of a freight train. He flew off the topmost part of the bleachers, smashing into a wall. The enemy ranks fell into chaos as a black blur caused havoc among them. It was then Percy realized who it was, Mrs. O'Leary. Heal. Order was slowly returning to the enemy ranks, as the cause of their chaos was now in the arena. Mrs. O'Leary landed in a flash of black in the middle of the arena, still looking at the monsters and growling at them. But she wasn't alone. Over by her side was a familiar silver-coated direwolf. "Luna? How did you get here?" Anabeth asked. "Luna? What's a Luna?" Rachel asked. "There's no time," Percy said. "Mrs. O'Leary, take Naruto and let's get out of here." The roof. She scooped Naruto into her back and off they went out of the room, leaving a raging Luke and horde of hungry monsters. Percy lost track on how many twists and turns they made, but they didn't stop. Not even a huge axe that almost shaved the top of their heads stopped them from running. They were running for a good 5 minutes while looking back once in a while to look for any pursuers right behind them. That was until they made it to a massive room the size of a gymnasium with old marble columns holding up the roof. He stood by the doorway to listen for the sounds of pursuers. They had apparently lost the pursuers in the madness of the labyrinth. The rest of them sat on their butts, panting from the great escape they made. That was a trap. Anabeth then snapped. She wasn't happy about the decision her teammates made, but this time she was given a reason to doubt her. "It was the way you needed to go," Rachel defended herself. "She's right," Percy spoke up. "Luke said they would have to pass through an arena, and we did. If they are also on their way to find Daedalus's workshop, then we are on the right track." "How do you know all this?" Anabeth asked, skeptical that the usually clueless demigod had said something really smart. "It was from a dream," Percy answered. "Well, Percy may have his moments," Naruto said, getting up on his feet. "How the hell are you up?" Rachel asked with wide eyes. "And what happened to your wounds?" Long so Naruto waved her off as a very worried Anabeth rammed into Naruto. "Why must you worry me every single time?" She sobbed into Naruto's chest. Naruto patted Anabeth on her head. "I don't mean to. This time though, Sasuke was really out to kill me." Everyone looked at him with wide eyes. Oh gods, don't tell me you were holding back, Percy managed to say. Of course, I still have the promise I made to Sakura, Naruto confirmed. The same Sakura you said would punch your lights out every time she sees you, Anabeth huffed. The same one you said was head over heels over Sasuke. Hey. I told you, I don't know what happened to her. Naruto tried to defend himself. I would like to watch the old married couple routine as much as the next guy, but didn't you guys have some explaining to do? Rachel broke up the fight. Naruto and Anabeth looked away from each other, both with massive blushes on their faces. Percy finally let go of the breath he definitely knew he was holding. Can we set up camp first? Now, Rachel thought she saw everything. As a mortal and with her status, she was privy to the latest of technology that the modern day had to offer, but as Naruto unloaded his camping equipment from a frickin' piece of paper, she had to question everything she knew. Naruto saw her expression, and explained everything over the fire. This is right off a sci-fi movie, was all she could say. I beg to differ, Percy said. This is almost like an isekai anime. Sometimes I wonder if whoever came up with this song or knew about my story, Naruto agreed. The girls stared at the boys like they grew a second head. They definitely were not understanding where the boys had taken the conversation this time. So you demigods do this every summer? Fight monsters. Save the world. Rachel changed the subject. Well, the past years, yeah, Percy answered. Ever since Naruto and I found out we were demigods, it never was a quiet year for us. And now we're on the verge of war, Naruto added. Rachel shuddered at the thought. With just human history in mind, mortals could already act like monsters. She couldn't bear the thought of how war would go now with actual monsters and magic at their disposal. Don't you guys do normal stuff? Was Rachel's follow-up question. It's not that we don't want to, Naruto answered. It's just that trouble always manages to find its way to us. That's hard, Rachel said. What about you? Percy asked. Yeah, when you're not painting yourself gold. Anabeth added. What do you do? I paint. I read a lot, was her simple answer. Naruto managed to pick up on her behavior. He could sense that she was closing off from the world. It seems her personal life was a sore subject, especially on Percy's next question. What about your family? Yawn. She stretched and yawned a bit loudly, determined not to answer the question. If you'll excuse me, all that running drained me of all my energy. Both of you should get some rest too, Anabeth ordered. I'll take first watch. You know, you don't have to act tough, Naruto advised. I don't know what you're talking about, Anabeth shot him down as she added sticks to the fire that they set up. Naruto smiled. Somehow, he could tell. In another life he would have acted this way, always acting tough. Never wanting to show weakness. Getting really frustrated when you could not do anything. Alright, I'll take you up on your offer, Naruto said. Just wake me when you feel tired, okay? It was in the middle of the night. Naruto was awoken by a cool breeze. It was a breeze he only recognized from the jungles of the elemental nations. He sat up and looked around. His friends were asleep. There was a doorway leading somewhere. The sound of running water could be heard. The kids were not fazed at all, not by the light pouring into the room nor by the water. He stood up to investigate. Wherever this door would be leading, he could not leave this alone. Who knows what monsters would be stepping through. Walking through the door, he was beheld with the sight of a waterfall. It wasn't that high. It was just right. The water fell to a pond with a small piece of land in the middle. He couldn't resist the ambience. Despite the painful memories that the elemental nations held, he couldn't help but miss nature. No offense to the gods of Earth, but this world was just severely lacking in the nature department. With an opportunity like this one, he gave in to his desires. Stepping to the land in the middle of the pod, he sat down to meditate. Though peaceful and calm, he was still aware of his surroundings, the birds chirping, the doorway leading back to the labyrinth, and the water from the falls parting for someone. Wait. He heard the water part for a brief moment. It sounded like someone walked through with the sound of footsteps walking on the water's surface. He opened his eyes, interrupting his moment of serenity. What he saw shocked him to the core. It was himself, and at the same time it was not. There was a menacing look on his face, unlike Naruto's cool and collected visage. His sclerae were black, and his irises were blood red opposed to Naruto's blue orbs in a sea of white. Let's dub him Dark Naruto. What an innocent look on your face, his look-alike spoke. Who are you? The original asked. Can't you tell? I am you, the doppelganger introduced himself. Or rather, I am the representation of your true feelings. True feelings? What are you talking about? Naruto questioned. Don't you know this place? Fitting place for me to reveal myself. Actually, the clone spoke. Welcome to the waterfall of truth, dear imposter. I don't. Speechless. Why are you lost for words? No matter what picture of yourselves you show to others, I am what you truly feel. There's just one difference between you and me. The Kyuubi likes me better. Now to get rid of the faker. The double charged at him. Naruto met his blows. Naruto threw a punch. Dark Naruto caught it in Naruto's same fighting style. Naruto drew a shuriken. Dark Naruto countered with his own. His Rasengan was met with the doppelganger's own. Naruto tried bringing in the numbers. Dark Naruto made the same number. The two clone armies met in the middle, throwing jutsu and strikes at each other, until the numbers were whittled down to just the two originals. He was getting frustrated now. He didn't know where this copy of his came from, and he didn't know how to win against him. "You're weak," his dark counterpart spat. Then everything turned black, returning him back to the real world with no trace of battle whatsoever. He, then, heard the sound of scribbling behind him. He turned to face the newcomer. It was a dark-skinned man with a muscular build and blonde. On his right shoulder, he has a tattoo of the kanji 4 and a tattoo of a bull's horn on his left cheek. He wore oval-shaped sunglasses and a white-colored forehead protector, with the symbol of a cloud etched on it. He had a flak jacket different from the Leafs with one strap over one shoulder. He also had a long red rope belt tied around his waist, hand and shin guards, shinobi sandals, and a white scarf around his neck. Finally, he carried 7 swords on his back. Looked deep into himself and examined his own feelings. Next to the man was a girl around Naruto's age. She had long, straight, blonde hair bound with taut bandages and dark eyes. She wore a short-sleeved black and purple blouse and black pants with designs that reminded Naruto of clouds, purple fingerless gloves and a chain of blue beads wound around her left hand. She also wore a forehead protector with the same symbol as the Tolomeo, sandals and a kunai holster, which was strapped to her right thigh. She also wore bandages around her arms and legs, as well as a red belt around her waist similar to her companion. "What the heck are you doing here?" the girl demanded. "Where did you come from?" Naruto didn't know what to say. He couldn't just blabber about the labyrinth to a pair of mortals. "I kinda stumbled into here," Naruto said with a clueless look. "A spy?" the girl gasped. "What do you plan to do against Kumo?" "And then nothing at all," Naruto stuttered out. "I just managed to admire the waterfall here, that's all." "In?" She was about to yell, but the older man stopped her. "Stop that, there's no need to be a brat," the man started rapping. "Can't you see he's one of us? Why not just discuss?" "You're even worse, B-senpai," the girl facepumped. "How many times have I told you to stop speaking in rhymes?" The man named B scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "I can't help it. It's a force of habit." Ugh, that just added to her irritation. "Anyway, my name is B and this is Yujito," the older man introduced themselves. "We're Jinchuriki just like you." "You know?" Naruto was surprised by that. "Edo couldn't stop talking about you," B explained. "You too?" Naruto looked at the girl. "Surprise," was the girl's smug response. "I bet you don't even know your tailed beast's name." "The Kyuubi has a name?" Naruto asked, cluelessly. "TCH." Naruto could feel something angry stir inside of him. "Of course he does, you idiot." The girl scolded him. "No wonder you still go on rampages." "But what do I do?" Naruto said helplessly. He didn't want to see anyone hurt or afraid of him anymore. "Well, the first step is waterfall," B answered. "You have to conquer your darkness." "I can't," Naruto blurted in frustration. "He's basically me. And I know everything he said is true." "Listen, Naruto," B said in a calm voice. "Why have you been working hard all this time?" Naruto smacked his own head, but he had a small smile on his lips. "You're right. What was I thinking? Thanks, V-san." "No sweat, yo. You can defeat him now, I just know." "Yosh." Naruto pumped his fist in the air. Yujito sighed. These two hit it off, just like that. Back at the fall, he sat back down. He envisioned everything that's ever happened to him. From good to bad. "Monster. Why didn't you just die, Kyuubi brat? Dead last. You'll see. I'll become Hokage, then you'll acknowledge me." Naruto. "Little star bro." Enchiladas. Everything he could remember from childhood to now. He felt scared, lonely, angry, happy, warmth. It was a mix of emotions. Everyone that came into his life, the villagers, his classmates, Iruka-sensei, his mother, Sally Jackson, Percy, Grover, Anabeth, Chiron. Calypso. "What's wrong?" Dark Naruto chided him. "Are we finally seeing eye to eye?" He was right. At one point in his life, he did despise the villagers for abandoning him as a child. Then he remembered turning things around, discovering he loved reading when he snuck into the library. He found out he was unrivaled when it comes to pranks. He showcased his knowledge and mischief to get the village to acknowledge him. They were skeptical at first, but they gradually accepted him, and he eventually forgave their ignorance. He looked at his dark counterpart with a determined expression. "You're right. At one point in my life, I was you. Then you admit defeat after all." Dark Naruto charged forward once again. Naruto stood there unmoving. He watched his copy rush towards him, kunai in hand, ready to gut him where he stood. As his opponent got closer, a faint smile graced his lips. "Well, it's true I tried to get stronger to show the bastards they were wrong, but there's no need for that now." "Are you saying I'm useless to you now?" His dark self growled. Naruto didn't dodge. He just caught his counterpart in his arms. "That's not what I'm saying," he smiled. "You've been an important part of my life. I accept you with all my heart. Everyone's been hard on us, sure. But that's why we've worked so hard all this time. Now we have a lot of people counting on us." You have friends here, sure, but what about the villagers? His doppelganger sobbed into his shoulders. Surely you haven't forgiven them for what they did to you. We can. Yes, we suffered. We can never forget that. But we have friends there now. And they're important to me. I'm sure if we keep working hard, the others will accept us too. But what am I supposed to do? That's easy. You just have to be me. You're important to me as the others, but there's no need for us to hate the world anymore. A tear formed on the other Naruto's face. His body started glowing. Thank you for keeping me company all this time. Outside. I told you, B said. Just so you know, I did this a lot faster than you, Yujiro huffed. I don't doubt that at all, Naruto smiled. Anyway, what do you want to do now? The girl grilled him for answers. Like I said, I only came here cause of the nature, Naruto answered. I meant no harm. Suddenly, the ground shook. An attack. Yujiro was once again suspicious, her form bathed in blue flames. I knew it. But Naruto knew better. It was the shifting of Labyrinth. Its entrance was going to move again. He had to act fast. I'm telling you. I'm not here to attack. He took out a tri-pronged kunai. Handing it to B, his face lit up in recognition. This is. I'd like to train with 2 masters of the tailed beast as the 2 of you, but for now I have to run. Don't worry, I'll find my way back here. Wait. Yujiro yelled, but it was too late. Naruto was gone in a flash of yellow. Darn it, I didn't get his name. Yujiro sulked. Hey B-senpai, why are you so quiet all of a sudden? It's nothing, B said as he stared at the kunai. I just remembered something. Back in the labyrinth. Naruto was back in the same room he was in. Percy, Anabeth, and Rachel were rudely awakened by the sudden shaking. Everybody run. Anabeth yelled. The 4 of them ran. They didn't take any chances, and rightly so. 100 tons of marble columns crashed down behind them. They turned around just in time to see marble columns falling like trees that had been turned to logs. You know what? I like this way after all, Anabeth said. So where to? Percy asked. We're close, Rachel said. Just down this hole. Anabeth looked around. How? Everything here is new. Rachel squeezed Annabeth's hand. Just trust me please. Come on, Naruto urged his friends. They followed the stainless steel path. It looked like it could have been part of a space station of some sort. Fluorescent lights lit the place, and the floors were made of metal grates. Their eyes were so accustomed to the darkness of the dungeon that they had to take some time to adjust to the brightness of the place. Anabeth followed despite everything inside of her wanting to disapprove. What they found at the end of the hall shocked her the most. At the end of the hall were a pair of metal doors. Inscribed on the steel was a large blue Greek dot. Daedalus' workshop. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto nor Percy Jackson in the Olympian series. I am just a lowly writer with too much time in my hands. Warning. This is a sequel story. Read the following first before you read this story. Child of the Moon. The Lightning Thief Child of the Moon. The Sea of Monsters Child of the Moon. The Titan's Curse. Before I start, I would like to say I'm incredibly grateful that there are still people tuning in with my story, even if life had kept me away from writing. Rest assured, I'm still trying my hardest to get the stories out as best I can. With that being said, I hope you enjoyed the next installment. Chapter 16. Sasuke, an icy voice greeted as the said shinobi opened his eyes, already recovered from his previous fight. So, you've decided to make your move, the boy in question said while maintaining his calm demeanor. He was in his room, where he always rested in this mortal world. Usually the snake man always left him to his own devices, but this time the creepy man was in his room waiting for him to wake up. I believe you know the price of the power you sought, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru simply said. It is simply time for me to collect. Orochimaru's mouth opened impossibly wide. His form fell to the floor like a piece of shed cloth, and in his place, a giant white snake composed of smaller snakes, glared at him with fangs bared at him. Sasuke stood there unmoving and unfazed. He expected this day to come. But the offer of power from some kind of titan delayed his plans in favor of gaining some favor from this patron. And now, the day has come for the snake to strike. So you're here to make you move, Sasuke said. Without any warning, he found himself in another plane. Fleshy tendril danced around him, most were mounds of the same tendrils covering the countless bodies of Orochimaru's many victims. Most notably were the bodies of the snake man's latest vessel. One was a man with a strong chin, the form the snake took most of his training. One other was what looked was a woman, but that was all he could tell. Soon, it was his turn. The tendril wrapped around him. Another mound rose from the ground in front of him. It was Orochimaru. The Sharingan blazed to life. Those eyes, Orochimaru hissed at the sight of the Taijutsu. Finally. Anabeth placed her hand on the symbol on the door. Responding to the touch of a half-blood, the doors gave way. Together, the party entered the room. From the dark hallway, entering the room was murder for their eyes. The blazing sun shone through giant windows, contrary to what you would expect from the heart of an underground dungeon. The workshop looked like an artist's studio with almost 10-meter-high ceilings with industrial lighting, polished floors, and workbenches. A spiral staircase led up to the second floor. Half a dozen easels displayed hand-drawn buildings of machines and buildings, with the sketches reminding them of Leonardo da Vinci's own masterpieces. Several laptop computers were laid out on tables. Glasses of green oil that the demigods recognized as Greek fire lined a shelf. Several inventions were dotted around the room. One contraption was a chair with electrical lighting, looking like some kind of torture device. Another was a grandfather clock made of pure glass, allowing the viewer to see the gears turning inside. Yet another was what looked like a cocoon enough for a human to fit inside. And finally, several sets of bronze wings that Anabeth recognized from her dreams. Naruto and Percy looked at each other. Is this Adam? Nah, they both said at the same time. There's no way comic book characters could exist, right? The two girls ignored the reference that only the two boys could understand. To each these sketches, Anabeth's eyes lit up. The curves on these buildings. He's a genius. And an artist. Rachel followed up. These wings are amazing. I see you've taken a liking to my inventions, a voice came from the staircase. 8 pairs of eyes turned to the voice, and 6 widened at the sight, because standing at the staircase was their new sword instructor, Quintus. You? Anabeth growled. What have you done with Daedalus? Instead of being on guard, a smile graced the sword instructors. Trust me, dear girl, you would not want to meet him. Look, Mr. Traitor. I didn't fight a Cyclops jailer, get captured by a rancher, and get chased by a giant in that death maze just to see you here. Now, where is Daedalus? Quintus descended the stairs, unfazed by the rant of the irate room. He was still dressed in his counselor's camp half-blood shirt with casual jeans and boots. This seemed like an insult now that the camp had found him out as a traitor. You think I am working for the forces of Kronos? He asked his former students. It would make sense if you think about it, Naruto answered. Luke mentioned you. Jiren was aware of you. You were skulking around the entrance to the labyrinth at Zeus's fist. But what are you after? But theory, my shinobi friend, but the answer is simple, he praised Naruto. I only work to further my own interests. I've been almost everywhere, met different people. He walked past the demigods like they were of no threat at all. Do you like this view? It changes every day. Yesterday, it was from a skyscraper overlooking. The other day, it was a view of Lake Michigan. Just this week, it was from the eyes of one of the heads in the Hokage Monument. Another time, it was from the buildings in the hidden cloud. Right now, we are in Colorado Springs. The labyrinth can traverse dimensions now. Anabeth raised an eyebrow. I was surprised as you were when I first found out, he said. I was even able to chat with a white-haired shinobi that reminded me a lot about your current counselor. Dimensions? Rachel asked. What is this? Are we talking about sci-fi now? No, it is most definitely not fiction, Quintus shook his head. Ask your dimension-hopping friend over there. As for Daedalus, if you haven't guessed yet, I am Daedalus. What? Were the shocked responses of the demigods. But you're a swordsman, not an inventor. Percy tried to argue. My friend, I am both. I am also a scholar. I play basketball pretty well for someone who started practicing at 2,000 years old. A real artist must be good at many things, Quintus explained. But you don't even look like Daedalus, Anabeth said, still not believing the sword instructor's words. Unless. I see you finally realize the truth, the swordmaster smiled. Quintus, 5 in Latin, I see, Naruto muttered to himself, something that did not go unnoticed to the owner of the labyrinth. Very good, this is my 5th body, the now revealed Daedalus nodded. He held out his forearm and pressed his elbow. A rectangular hatch of skin opened revealing bronze gears and wires. You're an automaton, Percy pointed out. That's amazing, Rachel praised. An astute observation, Daedalus said. Though, I prefer to be called a genius. So, you figured out a way to transfer your animus into a machine. Anabeth spoke. That's not natural. Oh, I assure you it is still me, my dear. I am very much Daedalus. Our mother makes sure I never forget. He tugged the back of his shirt, revealing the dark shape of a bird grafted into his skin. A murderer's brand, Anabeth pointed out. Hey, didn't you push your nephew off a tower or something, Percy remembered. I most certainly did not. Daedalus's face darkened. I simply made him lose balance and let him die, Naruto continued for the 1,000-year-old man. What difference does it make? After all the years I've been alive, I have never stopped regretting what I did. I was angry and bitter. I cannot take it back. After all, this brand is a reminder of my sin. No matter what form I take, the brand never lets me forget. His eyes showed the eyes of a wary man, full of genius and intelligence, yet full of sadness just the same. But the question still remains, why spy on both sides? Naruto asked. Both sides? Percy asked. He's a triple agent. Naruto nodded. You've spoken to Luke, haven't you? Oh, several times, Daedalus confirmed. He can be very persuasive. But still, that begs the question, why have you spied on us and the other sides? You have a good reason, I presume? Naruto questioned. To know which side is worth aiding, Daedalus answered simply. Then after visiting camp, you should know that we really need your help. Anabeth pleaded. I wouldn't be so sure. As you know, I have spent millennia hiding from death, from the gods. Daedalus argued. I have listened to his side of the story, and I cannot help but see his point. And even if I wanted to help, I have relinquished control of the maze. I may be the creator, but the maze is free to grow on its own now, which is probably why its reach managed to pierce through dimensions and allow access to the elemental nations. But why did you give up control of the maze? Percy asked. It's probably one of your greatest inventions. It is the price I paid for privacy, Percy, he responded. Privacy from what? The gods and death, naturally. After being branded a murderer, I have been hiding from them for 2 millennia. From death? How can you hide from the god of death, himself? They may be gods, Percy, but they are not all-knowing. They do not see everything. The clever man will be able to hide for quite a long time. My problems are surprisingly not with them. Only my greatest enemy has been relentless in my pursuit of me. King Minos, I presume, Naruto commented. The automaton nodded. The very same. Now that he has become a judge of the dead, he would like nothing more than to punish me for the crimes I have committed. After the daughters of Cocalus killed him, his ghost has been torturing me in my dreams. He kept repeating that he would hunt me down, and the only thing I could do was retreat from the world completely and work on my ultimate accomplishment. Cheat death. And you did, Anabeth marveled. For 2,000 years. Despite all the horrible things Daedalus had done, she still sounded impressed. Just then, a loud bark echoed from the corridor. The bob bump of large paws echoed through the hallways. Bursting through the dark corridor were a pair of canines. I was wondering where you went, Naruto told Luna. So you've taken a liking to Mrs. O'Leary, huh girl? The group watched as the giant hellhound almost knocked over their sword instructor. There is my old friend. My only companion for all the long lonely years. I was hoping I could atone for my sins by helping you. Perhaps I felt guilty, Daedalus hung his head low. For your past sins? Percy asked. Daedalus shook his head. You had nothing to do with my sins, so helping you would not help atone for them. For what it's worth, I agree with you. Your camp is worth saving. Why? Anabeth interrogated. What did you do? Old friend, a voice filled with acid came from the doorway. It was King Minos, except he wasn't ethereal anymore. He looked more solid now, pale-bearded king with cold eyes and tendrils of mist coiling off his robes. What is the meaning of this? Daedalus questioned. We had a bit of an agreement, King Minos answered. Someone else is coming, Rachel remarked. Is we? The inventor asked. I must say, pretty boy, Kelly walked in the room, flanked by 2 Laestrygonian giants. You surprised me last time. That won't happen again. So, the donkey vampire is a fast reformer, Naruto spat. What can I say? I have gained Chrono's favor, she shrugged. And by the way, Luke sends his regards. What are you doing? Daedalus's temper was rising. This was not part of our agreement. Indeed, it is not. But we have already taken what we wanted from you. You are no longer of use to us. King Minos here required something from us in order to turn over such a fine demigod. Kelly explained. Naruto perked up. You're not talking about who I think it is. Oh, I think we both know who I'm talking about, Kelly smirked whitened. He came quite willingly. Oh no, Tyson Grover, Percy said in worry. Naruto. Percy. Neko's voice screamed as he was flung into the room, hands and feet bound. I'm sorry. They overwhelmed us. We tried to fight them off, but there were too many of them. I had to surrender myself. It's okay, Naruto's voice was calm. You did your best. Are they okay? Percy asked. Neko nodded, calming the son of Poseidon's nerves. Without turning to Daedalus, Naruto threw a question at the inventor, anger in his tone. Was this what you wanted? Was this what you expected would happen when you made that deal? I didn't. Their deal was so. The son of Athena was at a loss of words. Tempting. Enticing. Naruto pressed. Yes. Naruto inhaled deeply. He felt the chakra from Colorado Springs slowly enter his system, mixing with his own system. He was surprised it was more potent than when he tried absorbing energy in the city. As he felt the sage chakra merge in his own system with another sinister chakra from a beast preying on his emotions, he asked, calmer now. Tell me, Daedalus, before we go fight for our lives here, what would Icarus think of your choices? Daedalus whitened his eyes at the question. He couldn't answer. With that, the action decided to ramp up. Rachel, the wings. Percy ordered. The clear-sighted mortal scrambled for the wings. The monsters ignored her. Luna rammed herself into Cully's stomach and bared her fangs at the downed Impasa. Cully knocked her aside, standing up and meeting Anabeth and Percy in her donkey vampire form. Mrs. O'Leary chomped into the arm of a giant, causing him to wail in pain. Naruto engaged the second giant, surprising him with the force of his punches. Amidst the chaos, Minos raised his hands. Around them, the spirits of the dead rose raised themselves from the cracks in the ground at his beck and call. Somehow, Neko broke free of his restraints. He stood up to meet the judge of the dead and ordered him to stop. Minos sneered at him. You do not control me, boy. All this time, it was I who was controlling you. I admit I fooled you into thinking your sister was dead to trick you into reviving her, but she was not the goal all along. I will return to life once again. The spirits of the dead were now surrounding the old king of Crete, taking the form of soldiers of his former kingdom. Neko stood steadfast. I am the son of Hades. Be gone. Minos laughed. I am not your mere spirit, boy, for I am the lord of spirits, the ghost king. Neko drew his sword. No, I am. He stabbed his black blade into the floor and cleaved through the floor like a hot knife through butter. Never. Minos hissed. I will not. Despite the former king of Crete's protests, his form rippled. The ground rumbled. Windows cracked and shattered into pieces. A fissure opened up, swallowing the fully formed spirits with a horrible wail. Neko stared at the void in contempt as he watched the ghost. They tricked him, get banished back. A loud crash broke Neko out of his concentration. One of the giants flew through numerous inventions after being thrown by Naruto. He was already battered from the blows. Naruto stalked his prey. The Lacergonian backed up slowly. No, please. He begged. The blonde did not trust the scared monster routine. With a flick of his wrist, the monster disintegrated. On the other side of the fight, Kelly pounced on Percy after seeing but a distracted moment. Preying on the moment of weakness, she took the opportunity once the son of Poseidon got distracted with worry from his friends. His sword skittered away and his head hit hard on one of the desks. His eyesight went fuzzy for a second. The monster cheerleader, though, savored her moment of triumph. You will taste delightful, Kelly cackled in glee. She bared her fangs for a bite, but her body suddenly went rigid, then started hissing with yellow vapor. Hopefully you stay down for good this time, Anabeth said, as she pulled her knife from the monster cheerleader's back. The fight was just about over. Daedalus and Mrs. O'Leary were finishing the last of the giants. Naruto joined them, and Rachel just about finished fitting a set of wings for herself. She was just about done fitting Neko with his. Hurry, get the wings on, Rachel said with urgency. There's more of them coming. Now, what will you do? Naruto asked the inventor. First, I would like to say I'm sorry, he said. I could not begin to make it up to you. Take the wings and escape. I will hold them off for you. In mere seconds, Daedalus's wings were fitted on each demigod and mortal. Neko looked nervous, most especially. So does anyone know how to use this thing? Neko asked. Only one way to find out. Anabeth leapt through the window first. Percy followed second with Rachel tailing behind. Naruto looked back at Daedalus, with Luna on a doggy bag on his chest. Are you sure you aren't coming? He shook his head. After all I've done, I don't think I deserve freedom. Let me at least do this to start. I'm sure Icarus would want me to do the same. Naruto smiled. You're not so bad, Daedalus. With that, Naruto jumped through the window. He was no stranger to falling from heights like this, so he was calm as the ground slowly approached them. Percy was panicking, flapping his hands like some kind of golden duck, spectacularly falling to his death below. Spread your arms, Anabeth ordered. Everyone did as they were told. Soon they started gliding through the air. Daedalus was truly a genius for inventing something as majestic as this. Naruto soared over to Anabeth's side. He couldn't help but stare. The copper glinted in the morning sun, but to him it looked more like gold. The sun shone brightly, reflecting in her eyes that echo. Prepare for landing, everyone, she said, breaking Naruto out of his thoughts. Yeah. He heard Percy through the rush of wind. He was spinning, doing somersaults in the air like flying was second nature to him, but as Anabeth commanded, they swooped down towards the Garden of the Gods. Percy circled around the rock spired, freaking out some of the climbers. Other than that, their landing was pretty uneventful. Good thing they landed too. The self-adhesive seals were melting. Bronze feathers were shedding. It was a shame, but none of them knew how to repair it. So they did the most logical thing they could think of. Chucked a pair of wings into the trash can. As they landed, Luna's familiar bark was heard right next to them. I can't believe it, Neko's eyes widened. She's like Mrs. O'Leary. Everyone looked at the small pup that was wagging her tail, happy to see them. Could it be? Naruto asked as she studied the pup. But how? Percy followed. This is not the time, Anabeth forcibly changed the subject. First, is the labyrinth still open? Using a pair of binoculars, Percy scanned the hills where they emerged from Daedalus's workshop. They were empty, no more smoke, no more windows, just the plain unbroken mounds of earth. It's gone, Percy said. I'm not surprised, Naruto commented. They moved. There's no telling where it could have gone now. So, what do we do now? Percy asked. How do we get back in there? Anabeth gazed at the summit of Pikes Peak. Maybe we can't. If the labyrinth is tied to his life force, then the whole thing would be destroyed once they finally get him at the workshop. And perhaps, that would halt Luke's invasion. Naruto knew that look Anabeth was giving. It was the same look that Tyson held when they met Briars. I guess the saying was right. It made him wonder. Would he feel the same when he met his heroes? He's not dead, Neko spoke up, breaking everyone from their thoughts. Figures, Naruto sighed. As crafty as he is, he could have something up his sleeve to fend off the attack. What about Grover and Tyson? Percy asked, hoping that they would get news. I can't tell, sorry, the boy apologized. Remember, Percy, they don't have mortal souls, so even if they did die, Neko wouldn't know. Naruto gave the heavy truth. But don't lose hope, okay? They're alive for sure. Neko was with them, right? Neko nodded. In any case, we have to get back to New York, Anabeth stated the next step in their plan. So, we take a plane, right? Rachel suggested. Percy's face paled. No, not a chance. But why not? The clear-sighted mortal asked. Think, Red. Son of the god of the seas flying through the skies, Naruto explained. I'm sure the same would go for Neko. But they were just flying moments ago, Rachel tried to reason. That was low flying, Percy explained further. And even that's risky. I'm lucky he didn't count that. Besides, I wouldn't risk airports in general, Naruto added. It'd be quicker to pass through the labyrinth. I don't know if we'll find another entrance here, but our best bet would be to get back to the city, Anabeth said. Rachel grimaced. She looked down on the parking lot ground, like she was going to regret what she was about to do. I'll take care of it. How? Anabeth raised an eyebrow. The girl did not answer. She just walked away from the group, still with the grim expression on her face. Percy saw this and immediately volunteered himself. I'll go with you. Rachel turned to the boy and frowned. She looked like she did not want him to know what she was about to do. Yet, she didn't say a word, which Percy took as an indirect yes. Watching them leave, Anabeth spoke up. We better get a prism and try to contact the camp. We wouldn't want them to think that we did a disappearing act on them. She said that last sentence while giving Naruto a cross look. Clearly, she was still cross about someone's vacation on a certain island with a certain Titanus who may or may not have fallen in love with the island's castaways. Hey. I said I was sorry. Naruto protested. Neko looked at them back and forth, not understanding what happened while he was guiding Grover and Tyson through the maze. HMPH was all the blonde got from his apology. And so, the trio searched for a prism at the gift shop, which they luckily found. They also bought food. Whatever fast food the shop sold, they bought. They were hungry. With the prism now in hand, they met camp. At first, the centaur was relieved when he found out that his campers were still alive. Still, he was worried when they told him Chiron and Tyson were somewhere under. When they informed Chiron of the impending attack, the old centaur couldn't help but look grim at the news. With what little campers they had left, he did not know if they would survive a full-scale attack. After the little chat, Naruto knelt down to the dire wolf's level. I'm sorry, Luna, but you can't come with us. Luna whined. Naruto shook his head. It's not that we don't want you with us, it's just that we need all the help we can get at camp. We need you to help defend our home. Understanding what her master said, she barked confidently. With one last lick on her master's face, she raced to the bushes, with the shadows clinging to her form. Naruto watched her leave, wondering if Neko was right all along. Shortly, the trio joined Percy and Rachel at the parking lot. So did we get a ride? Anabeth asked. The redhead nodded. The driver's ready when we are. They walked over to Alexis. There was a chauffeur profusely apologizing to a guy with khakis and a polo shirt. The guy was complaining, but the driver kept apologizing. Rachel led the group into the car. She ignored the guy in a polo shirt. Naruto felt the guy's eyes widen when he entered the car. Naruto had been on a number of car rides ever since he got isekai'd into this world, but this truly impressed him. The seats were leather. There was plenty of legroom. The back seat had flat panel TVs built into the headrests and a mini fridge stocked with bottled water, sodas, and snacks. Naturally, they started pigging out, even if they did eat from the park gift shop. Where to, mister? The driver asked. I'm not sure yet, Robert, she answered. Just drive through town and I'll tell you when. Whatever you say, miss. He did what he was told even if the request was as odd as this. A minute later, they were cruising down the road. Do you know him? Percy asked. No, Rachel preferred to leave it at that. But Percy pressed, but he dropped everything to help you. Just keep your eyes peeled, she said with finality, clearly implying this was the end of the discussion. Help me look. With that, they drove through Colorado Springs. For half an hour, they saw nothing that the clear-sighted mortal could consider an entrance to the labyrinth. But Percy couldn't concentrate. His mind kept going back to think about who Rachel really was, and why she didn't want to answer his questions. After another hour, they were giving up on looking through Colorado. They decided to move to Denver, hoping that they would have better luck in a bigger city. But, as luck would have it, Rachel bolted upright. Get off the highway. Pardon, miss. Get off here. I saw something. The driver swerved across traffic and took the exit. What is it? Naruto asked. What did you see? To the demigods, they saw nothing but hills, grasslands, and some farm buildings. But Rachel saw something differently. She had the driver pass through an unpromising dirt road with the only sign saying, Western Museum of Mining and Industry. For a museum, the place looked unassuming. It was just an old house like an old-fashioned railway station with some drills and pumps and old steam shovels on display. As they got off the Lexus, Rachel pointed to the distance, at an old abandoned mining shaft. Are you sure? Naruto asked. Trust me, I can see it, okay? Rachel said. She, then, thanked the driver. Are you sure you'll be alright, Miss Dare? The chauffeur asked. I'd be happy to call you. No? Rachel said abruptly. No. Thanks Robert, but we'll be fine. As the driver sped off, they trudged up the hill towards the direction Rachel was pointing. With the museum being closed, nobody stopped them as 5 adolescents were approaching a mine shaft that may or may not have collapsed, or may be at the verge of collapsing. At the entrance, the door to the shaft was padlocked, but there, on the lock itself, was unmistakably the mark of Daedalus. Anabeth touched the lock, causing the chains to fall away. Then, after a bit of elbow grease, they once again plunged through the deadly maze. Pan's final farewell. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto nor Percy Jackson in the Olympian series. I am just a lowly writer with too much time in my hands. Warning. This is a sequel story. Read the following first before you read this story. Child of the Moon. The Lightning Thief Child of the Moon. The Sea of Monsters Child of the Moon. The Titan's Curse. Chapter 17. As soon as they delved into the darkness, the dirt walls turned to stone. The labyrinth twisted and turned, split off, and basically tried to confuse them, but Rachel was on point. With their destination in mind, she led the way. Even when the tunnels offered a choice, she barely even paused to think. She was quiet the entire time. Surprisingly, Anabeth was able to strike up a conversation. It started with her background, but as when Percy asked, she was evasive. So, the conversation shifted to architecture, and it turns out that studying art gave her a basic knowledge of the subject. That left the 3 boys alone to talk in their own world. Hey, sorry you had to surrender yourself to Kali and her minions, Naruto apologized. It's no big deal, Neko shrugged it off. It was my choice. Honestly, I'm kinda thankful that they brought me to the workshop. Is this about the soul for soul thing? Percy asked. Bianca mentioned you were after some kind of soul. I thought it was either me or Naruto. Neko shook his head. Minos was not after either of you. He was particularly after one soul. He is right of course. So, how were you all this time? Naruto asked, getting the chance to. I regret it. It was hard having only the dead for company. As a son of Hades, all I could count on were the dead. Just as my brothers before me, the living do not respect me. Neko said. Percy stared at the young boy. He had changed a lot since the former king of Crete started manipulating him. He had gotten almost scary. He had his father's eyes, that intense, manic fire that made you suspect he was either a genius or a madman. In any case, he knew that Neko could be trusted, those prejudices against the spawn of Hades be damned. We're sorry to hear that, the son of Poseidon apologized. When we get to camp, you'll be able to be with Bianca again and make friends. If we hold off the attack. Don't be so negative, Naruto chided. Of course, we'll be able to hold them off. What makes you so positive? Neko asked. Naruto shrugged. I wasn't always like this, you know. I used to hate everyone in the Leaf. I could have easily turned into Luke. It wasn't till I met this little kid that got me into mischief that I broke out of my hateful phase. I try to remember it, but even that part of me is hazy. By the way, how's Bianca? Neko changed the subject. Oh, she's doing alright, Percy answered. She's training hard. She is starting to hold her own in fights. But the thing is, no one knows how to teach her about her powers. Neko's eyes lit up. I'll teach her what I know. Finally, I get the leg up on her. Naruto and Percy chuckled at Neko's antics. His old personality comes out once in a while. Don't get me wrong though, the boy loves her sister. She just hates that she could be bossy sometimes. Oof. In the moment of the conversation, Percy failed to notice that the girls stopped, allowing him to run into Rachel, who was staring at one direction. They had stopped at a crossroads. The tunnel continued straight ahead, but a side tunnel T''D off to the right, a circular shaft made of volcanic ash. She was staring into the side tunnel, puzzling our demigod friends. That's the way? Percy asked. Rachel shook her head. Not at all. Then why are we stopping? Anabeth clarified. Listen, it was Neko who answered. It was then where Percy stiffened. The breeze blew through the tunnel. And it was the aroma that scared him. The scent brought out bad memories. Eucalyptus, he muttered. The redolent odor made Anabeth slowly slip her hand into Naruto's. She almost lost something important that day. What surprised her too was Naruto's hand. It was cold and clammy, like it scared him. Too. At the touch of the blonde girl's hand, the boy calmed down a bit. No doubt about it, Naruto finally spoke. Mount Athres. I feel something evil down there, something powerful, Rachel said. Maybe just Atlas. Naruto guessed. And the smell of death, Neko added. Maybe not. Percy shot down Naruto's idea. I'll check it out, he then volunteered. Are you crazy? Naruto questioned. Look, Luke could be there, the son of Poseidon argued. Or Kronos. I have to find out what's going on. Anabeth hesitated. Then we'll all go. No, what if they got Neko or Rachel? He could use them, Percy asserted. I'll go, Naruto offered. We'll be quick. Anabeth took out her Yankees cap. At least take this. Percy put on the cap. Naruto activated his camouflage technique. Soon, they were both on the way. Even before they left the tunnel, the growls and barks could be heard, the sea demons, the telekines. We have salvaged the blade, one said. The master will still reward us. Yes, yes, a second shrieked. Rewards beyond measure. Yeah. That's great, a human voice said. Now if you're done with me. No, half-blood. A telekine stopped him. You will help us present the blade. It is a great honor. Gee thanks, the half-blood said. Wait, that voice Naruto recognized. He was from the Hermes cabin. Percy racked his brain trying to remember, listening to the voice. The undetermined kid. The guy with an eye patch. Naruto nodded. With that, the pair crept to the end of the tunnel. A blast of cold air hit them as they emerged. Again, they stood atop the new base of operations of the Titans. Around 6 meters down, a pair of telekines were placing something long and thin on a piece of rock. Careful, fool, the telekine scolded. One touch and the blade will sever your soul. The now identified Ethan swallowed. Maybe I'll let you unwrap it. As the two boys watched the events proceed, the sky swirled into a huge funnel cloud, the symbol of the sky trying to embrace the earth. Atlas was nowhere to be seen, but his groans could be heard in the distance as he labored under his burden. There, a telekine said. Reverently, he lifted the blade. The sight of the weapon was enough to turn even Naruto's blood to ice. It was a scythe, a 6-foot-long curved blade with a wooden handle wrapped in leather. The blade glinted in 2 colors, steel and bronze. It reminded Naruto of an old enemy's weapon of choice. There was no mistaking it. It was the same blade responsible for slicing the god of the sky to pieces. Now the weapon was reforged. It must be sanctified in blood, the fish child stated. And you, half-blood, will present it to our lord when he awakens. Without thinking, Percy ran towards the fortress. Dashing through the dark foyer, he passed through black marble statues depicting the titans who ruled before the gods. At the end of the room, between 2 bronze braziers lay a golden sarcophagus, its lid more intricately designed than the body, and in the middle, inscribed in a language older than even ancient Greek, was the name of the commander of the enemy forces. He drew his trusty blade, giving but a sliver of comfort to his pounding pulses. He approached the dais, slowly, determined to stop the war before it even began. As soon as his fingers touched the coffin, they turned blue. Frost gathered on his fingertips. To make matters worse, the voices of the telekines could be heard approaching. It was now or never. He pushed back the lid with a hum. The voice halted, followed by 2 quiet thuds, giving him more confidence, but what he saw made his mind go haywire. Instead of the Time Lord in the coffin, there lay a mortal, dressed ordinarily. Gray pants and a white t-shirt. One piece of his chest was missing, a clean black hole the size of a bullet where his heart should have been. His skin was pale. His hair was blonde, and there was a scar. A scar that ran along the left side of his face. It was Luke. Percy froze. Despite all the shit that Luke had done to the camp, he couldn't bring himself to bring his blade down on the man he once idolized. He was in so much shock that his body couldn't move. The footsteps stopped on the doorway to the room. Where the hell did they go? The familiar voice of the half-blood muttered. Oh no. He rushed to the sarcophagus in a panic. He studied his master and found that, other than the bullet hole, there was nothing wrong with his body. That gave him a sigh of relief. But it got him thinking. What did they mean when they said that he still requires me? Does he mean to kill me or? He knelt in front of the coffin. Lord Kronos, I am your newest recruit. Wait. The man with the eye patch looked around, surprised that there was anyone else in the area. Intruder. The boy shouted to any allies around. No, wait. I'm a friend, Percy tried to reason. We were bunkmates, remember? The boy's eyes narrowed, trying to remember who the hell this intruder was. Then, he finally remembered. You Mr. Big Shot. So what do you want with a lowly underdetermined like me? It's not like that. Percy pleaded. Kronos is going to destroy us all once he revives. Help me destroy him. No? Easy for you to speak when the gods provided you with everything. What have the gods ever done for us, huh Percy? Do you even know why I wear this eye patch? Percy couldn't speak. See? You have nothing to say. Kronos was right. Turning to the sarcophagus, he bowed reverently. Lord Kronos, I, Ethan Nakamura, pledge my allegiance to you. I renounce the gods and everything they stand for. With his declaration, the building rumbled. A wisp of blue light rose from the floor at Ethan's feet. It drifted towards the coffin and began to shimmer, like a cloud of pure energy. Then, it descended upon the sarcophagus and completed the final piece needed for the Titan Lord's resurrection. Shortly, Luke bolted upright. It was Luke's face all right, but his eyes glowed pure golden light. His eyes fell upon Ethan with the curiosity of a newborn baby. His eyes then scanned the room until they met with Percy's own. A smile of recognition crept into Luke's face. We meet at last, Percy Jackson, he spoke with Luke's voice, sharp like a razor blade. Although, there was another voice underneath, something horrible, something ancient and cold. Do you like my new form? Percy was still speechless. He couldn't move either. The Titan Lord threw his head back, laughing. The scar on his face rippled. Luke feared you, boy, the crooked one said. His jealousy and hatred had been powerful tools. It kept him obedient. For that, I thank you. Finally finding the nerve to fight, he lunged and plunged his blade straight to the thing's chest. To his shock and horror, the skin deflected his sword like it was made of pure steel. He looked at Percy with amusement. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he flew across the room. Outside, Naruto heard everything. He was shocked by Chrono's revival in his old mentor's body. He was saddened that one of his old bunkmates was the final piece needed by the Titan Lord. But he needed to push all that aside. He needed to gather nature energy for the upcoming fight. Just as he heard Percy's blade clang against Chrono's rock-hard skin, he was ready. Seeing the Titan Lord flick Percy into the wall with unknown magic, he blitzed towards the battlefield before anyone could react. To his shock and horror, he felt himself move at a snail's pace. Literally, everything around the Titan Lord was moving very, very slowly. The Titan Lord smirked as he effortlessly moved out of the way of the blow aimed for his head. He, then, raised his hand and gave Naruto a punch that would send him flying into a wall. Damn, even with Sage Mode, I felt that one, Naruto muttered under his breath despite the pain spreading throughout his whole body. Naruto Uzumaki, Chrono's regarded as attacker. You could have been a good host if your blood wasn't tainted by them. Percy and Naruto rose to their feet. Their feet trembled, as if they were weak on their knees. Naruto spat. This Titan was sounding a lot like Orochimaru. Naruto raised his hands and entered a fighting stance. I could do this all day. I'm sure you would, Chronos smiled condescendingly. Chronos held out his hand. A scroll flew out of Naruto's pouch and flew into his hand. Don't think for a second that you could steal from me. The Uzumaki and your sealing techniques, the Time Lord clicked his tongue. The scroll floated in front of him and showed an unfamiliar pattern. He forced his essence into the sealing formula. His face contorted a bit from the encountered resistance, but it was futile in the end. Pretty soon, he was wielding his scythe, swinging it around, as if enjoying the feel of having it in his hands again. He, then, slowly approached the two boys with a menacing glare. He was dangerously close when someone yelled, "Stop." Something whizzed through the hair followed by a growl of pain. Ow? It was Luke's voice. The deep voice underneath was gone. More importantly, the two boys could feel that they could move normally again. Let's scram. Naruto called to his friend. Percy nodded and the two of them made a break for the doorway. Though they ran into the three that they left at the entrance to the labyrinth. Like Anabeth stood frozen. Wow. There was no time. The voice of Chronos had once again resurfaced. After them. No? Neko yelled with resistance. Clapping his hands together, a jagged spire of rock erupted from the ground. The tremor it caused was so powerful the columns crumbled and the building came crashing down. Anabeth was frozen. Seeing Luke here of all places gave her a shock. There was no time to convince her to follow. In the heat of the moment, Naruto carried her bridal style. With that, they plunged into the labyrinth and kept running without looking back. They kept running until they could no more. They only stopped when they were in a tunnel of white rock. There were no pursuers behind them, but they still did not feel safe. Percy and Naruto couldn't help but shiver at the memory of Luke and his deep, sinister voice. I can't go any further, Rachel gasped, hugging her chest. Naruto set Anabeth down onto the cold floor. She had been crying into the blonde boy's chest. The boy set her down gently onto the cavern floor. She, then, curled up into a ball and hugged her feet. Their sobs echoed in the tunnel. That sucked, Neko said as he, himself, plopped down on his bottom. Nah man, that was awesome, Naruto praised. You saved our lives. You were taking too long, the boy rubbed his cheeks. Even if he did change, a little of his old personality was still there. The girls believed you would mess things up somehow. Hey. Percy protested. In our defense, that's not our fault. What happened to Luke? Anabeth finally spoke in between her sobs. It's Chronos, Percy said. He explained everything he saw. He relayed the events of Ethan Nakamura and wisp of light that entered the body of their old friend. That can't be true. Anabeth widened her eyes. I'm sorry, Anabeth, Percy apologized. But he's gone. He's not. Anabeth sat in denial of the events that happened. When the hairbrush hit him, for a second, Luke was there. I'm going to have to agree, Naruto sided with Anabeth. He turned to Anabeth. I didn't know Luke before meeting him, but you do. So, I'm going to trust you. If there's even a sliver of hope that he's in there, then there's a chance that we could save him. But Percy tried to argue, but Naruto shook his head. Anabeth stared at him in awe. Naruto always had a way with words that could touch the heart of many. She lunged at him and wrapped him in a hug. Naruto. She sobbed into Naruto's face. Naruto caressed his friend's hair. Percy smiled. Hey Anabeth, I'm sorry, he spoke up. Anabeth looked up from Naruto's chest. It's okay, sorry I snapped at you. This is good and all, but we need to move, Neko interjected. They all rose to their feet. So, where to? Rachel asked. Back to New York. Naruto nodded. In the next direction they took, Naruto and Percy froze. Near them, the beam of light fixed onto a clump of red fabric. It was a Rasta cap, a very familiar Rasta cap. Percy's hand trembled as he picked up the fabric. It seemed trampled by a muddy boot. After all they've gone through, they couldn't bear the thought of what happened to Grover. We're following them, Percy decided. But the camp Neko pointed out. There's no time. Those who abandon their friends are even worse than scum. Naruto muttered under his breath, a lesson that was etched into his very being. Let's follow them. They forged on ahead, bracing for the worst. The tunnel was treacherous. It sloped at weird angles and was slimy with moisture. Half the time they were slipping more than they were walking. Finally, at the end of the slope, they found themselves in a large cave with huge stalagmite columns. Through the center of the room ran an underground river, and Tyson was sitting on the banks. Tyson, Percy called out. He was relieved to see his brother and friend. Percy. Tyson's eyes widened as he saw the rest of the party. Then his eyes widened when they fell to Neko. Neko, you're okay. I'm sorry for worrying you, Neko said. Anyway, what's going on? Why did you stop here? Right, Tyson got back to the matter at hand. Come quick. The group rushed over Tyson, who showed them to Grover, who was lying limp on the ground. Thankfully, he was just unconscious, revealed by the groan about enchiladas. Percy and Naruto sighed in relief. What happened? Percy asked. So many things. Snake woman, giants, large snake, large dog. Neko Tyson listed off. Then Grover got excited. He ran. Then we reached this room and he fell like this. Did he say anything? Naruto followed up the question. He said, we're close. Then he hit his head on the rocks. Tyson pointed out. Naruto stifled a laugh, but he knelt next to Naruto. He gathered chakra to his palm, which hurt like hell, and he placed it on the satyr's head. The goat man groans turned to moans of relief from the pain and injuries disappearing. His face was relaxed now, but he was still unconscious. Knowing Grover's old habits, Anabeth scooped up some icy cold water. His eyes fluttered awake. He looked around at the worried faces looking at him, some familiar, others new. Percy, Anabeth, his eyes fell to the son of Hades. Neko. He scrambled to his feet and hugged the boy. You're okay. I was lucky they took me to them, Neko explained. Grover's eyes opened. His eyes fell on Naruto, whose features had changed. Grover quickly let go of Neko and grabbed Naruto. You Grover fangirled over Naruto. That's the energy I felt. I can sense it coming from you. But I didn't do anything, the said boy protested. More importantly, where is he? After some quick introductions, they followed the direction Grover was referring to. They waded through waist-deep water despite the freezing cold temperature. Lucky for Percy, he could will himself to stay dry, but the others weren't so lucky. To help a little bit, Naruto exuded an aura which reminded the people of a hearth or a warm fireplace in the winter. It was an ability that he discovered not too long ago when he was experimenting with Hesha's blessing. I think we're in Carlsbad Caverns, an unexplored section, Anabeth pointed out as she tried to get as close to Naruto as possible. Isn't that in New Mexico? Naruto asked. That would explain Grover's episode last winter. Soon they were out of the water. Crystal pillars loomed overhead. Naruto's head started to hurt. The nature energy was more potent here, even the mortals and non-nature attuned demigods could feel it now. They could even smell the scent of forests, flowers, and a warm summer day. They entered a cave. The walls were studded with crystals red, green, and blue. In the strange light, beautiful plants grew, giant orchids, star-shaped flowers, vines bursting with orange and purple berries that crept among the crystals. The cave floor was covered with green moss. Overhead, the ceiling was higher than a cathedral, sparkling like a galaxy of stars. In the center of the cave stood a Roman-style bed, gilded wood shaped like a curly U, with velvet cushions. Animals lounged around it, but they were animals that shouldn't have been alive. There was a dodo bird, something that looked like a cross between a wolf and a tiger, a huge rodent like the mother of all guinea pigs, and roaming behind the bed, picking berries with its trunk, was a woolly mammoth. The group approached the bed. There lay an old satyr. His sky-blue eyes watched them as they neared. The hair around his body was white. His horns were enormous, glossy brown and curved. Around his neck hung a set of reed pipes. Lord Pan. Grover fell to a knee on the foot of the bed. Grover, my dear brave satyr. I have waited a long time for you, the gods smiled kindly. I got lost, sir, Grover apologized. Pan laughed. It was like the breeze of the springtime, a truly wonderful sound. The animals around him stirred. The tiger wolf sighed and rested his head on the god's knee. The dodo bird pecked affectionately at the god's hooves, making a strange sound in the back of its bill, almost like it was humming. After the brief chuckle, the weariness returned to his face. He looked tired. His form shimmered as if he was made of mist. Your dodo bird is singing, Percy said stupidly. The god's eyes twinkled. Ah yes, that's Deed, my little actress. You have the most beautiful place. Anabeth praised. It's better than any building ever built. I'm glad you like it, dear, Pan said. It is one of the last pockets of wild places left on Earth. My realm is gone. Only pockets remain. Tiny pieces of life. This one shall lay undisturbed for a little longer. Pan-sama, your power, Naruto said. I thank you for your aid. Ah, Naruto Uzumaki. It is rare for humans to become sages. Pan regarded the sage who was brimming with his own power. No, I thank you for still having an interest in nature. It was the least I can do for you, young sage. Or Pan. Grover interjected. You must come back with me. The elders will never believe it. They will be overjoyed. You can save the wild. Pan ruffled the young satyr's head. You are so young, Grover. So good and true. I think I chose well. Chose? Grover said. I don't understand. Pan's image flickered. The giant guinea pig scuttled under the bed. With a terrified squeal, the woolly mammoth grunted nervously. Deed stuck her head under her wing. Then Pan reformed, like he was keeping himself from disappearing with sheer willpower alone. I have slept for many eons, the god said forlornly. My dreams have been dark. I wake fitfully, and each time, the waking is shorter. Now, my end is near. What? Grover cried. But you're here. My dear satyr, Pan said. 2,000 years ago, I tried to tell the world. Lysis, a satyr very much like you, announced it to the world, to spread the word. He lived in Ephesus, you know. The old story. Anabeth's eyes whitened. A sailor passing by the coast of Ephesus heard a voice crying from the shore, tell them the great god Pan is dead. But that wasn't true, Grover said. You kind never believed it, Pan smiled. You sweet stubborn satyrs refused to accept my passing. And I love you for that, but you only delayed the inevitable. You only prolonged my long painful passing, my dark twilight sleep. It must end. No? Grover's voice trembled. Dear Grover, Pan said. You must accept the truth. Your companion, Neko, he understands. Neko nodded slowly. He's dying. He should have died long ago. This is more like a memory. But gods can die, Grover said. Unfortunately, my dear satyr, immortals can fade, Pan said, when everything they stood for is gone. When they cease to have power, and their sacred places disappear. The wild, my dear Grover, is so small now, so shattered, that no god can save it. My realm is gone. Pan-sama, if I may, Naruto interrupted him. You may just very well recover. The elemental nations are brimming with life. You will live on for another day and perhaps. Dear sage, thank you for thinking thus far, Pan smiled. But what you are suggesting, it is impossible. I would be encroaching on the territory of another god. It would risk war. Naruto was puzzled. There was no written record of any war as far back as the myths would go. But I must go, Pan affirmed. And as my dying wish, I need you to carry a message. You must go back to the council. You must tell the satyrs, and the dryads, and the other spirits of nature, that the great god Pan is dead. Tell them of my passing. Because they must stop waiting for me to save them. I cannot. The only salvation you must make yourself. Each of you must take up my calling. His eyes scanned the humans in the room. The group watched in mourning at the exchange. It was then Naruto realized that he was not only telling this to Grover, but to all of them, both half-bloods and humans alike. Percy Jackson, the god said. I know what you have seen today. I know your doubts. But I give you this news. When the time comes, you will not be ruled by fear. He turned to Anabeth. Daughter of Athena, your time is coming. You will play a great role, though it may not be the role you imagined. Then he looked at Tyson. Master Cyclops, do not despair. Heroes rarely live up to our expectations. But you, Tyson, your name shall live among the Cyclops for generations. It was Naruto's turn. I sense great power within you. Do not fear it. This power is not evil, only misunderstood. Soon, you will know what I mean. As you come to terms with your own power, receive my blessing, as my great aunt Hastha had done. And Miss Rachel flinched when he said her name. She backed up like she was guilty of something, but Pan only smiled. He raised his hand in a blessing. I know you believe you cannot make amends, he said. But you are just as important as your father. You are destined for great things. I know it might not seem like it now, but the opportunities will present themselves. Do not falter. Rachel faltered. A tear traced her cheek. Finally he turned back toward Grover. My dear satyr, Pan said kindly, will you carry my message? I can't. You can, Pan said. You are the strongest and the bravest. Your heart is true. You have believed in me more than anyone ever has, which is why you must bring the message, and why you must be the first to release me. I don't want to. I know, the god said. But did you know my name, Pan? Originally it meant rustic. But over the years it has come to mean all. The spirit of the wild must pass to all of you now. You must tell each one you meet. If you would find Pan, take up Pan's spirit. Remake the wild, a little at a time, each in your own corner of the world. You cannot wait for anyone else, even a god, to do that for you. Grover wiped his eyes. Then slowly he stood. I've spent my whole life looking for you. Now I release you. Pan smiled. Thank you, dear satyr. My final blessing. He closed his eyes, and the god dissolved. White mist divided into wisps of energy. It filled the room. The curl of smoke went straight into everyone's mouths. The animals gave our heroes a sad look. Deep the dodo sighed. Then they all turned gray and crumbled to dust. The vines withered. And pretty soon, they were alone in a dark cave with an empty bed. Percy switched on his flashlight. Grover took a deep breath. Are you okay? Naruto placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. He looked older and sadder. He took his cap from Anabeth, brushed off the mud, and stuck it firmly on his curly head. We should go now, he said, and tell them. The great god Pan is dead. The Battle of the Labyrinth Part 1. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto nor Percy Jackson in the Olympian series. I am just a lowly writer with too much time in my hands. Warning. This is a sequel story. Read the following first before you read this story. Child of the Moon. The Lightning Thief Child of the Moon. The Sea of Monsters Child of the Moon. The Titan's Curse. Chapter 18. It was the fastest traveling Naruto had done in his whole life. Thanks to Rachel Elizabeth Dare, the party had made it back to Times Square. Despite the quick run through the labyrinth, they still felt like they ran 3,000 kilometers from New Mexico. After the marathon, they emerged from the Marriott basement and burst through the main doors into the streets. It was surreal to be in New York again. After experiencing the hidden gem that Carlsbad, New Mexico held, the concrete jungle all but felt like fantasy. Speaking of fantasy. Whoa, they're beautiful. Rachel squealed in delight as a flock of Pegasi descended from the sky, swooping through the skyscrapers with Blackjack in the lead. Yo boss. Naruto's mind translated. You're alive. Of course. I'm lucky that way. Percy puffed out his chest. Hey, we need a ride back to camp. That's my specialty. Blackjack bragged. Oh hey. You have the Cyclops with you. Guido, you up for this? Naruto could swear he could hear the said Pegasus grumble about a bad back. Not a long time later, the group were saddled up and ready to go. Well, everyone except Rachel. Percy didn't know what to say. I guess this is it, Rachel spoke for the boy. Naruto cleared his throat, getting the two teens' attention. This gave Percy the confidence to speak. He smiled. Thanks for guiding us. We couldn't have done it without you. I wouldn't miss it for the world, Rachel returned the smile. Except for maybe almost dying and Pan, her voice faltered. Hey Red, Naruto interjected, irking Rachel for a bit. Pan mentioned something about your dad. We've been through a lot already. If it's not too much to ask, what does he mean? Rachel sighed. He was right. These people mean a lot to her already, they've been precious people to her. It wouldn't hurt telling them the truth. Well, dad's kind of a famous business, she said, twisting the strap of her backpack. What? The whole group mouths hang open at the revelation. Why you mean, you're rich? Percy asked in surprise. Well, yeah. That's how you got the chauffeur to drop everything, Anabeth stated. Yes, Rachel confirmed. I was ashamed to meet Pan, you know. Because my dad, he's a land developer. He buys up plots of land and transforms them into subdivisions or shopping centers. It made me feel like I contributed to Pan's demise. Hey, Naruto jumped down from his Pegasus and placed a hand on her shoulder. You and your dad are completely different people. You can't blame yourself for something your dad did. But that's not the whole of it, Rachel shook her head. I don't like to talk about my family. I didn't want you to know. I'm sorry I said anything. No, Percy said. It's cool. Look, you were awesome. You bravely led us through the maze even though we warned you that there was a risk of dying along the way. Heck, you even saved our lives with whatever it is you threw when Kronos was about to kill us. Bottom line is, I don't care about what your dad does, all I know is you're Rachel Elizabeth Dare, a brave girl and our guide, that's all I'm going to judge you on. Wow, Percy, that means a lot to me. Rachel wiped off some tears that had been forming at the side of her eyes. Well, if you ever want to hang out with a mortal again, you could call me. Sure. Naruto elbowed the boy. I mean, sure. I'd like that. My number's not in the yellow pages, you know. No, I got it. On your hand. I can memorize it. Rachel's smile deepened. She was a lot happier now. I guess I'll see you later. Go save the world for me, okay? She started to walk off. Hey. Naruto called out. Catch. Surprisingly, Rachel caught it without hurting herself. It was a tri-pronged kunai in a sheath. What's this? You're open to the world of gods and monsters now. Use it to defend yourself or a way for us to get to you in a giffy when things get hairy. She studied the kunai and the intricate symbols she couldn't decipher. I'll keep it safe. Naruto nodded and watched her disappear, oblivious with the small glare a certain daughter of Athena was giving her. As she disappeared into the crowds, he climbed onto his own horse. So, Neko, Percy said as he mounted Blackjack. Are you ready to see Bianca again? I don't know, Neko looked down. Will she hate me for disappearing like that? Or for everything I did? Hey, you don't have to worry. She's pretty worried about you. She's waiting for you to come home. Naruto clarified. We have a camp to defend, if it's too much to ask you boys. Anabeth said with irritation, but her voice softened when she turned to Neko. The sooner we leave, the sooner we get to Neko. Neko looked up confidently now. Alright, I'm ready. Naruto gave out a determined look and declared, Yosh. Let's go. Camp Half-Blood. The party landed in the middle of the cabin area. The once bustling area of the camp was now empty, almost The only ones there were Chiron, Silenus, and a pair of Apollo campers. As the group dismounted, Neko, in particular, met eyes with one of the campers. He felt a small shock in his system that he shook off in favor of the matter at hand. The group didn't get a chance to rest. They reported everything that happened on their last excursion into the maze, from Quintus being Daedalus, and his betrayal to Kronos rising from Tartarus. They expected the activities director to be surprised with the news, but he was completely stoic, like he already anticipated all this happening. I feared as much, Chiron said. We must hurry. Hopefully, you have slowed down the Titan army, but their vanguard will still be upon us soon. They will be anxious for blood. Most of our defenders are already in place. Wait a moment. Silenus cut in. What of the search for Pan? Grover, you are 3 weeks overdue. Your searcher's license has been revoked. Those licenses don't matter anymore. Lysis was right. The great god Pan is dead. He has passed on and left us his spirit. Grover said confidently, surprising Naruto and Percy. They have never seen their best friend stand up for himself before. It made them proud. What did you say? Silenus's temper rose from the declaration. I will have you exiled for spouting such sacrilege. I vouch for him, Naruto spoke up. We were all there. We witnessed his passing. Lies. You are all liars and nature destroyers. Silenus fumed. We will speak of this later, Chiron said after studying Grover's face. The pot-bellied goat stomped his feet. No. We will speak of this now. We will. Silenus, Chiron called out with a hint of anger in his voice. It was the first time the campers heard the centaur do this. My camp is under attack. Pan's case has waited 2,000 years. I fear it must wait a little longer. Now, if you want to get devoured by monsters, by all means, do what you want. Without waiting for a response from the shocked satyr, he readied his bow and galloped towards the battlefield. The young Neko reluctantly approached the armory. He was told his sister was there, gathering some gear for the upcoming skirmish. The set girl perked up at the mention of her name. Neko. She whirled around. There's her long-lost brother. Tears welled from her eyes. Look, Bianca, He didn't even get to begin his apology. Bianca rushed to him and wrapped him in a warm hug. Neko, she sobbed. I never thought I would see you again. I thought. She couldn't bring herself to say the words. Every time I would see those dreams, I couldn't watch. I'm sorry for worrying you, Bianca, Neko said. He slowly melted into his sister's embrace. The two broke the hug. Bianca looked at her brother sternly. You better be. I mean, look at you. Your skin's so pale. Have you been living underground? And you're so thin. Have been skipping meals. And Neko hugged her once more. Despite how much he hated her sister nagging him all the time, he somehow missed it after all their time apart. I know, he said. Look, I should have trusted my friends more. I shouldn't have listened to some shady ghost. But it's okay now. I'm staying here with you and our friends. Bianca smiled. Hey, I heard you learned a couple of tricks while you were away. How's about a little spar after we survive this attack? Sheesh, you sound like Naruto all of a sudden, Neko joked. Sure, I'll take you up on that. The two siblings bantered with each other the way they always did in the past, but their reunion was short-lived as the ground rumbled. They looked toward the direction of Zeus's fist. Naruto had not seen war in his lifetime, but he figured this was how it would feel like, a preview for the upcoming war. This was the biggest military operation he had ever seen at camp. Everyone was dressed in full battle armor, but this time it wasn't for capture the flag. The labyrinth entrance was dotted with traps, ranging from Hephaestus' cabin patented traps to elaborate Elemental Nation-style traps. There were a pair of catapults manned by the cabin's counselor. Clarus was on the front lines barking orders to the Ares cabin. Apollo and Hermes' cabin served as the long-range fighters. The Athena campers were directing operations from a command tent. Surprisingly, the Aphrodite cabin were eager to join the defense, while the twin sons of Dionysus provided refreshments, but they were ready for battle too. Even the nature spirits were ready to defend their homes. Naruto met up with his sensei at the command tent with Anabeth. Are they ready, sensei? They are, Kakashi said. I drilled my teachings into them. I'm surprised you convinced the Aphrodite cabin to do anything at all, Naruto commented, seeing the set campers dressed for battle. Your sisters can be very good motivation for them, Kakashi kept it at that. Do you think we can win? Naruto asked. Odd for you to be so down, Kakashi raised his visible eyebrow. You're usually the positive one. You don't understand, sensei. I have seen their army, they outnumber us 3-1, plus the Titan aren't bound by the restrictions the gods have. Their leader almost killed me. If he leads this attack. I have been in your position countless times already, Naruto. Kakashi placed a hand on his shoulder. Fighting overwhelming armies or fighting an opponent you cannot hope to defeat. The battle outcome will largely depend on how you fight with your team. That is why the first thing I drilled into you was teamwork. Believe me. Naruto, doubt will be your greatest enemy. And most of all, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. With that pep talk, the enemies decided to attack. A dozen Lacedemonian giants, or as Tyson knows as Canadians, burst out of the ground with deafening battle cries. They were wielding tree trunks as clubs and flattened cars as shields. One of the giants bellowed and smashed through the Ares phalanx. "Gotta go, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto told his sensei. Naruto dashed to the front lines, aiding the Ares campers. The Lacedemonian fell into a heap as the blonde shoved them to the side with pure power alone. "Hey," Naruto greeted the daughter of Ares. "Need help?" Blondie Claire's greeted. "No time for banter," Naruto said. "We gotta get your siblings to safety." When he landed in the medical tent, an Apollo camper noticed his features. "When did you?" "I don't know," Naruto shook his head. "But I'm thinking this is thanks to Pan." "Fire," Charles Beckendorf ordered. The catapult swung into action. The giants, who were only just starting to recover, were smashed on the chest and pelted with a dozen arrows. Around a couple vaporized into golden dust. Just when they were about to be overwhelmed, the Draconis surged out of the entrance. This was short-lived though, as the traps managed to thin out the crowd. But that wasn't the end of it. The Titan Lord's army poured out into the battlefield. "Hold," Naruto ordered. But Claris tried to argue, but Naruto shushed her. His hands blurred into hand signs. After landing on the ram seal, he slammed both hands on the ground. "Kuchius no jutsu," he yelled. 2 puffs of smoke were produced from the jutsu. "Naruto boy, it has been a while since you called," the voice of an old frog spoke as the smoke dissipated. "You rarely call, what is it?" This time it was an old female voice. "No time, Fukasaku-sensei, Shima-sensei," Naruto said. "Look. We got just the right jutsu." Fukasaku jumped up on Naruto's shoulder, followed by his wife. The 3 sages clapped their hands together and said in unison. "Senpu. Gomen." Wind, fire, and oil spewed from the mouths of the 3, covering the battlefield in burning oil. The screams of monsters could be heard as they boiled to death in the inferno. Fortunately, this wave did not contain any half-bloods. The next wave appeared as soon as the monsters disintegrated. "Another round, Naruto-kun?" Shima asked. Naruto shook his head. "We can't kill the other half-bloods." "I guess it's time then." Naruto took a deep breath. "Charge." Both sides clashed. The campers were really thankful for the hellish training they had been through. They remembered every bruise, every time they were out of breath, and every ache their body had to endure after every day with that sadist. And they were doing well. Monsters dissolved with every arrow, with every slash of their celestial bronze. The hostile demigods, though, couldn't bring themselves to harm them. Despite how good they were doing, they were still outnumbered. Naruto's estimation was way off. More poured from the entrance. Despite the fatigue, the campers rallied. This was going to be a long day. The nature spirits joined in the fight with their wooden cudgels and shields made of tree bark. The satyrs danced around the attacks of hellhounds, while dryads shot out arrows and nature magic. They were doing pretty well. That was when one telekine shot a flaming arrow into the woods. They scattered for fear of burning down the forests. Brachii broke out from the formation and headed straight for the panicking nature spirits. Percy and Naruto looked on with fear as they saw the snake women charge straight for them. Just then, Neko suddenly erupted from the shadows and stabbed one of the snake women in the neck. Bianca subsequently came out of the woods. She wore a letter. Daka with an omega at the back. She ran into one of the snake women and defeated her after a short skirmish. "That was cool, Neko. Where'd you learn how to do that?" Neko looked sheepish from the praise of his own sister. "It's some trick I picked up. I can teach you if you want." The snake women hissed at them. Hold that thought. Bianca readied her weapon. Neko turned to monsters and brandished a 3-foot-long sword as black as night. The monsters and nature spirits alike shuffled nervously. He stabbed the sword into the ground. A fissure opened up right in front of the Dracony. Different corpses climbed out from the break in the ground: US revolutionaries, Roman centurions, Napoleonic cavalry on skeletal horses. The corpses drew their swords and engaged. Neko, himself, crumpled to the ground. Bianca rushed worriedly towards her brother's side. "Are you okay?" "I'm okay," Neko wheezed, as he tried to catch his breath. "That move always drains me. I just need to catch my breath." More clashes came from the main battle regimen. Bianca looked to the others. "Rest up. The battle's not close to done." Percy Jackson was heated in this battle. His home was targeted by the forces of the Titan Lord. He had to make sure that none of the family he had in this camp would be taken from him. He broke through the enemy defenses. He was like a storm. None of the monsters could match him, even the giants. He weaved through the stomps given to him by the monsters more than twice his size and slashed at the legs, causing the giants. The monster fell to the ground and finally dissolved into dust. After dispatching his opponent, he saw a hellhound break through the skeletal warrior's guard and bounded straight for the satyrs. 1. Satyr danced around the attack, but the attack was relentless. The next satyr was slower and managed to fall on his butt. Fortunately, he raised his tree bark shield to defend himself, which broke under the hellhound's maw. It was about to go on for a second attack, but hey. A hare yelled, getting its attention. The hellhound turned to him. Percy gulped. "Well, I got his attention," he muttered to himself. "Now what?" Seeing the new target, the dog charged straight at him. It jumped straight to snap at Percy's face. The son of Poseidon was agile though. He bent backwards as far as he could to avoid getting his head bitten off. Before he could even get out a sigh of relief, the hound changed course and bounded for him again. He was smarter this time. His fingers grasped the vial of Greek fire and tossed it inside the hellhound's maw. The dog stopped in its tracks and coughed. The vial of liquid was stuck in its throat. It gagged further, trying to clear its airway. Then, it swallowed. Its throat was now clear. The hound snarled at Percy. The boy readied his sword. But the dog burst into flames. Percy let out the sigh of relief he was holding. He moved to check the downed satyr. Before he could do so, Grover called out to him. Percy. He turned to the direction of his best friend. Flames danced in the sunlight as they lit the forest on fire. Some of the fire arrows had gotten through the defenses and started a forest fire. Oh, no. With that final thought, Percy rushed to the scene. Kakashi dashed through the battlefield where his students fought. He hadn't seen so many monsters in one place in his whole life. Or he hasn't seen any monsters at all in his life. So he felt quite overwhelmed. He smiled underneath his mask. He was proud. All around him, his students were doing pretty well. They could handle themselves pretty well in a fight. The worst that happened was an injury or two from a stray arrow or a wild slash, but they will live. He was interrupted from his thoughts as a giant's fist pounded on the ground he was standing. Mr. Kakashi. Anabeth yelled as she watched their camp counselor get crushed into the ground. Then, the sound of crackling lightning came out of nowhere and sliced the lace Dragonian's arm clean off. This gave her a sigh of relief. Whoa. That's a jutsu from Naruto's teammate. Anabeth pointed out. Actually, it is my original jutsu, Kakashi said as he walked up to the girl. I taught it to him. It's a long story actually. I'll ask you more later, Anabeth said. With a nod, Kakashi moved on. Despite how well they were doing, that did not change the fact that the campers were severely outnumbered. They really meant to wipe the camp off the map. The next wave of enemies then emerged from the labyrinth entrance. They had sound nin now, a lot of sound nin. They didn't look like the humans who attacked the Leaf Village, no. It looked like the Snake Man modified them. They were so modified that they didn't look quite human anymore. In the earlier group, he only knocked out the hostile half-bloods as per orders from Chiron. This time he didn't hesitate. His lightning crackled in his fist as he plowed through the grotesque-looking shinobi with his lightning. After dispatching a group of the monster-human hybrids, Kakashi dodged to the left as a snake rushed past the trees. Right then and there he knew who he was going to face. Orochimaru, I was wondering when you would show up, Kakashi spoke. The snakes retracted. From the trees came an old enemy, just not who he was thinking. It was Kabuto but different. His skin was white and scaly around his left arm. To be fair, when you think of snakes, you think of Orochimaru. I'm flattered you would think that, Kabuto slowly revealed himself. But not quite at all. So you finally decided to become your master, Kakashi answered. That wasn't the plan. The bookworm snapped at the Jonin. That traitor killed him. Traitor? Kakashi asked calmly. Kabuto sent another wave of snakes at the masked Jonin. With the lightning-infused kunai, Kakashi plowed through them. Fine, Kabuto produced a sword. It was Orochimaru's signature weapon. If you won't go down easily. Kakashi produced a blade of his own, a memento from the past. With that, the two charged. Two toads screeched at the enemy, stopping a giant in his tracks. Naruto appeared at head level, the monster not even noticing him. He sent a Senjutsu-enhanced punch straight at the giant's face. The monster fell flat on his back, crushing the unfortunate Draconi that weren't able to get out of the way. The luckier monsters hissed. They readied their blades and charged. The blonde was amazed with the speed at which he gathered nature chakra. Whatever it was Pan had done to him, it worked wonders. And it had an extra effect as well. The nature spirits bravely rallied around him. His aura gave them courage. Lord Naruto, one satyr bowed in front of him. Thank you, Lord. Naruto raised an eyebrow. But I'm not. He didn't get to finish his sentence. Another one of the Hephaestus cabin traps exploded. Their battle was far from order. Your orders, Lord? The satyr asked. Rally to me. Naruto didn't bother to correct the satyr with the title he was given. They charged. Naruto passed one of the Dionysus kids. He caught one giant's arm that was about to flatten him. Pollux, you okay? Naruto asked. The demigod son of Dionysus opened his eyes to see Naruto barely struggling against the weight of the fist. I thought I was done for. Can't let anyone die here. Naruto gave him a million-watt smile the way Guy-sensei would. Right, I'll buy you a drink later once this is all over. Pollux saluted back and got back to the carnage. Naruto threw an explosive tag at the giant in front of him. The monster exploded into guts and blood, spraying nature spirits and monsters alike. Just then, the ground shook followed by a loud screech. That didn't sound good, even the monsters froze in the spot with the horrible sound they heard. Soon after, Camp shot out of Zeus's fist and hovered into the sky. It scanned the battlefield as if looking for something or someone. She screeched again, sensing the chakra that destroyed her days ago. Even around the monsters and satyrs, Naruto knew that he met eyes with her. He sighed. He'd been unlucky with the monster he has slain lately. They'd been fast reformers or something was letting them out too early. In any case, it was round 2. He cracked his neck and his muscles. He raised his hands and entered the Taijutsu stance of the 2 green beasts of Konoha. With full energy, he yelled, "You want me, come and get me." The Battle of the Labyrinth Part 2. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto nor Percy Jackson in the Olympian series. I am just a lowly writer with too much time in my hands. Warning. This is a sequel story. Read the following first before you read this story. Child of the Moon. The Lightning Thief, Child of the Moon. The Sea of Monsters, Child of the Moon. The Titan's Curse. Chapter 19. Percy's eyes whitened as the fire crackled, threatening to consume the trees including the wood nymphs' homes. As a son of the sea god, Percy saw it his duty to put out the fire. He dashed through duels, stabbing Draconi and hellhounds that dared get in his way. He had to act fast. His problem. The nearest source of water, the creek, the boundary line of the various Capture the Flag games, was nearly a kilometer away. Sighing, he concentrated. He felt the familiar tug in his gut that came with a roar in his ears. Soon, a wall of water came dousing the flames. Juniper and Grover spat out water, completely drenched in water. They looked at Percy with a grateful look. Thanks, Percy. Then, they turned their gaze to the battlefield. They looked really, really angry. Grover brandished his cudgel, and Juniper raised his stick looking like she wanted to tan someone's backside. They charged. Kakashi faced off against Kabuto, Kusanagi against Tanto. Kakashi's left eye blazed as it studied as it aided him in this fight. Sparks flew as the 2 blades met in the middle of the battlefield. Kakashi had to be careful in this fight. Orochimaru's blade would leave his own blade in pieces. He somersaulted backwards as snakes converged upon him. He landed on one knee quite a distance from Kabuto, but the snakes enlarged and kept coming. Kakashi's hands flew into hand signs. He placed his hand on the ground, and a wall of earth erupted from the ground. The giant snake had slammed onto the wall leaving cracks, but it still held strong. Very good, Kabuto praised. You have not lost your touch, Anbu Captain. Kabuto was almost caught off guard as a pair of hands grabbed his legs, almost. The bookworm leapt into the air and stabbed the Kusanagi into the ground. He looked around. He knew that his opponent would not go down that easily. Without warning, Kakashi threw the leaf whirlwind to Kabuto. The after tried to raise his arm to guard, but the force was enough to push him back. The sudden attack caught him by surprise that he wasn't able to reinforce his arm to resist the heavy blow. The 4-eyed Kusagakure shinobi sent his chakra into his hand. He felt his hand mending. Unfortunately for him, Kakashi didn't let up. With the attack, the Jonin engaged him in hand-to-hand combat. Kabuto desperately tried to defend. Then, Kabuto smirked. A snake lashed out at Kakashi as their hands were locked at an impasse, pushing each other for dominance. Then, Kabuto's eyes whitened as Kakashi seemingly disappeared into thin air in front of him, only to receive a boot on his jaw, sending him flying into the air, a classic Ai and Lee move. Kabuto was in a daze from the concussion he just received. The snakes were restless, waiting for their master to come back to his senses. With the dancing leaf shadow, the son of the White Fang appeared behind him. Kakashi wrapped the bookworm in bandages that appeared out of nowhere. They spun rapidly as they fell to the ground. The crash flattened a few monsters who decided it was a good idea to butt into a high-level shinobi fight. Kakashi cracked his neck. Opening the first gate left his muscles sore. Kabuto lay there unmoving, but Kakashi had his guard up. Now that Kabuto had almost taken his master's image, he would be as persistent as the snake. Just as he expected, the ground cracked beneath him. His body was surrounded with lightning chakra, giving him a protective sphere. The snakes that tried to snap at him were shredded to pieces. Kakashi reached out, managing a small slice on Kabuto's hand as he tried to defend. Kabuto leapt back to safety. "Oh no you don't," Kakashi said as he unfurled the scroll and lined it with his own blood. Summoning Jutsu. A trail of cracked ground made its way to Kabuto, like a shark stalking its prey, except it was on land. The target studied the trail made by whatever it is Kakashi summoned. It stopped in its tracks, making Kabuto wary. He didn't expect 5 different dogs to burst out the ground and sink their teeth into his flesh. Kakashi heaved out a sigh. He was almost out of chakra. The Sharingan has taken a lot out of him. He weaved through a few more hand signs. He held out his hand and gathered chakra in his palm. "You're done," Kakashi spat. He dashed forward, stabbing Jutsu into his opponent's chest. There was no blood. Kabuto's body actually felt like scales. Damn it, he actually escaped. He moved to pursue the rogue shinobi, but he wasn't able. He fell flat on his back, unable to move. "Kakashi." Haken's gruff voice made sure that his summoner was still okay. He breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed that the Jonin was still breathing. "You've overexerted yourself with the Sharingan again, Mr. Kakashi." Selena ran over to their teacher when she saw him collapsed on the ground. "He'll be fine," Haken tried to say, not knowing about the language barrier. Selena turned to the dog who was speaking in an unknown language. Her eyes were almost like heart shapes as she saw the Ninken. "You're so cutie." She fussed over the summoning animal, picking him up and hugging him tight. The other dog snickered at Pakin's predicament. "Oh, don't just stand there," he scolded. "Get this human to put me down." They poofed back to their home to avoid the daughter of Aphrodite's attention. "Traitors," Pakin grumbled to himself. She was giving the Ninken some love for about 5 minutes when he heard Kakashi cough. "Mr. Kakashi." Selena's attention moved to his new camp counselor. "You should put down Pakin," Kakashi said weakly. "He doesn't like being fussed over like that." "All right," she reluctantly relented. She went back to the matter at hand. "Are you alright, Mr. Kakashi?" "I'm just out of chakra," the Jonin said as he rested his head back. "Can you help me back to the big house?" Just as Selena was about to help their camp counselor up, the ground shook. A horrible, deafening shriek was heard throughout the battlefield. Camp shot out of Zeus's fist and hovered over the battlefield. "Great enemy reinforcements." Naruto stood his ground as the ancient Cyclops torturer shrieked at him challengingly. Luna landed beside him after taking out her fair share of monsters. She barked in response to the hovering monster's challenge. Camp shrieked again and dive-bombed the battlefield through foe and friendlies alike. She didn't care. She had a one-track mind. All she wanted was revenge on the blonde that dared to send her to Tartarus. The blonde ran towards camp. The two met each other head-on. A small shockwave was formed, pushing everyone in the vicinity back just from the force. Naruto was surprised. The ancient jailer was somehow stronger this time. The two engaged again. They took turns getting thrown back. Luna was able to get a few hits in, but she was also sent flying by the superior fighting abilities that the jailer had gathered throughout the millennia. It was about even. Camp couldn't pierce the blonde's skin. Naruto couldn't get a hit in with the monster's newfound agility. Naruto rose to his feet again. The campers around him were on their last legs. Sure, they had more skills now, but they were still humans after all. Fatigue was beginning to set in, and the Titan army was beginning to push them back. The blonde gritted his teeth. He was angry. He was about to lose his home and the friends he had made in it, friends that accepted him for who he is. He was pissed off now. Naruto dropped on all fours. Red bubbling energy began to form around the blonde. "Everyone, get away." Kakashi's voice warned the campers. They didn't need to be told twice. That wasn't the end of this though. More power poured from Naruto. His skin started to peel off. The shroud was not looking more fox-like now with blood-red skin. "Mindscape. Back so soon." Kurama chided the blonde who was nearly overtaken by the fox's hatred. Naruto stood there unmoving. His sclera started turning black, the same as the dark Naruto he had conquered before. Not receiving a response, he continued. "Here you thought, you've conquered your darkness. Your darkness is but a puddle in the pool of hatred I possess. Now, tear off the seal, show them what real power feels like." The humanoid fox roared at the camp. "By the gods," Chiron muttered. Camp watched the fox like being in the place of the blonde she was previously fighting. For some reason, she felt fear. It felt like a small piece of a very old power. The fox blurred. It raked its claws into Camp's face. The monster scrambled to escape. But the fox was relentless. It created a giant arm and slammed him back. The camp landed on the medical tent and flattened it. Athena campers scrambled to get out of the way. "Naruto." The campers called out to their friend. They were scared of the unknown power that made their friend lose control, but at the same time they were concerned. Will Naruto get out of this alive or will they lose him? The attacks didn't let up. Camp was mangled and battered to a pulp. She was here for revenge, but now she wanted nothing more than to return to Tartarus. Golden ichor poured out of her wounds, and hematoma dotted her body. The fox stood on top of her, an orb forming on its mouth. Kakashi's eyes whitened. He had witnessed the Nine Tails attack in his childhood. He knew the destructive capacity of that attack, and how his sensei based his signature jutsu off of it. "Stop him." Kakashi managed to yell as he was supported by the Aphrodite cabin counselor. Just then, an arrow whizzed past the fox's head, distracting it from creating the jutsu. The campers turned to see Thalia Grace notching an arrow and taking aim. "This is Naruto, I presume?" the lieutenant of the hunt asked without her eyes leaving her target. Kakashi nodded. "The fox has taken control of him. He's in there, but we need to force the fox back into his cage." "How exactly will I do that?" Thalia looked to the camp counselor. Kakashi struggled to reach into his ninja pouch. He provided a piece of paper which made the hunter's eyebrow rise. "Did you just give me a piece of paper?" she clarified. "It's a seal," Kakashi explained. "Just put it on Naruto's head and it will do its work." "Okay, I will trust you," Thalia said. She turned back to Naruto who just punched a hole through Camp's chest. "So, take half of the campers and go and assist the camp to clear out the monsters. The rest of you, with me." "Yes, Lieutenant." Zo led the way. "To me." The hunters charged, bolstering the camp's ranks. Thalia let her arrow fly. The fox roared and an invisible force stopped the arrow in its tracks. More arrows flew to distract the beast. Thalia rushed towards Naruto. The fox slammed its hands on the ground. Massive hands threatened to crush the hunters. They were nimble and quick, though dodging the arms. Arrows rained on the fox. It roared to deflect the arrows again, but a bolt of lightning fell upon him, causing damage. The hunters moved in again before the fox could recover. They didn't expect the fox to recover all too quickly. Thalia brandished her spear. It crackled with lightning. She fired another bolt, but the fox was able to avoid the attack. But that wasn't the point of the attack. The distraction worked perfectly. 5 hunters made the jump on him. Normally, their usual prey would be subdued by now, but this one was different. It swept its hand, and a chakra arm knocked them aside. Anabeth saw the hunters struggling to get her friend back to normal. She gave Naruto a look of concern. She rushed forward. Thalia widened her eyes when she saw Anabeth running towards the danger. No. The hunters moved to stop her, but she was fast. Her side training with the older blonde had made her faster than your average demigod. Before anyone knew it, she was in front of Naruto. The fox was surprised. Anabeth wrapped him in a hug. Her skin sizzled from the burns of the corrosive chakra. She ignored the pain and just held on. Come back, Naruto, she said. It's over. Camp's dead. You won. The fox was confused for a moment. At first, it didn't know what to do with the contact. It then started to growl. Its hand raised to peel the daughter of Athena off of itself, but its momentary distraction was enough for Thalia to close the distance and place the seal on Naruto's head. The fox roared. The crimson skin started to retract, revealing second-degree burns all over Naruto's skin. Naruto, she cried out as she held him in her arms. She ignored the pain from her own burns, and focused on her fellow blonde who was now unconscious. Thalia walked up next to her. She placed a hand on her fellow demigod's shoulder and said, Come on. Both of you need medical attention. Okay was all she answered. Mount Olympus. Zeus was pissed. That damn brat of Artemis had allowed himself to lose control. He had warned him of this. He was about to hurl a lightning bolt at the boy who dared to defy him when a voice spoke out. And just what do you think you're doing? A childlike voice spoke. Hestia, Zeus raised an eyebrow. You dare defend this demigod? Has it occurred to you that this boy has unleashed the beast to defend the camp? Hestia argued. Still, the fox is a danger to this world. Zeus was still not convinced. The ancient laws prevent the gods from interfering in mortal affairs. Now our precious camp is under attack. The demigods are on their own. Now with the camp under attack, don't you think it is only right for them to do everything in their power to defend their home? No? The boy is impulsive. There are other powers in his arsenal. Coming from you. I have watched you grow, little brother. You have always been impulsive. How dare you? I am the king of the gods. Look, little brother, she emphasized the last part. The way I see it, he did it to defend the camp. This is the first move in the upcoming war against the Titans. They move to crush the demigods, the only way for us to exert our will into the world. You have always relied on demigods. Do you want them to permanently disappear from the world? Zeus was speechless. Her older sister has never scolded him like this before. Or do you want to be powerless as father rises again? Fine, Zeus unexpectedly had seen some sense. Or it could have been fear of the Trigonometry. Good, I am glad we are on the same page. Hestia nodded. Camp Half-Blood. A cheer came from the monster army. Camp has been defeated, and the weird fox has been subdued. The campers, satyrs, and nature spirits were tired. Only the hunters were fresh and ready for battle. The shinobi were down, and they still had the numbers advantage. It was a golden opportunity. They charged. Through the fatigue, the camp rose in defense, fearing the worst. The giant managed to surprise Chiron with a glancing blow to the hind legs. 5 more cried in glee and moved to take advantage. Unexpectedly, the Titan army stopped in their tracks. Somewhere on the rear, monsters were getting thrown around. A volley of boulders rained down upon them. Arrows rained in response. A black wall of darkness rammed into one of the giants, and a perfectly aimed boulder managed to take out another one. The army scattered. At the mouth of Zeus's fist, Daedalus strode forward, slashing down the braver of the enemies. Right beside him was a familiar-looking giant with 100 hands rippling, each holding a huge chunk of rocks. Yeez. Tyson yelled, seeing his idol. You came. He gained the confidence to fight even harder. Grover rushed forward with a battle cry. But it wasn't just an ordinary battle cry. It was the most horrible sound anyone has ever heard. It sounded like fear itself. As one, the forces of Kronos dropped their weapons and ran for their lives. The giants trampled the Draconi, trying to get into the labyrinth first. Telekines and hellhounds and enemy half-blood scrambled after them. The tunnel rumbled shut, and the battle was over. The clearing was quiet. Percy ran over to Grover. That was great. He praised. The satyr blushed. I don't know where that came from. I do. Juniper hugged him fiercely. She was covered with cuts and she was bleeding green sap in some places, but that didn't bother her. She was more amazed with her boyfriend's latest move. But this was not the time to celebrate. They had to tend to the wounded. The first one they checked on was Nico. There was smoke curling off his black clothes. His fingers were clenched, and the grass all around his body had turned yellow and died. Bianca stood over him, tired. She had defended her brother from the monsters that tried to take advantage. She looked like she had been through a train wreck. He's been like this since he summoned the undead, Bianca explained. Percy knelt to him and gave him some nectar that he took from one of the Apollo campers. He trickled some of the fluid into Neko's mouth. He coughed and spluttered, but his eyes fluttered open. He slowly sat up. Neko. Bianca quickly enveloped her in a hug. Be Bianca, Neko weakly said. Are you okay? She checked on her younger brother. I'll be okay, Neko said. I never tried to summon so many undead before. What a relief, Bianca sobbed. Daedalus and Briars walked up to the group of demigods. Daedalus looked a little worse for wear. His automaton bled golden oil. Apparently his automaton body healed itself. Illyria loomed behind him, licking the wounds on her master's head, so Daedalus's hair stood up funny. The 100-handed one stood beside him. The group of demigods and satyrs stood around them. All were asking Briars to sign armors, t-shirts, and shields. That made the kind monster bashful. Daedalus, Neko managed. Yes, my boy, the inventor said sullenly. I admit that I made a mistake. Your shinobi friend's words hit straight through me. I came to make amends. Briars. Tyson came to hug the 100-handed one. I knew you would come. This is all because of you, young Cyclops, Briars patted Tyson on the back. You reminded me of who I was. Your group works wonders, Daedalus said. Say where's the shinobi? Oh yeah, Percy's voice trailed off. He's injured. Bianca's eyes widened. The group rushed over to Naruto's side. They found the blonde being cradled by Anabeth, trying to feed him some nectar and ambrosia. He was covered in burns all over his body, and the magical food of the gods was slowly working their magic. He was surrounded by some of his cousins, Kakashi, who was supported by Selena and the Hunters of Artemis, most notably, the current lieutenant, Thalia Grace, and her right-hand woman, Zoe Nightshade. Anabeth was sobbing with worry, and Thalia was comforting her. Bianca quickly joined them and checked on the boy he had seen as her older brother. What happened? Daedalus asked. He transformed into the demon fox, Kakashi explained. The corrosive chakra burned his body. I see, the inventor said. Will he be okay? Kakashi nodded. He has always bounced back pretty quickly. As if on cue, Naruto's eyes fluttered open. He tried to stand up, but his whole body burned. It was like his skin was peeled off. It was tender to touch. His eyes fell on the girl cradling him. He noticed the burns on her arm and the singed clothes. Did I do this? Was all he could ask. She didn't answer. Instead, Anabeth and Bianca hounded him, causing him to howl in pain. You? Why do you always insist on making me worry? Anabeth sobbed into his chest. Hey guys, Naruto greeted. He caressed Anabeth's head. Sorry to make you worry. You better be. Anabeth scolded. Naruto's eyes caught Daedalus and Briars. Naruto winced as he tried to get back on his feet despite the protests of the camp medics. So you came. It was all thanks to you, the inventor said. Your words hold weight. I decided to make amends. First. He slung a leather satchel off his back, unzipped it, and produced a sleek silver laptop computer, one of the ones I'd seen in the workshop. On the lid was the blue symbol. My work is here, he said. It's all I managed to save from the fire. Notes on projects I never started. Some of my favorite designs. I couldn't develop these over the last few millennia. I did not dare reveal my work to the mortal world. But perhaps you will find it interesting. He handed the computer to Anabeth, who stared at it like it was solid gold. You're giving me this. But this is priceless. This is worth I don't even know how much. A small price to pay for the way I acted. You were right, children of Athena should be wise. Become a great architect, even greater than I ever was. He then turned to Percy. Mrs. O'Leary will need a new master when I pass on. Could I trouble you with looking after her? Wait, pass on. Are you planning to kill yourself? Percy protested. That's wrong. Daedalus shook his head. Not as wrong as hiding from my crimes for 2,000 years. Genius does not excuse evil, Percy. My time has come. You won't get a fair trial, Anabeth said. The spirit of Minos sits in judgment. I will take what comes, he said. And trust in the justice of the underworld, such as it is. That is all we can do, isn't it? Finally, he turned to Naruto. I owe my change of heart to you. Naruto. Your words cut straight to the soul. You made me see sense. For that, I am forever grateful. He produced a blade. It looked like a normal kunai, but it had a 3-diamond design on the blade. There was also a tassel connected at the end. The labyrinth crossing dimensions surprised me at first. I explored your world in my own time. And in my travels I have come across some artifacts in my time. This is one of them. I don't know what to say, Naruto said. Thank you, your gratitude is more than enough for me. Now then, he turned to Neko. I am ready, son of Hades. I am ready to see my son and my nephew. Release my soul. With some difficulty, Neko drew his Stygian iron sword and chanted. Your time is long since come. Be released and dressed. A smile of relief spread across Daedalus's face. He froze like a statue. His skin turned transparent, revealing the bronze gears and machinery whirring inside his body. Then, he turned to gray ash and disintegrated. Mrs. O'Leary howled. Percy patted her. Earth rumbled, an earthquake that could probably be felt in every major city across the country as the ancient labyrinth collapsed. Chiron looked solemnly at the scene. There were no casualties, but he knew that this wasn't the last they would see of the Titan army. He looked at the wary faces of his campers and said, "Come children, we have a lot to do." The council's verdict. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto nor Percy Jackson in the Olympian series. I am just a lowly writer with too much time in my hands. Warning. This is a sequel story. Read the following first before you read this story. Child of the Moon. The Lightning Thief, Child of the Moon. The Sea of Monsters, Child of the Moon. The Titan's Curse. Chapter 20. The battle was over, but the campers weren't out of the woods just yet. This Takashi fellow, he completely changed how the training for half-bloods went. It completely strayed for how Chiron had trained heroes. He had forgone, no, not completely forgone, more like set aside the individual training of the demigods and focused more on teamwork. Chiron was completely stumped, but he did not question the man's teachings. And boy was he glad he did not question the Jonin's decisions. Thanks to the training they received, casualties were non-existent. Still, they had to treat almost the whole camp. Injuries ranged from small scratches to broken bones and concussions. Once the most serious injuries were out of the way, the camp could relax, except for a particular group in the camp, the nature spirits. Satyrs, dryads, and naiads filled the sacred grove. It was an emergency meeting for the case of one Grover Underwood. He should be exiled. Silenus roared insistently. Such blasphemy will not be tolerated by the council. Silenus, we should not make rash decisions like this, Chiron persuaded. As we can see, we have several witnesses. We should look over the evidence before we make our final verdict. As much as possible, this satyr on the council did not want to listen to any more foolish claims. We're witnesses. I'm sure these witnesses only bring forward fabricated claims and preposterous lies. I insist, Silenus, Chiron pressed. We will not make judgment without due process. Fine, the satyr rolled his eyes. Bring forth the witnesses. Me. Juniper stepped forward. Grover's final attack. It was panic, I am sure of it. Grover summoned Lord Pan's power and unleashed it upon the Titan army. Sacrilege, Silenus yelled. The wild god has more likely favored us with a blessing. Or perhaps Grover's music was so awful it scared the enemies away. That wasn't it, sir, Grover said. He sounded calmer now, despite all the mocking and insults he had received. Pan has passed his spirit into all of us when he passed. Each of us must work to renew the wild and protect what is left of it. After 2,000 years, you expect us to believe such claims of yours? Never. We must continue the search. Exile the traitor. The overgrown goat, Naruto said with as much venom in his voice as he could muster. Everyone turned to Naruto, and they gasped. It turns out, he unconsciously drew and called from the nature chakra around him, and it was the first time anyone had paid attention to the results. The familiar slit-like pupil remained. The orange pigmentation around his eyes was still there. A forest green tattoo snaked its way around Naruto's face on both sides, and converged on a diamond-shaped tattoo on his forehead. It then branched out again and ended in a pair of horns on the top of his head, like on the horns on Grover's head. Almost all the nature spirits knelt down as they sensed the energy that radiated from the blonde shinobi. Those that had seen Pan face to face recognized it too. It was almost like Pan's power. Our group stand witness to the passing of Pan. Anabeth, Grover, Percy, and Neko raised their hands. Pan has announced 2,000 years ago that he has long passed, but your unwavering faith has kept him clinging to life. It was only when we found him in the depths of the caves in New Mexico was he able to pass on. We can confirm. All eyes. Silenus yelled again, this time not as loud as he did before. Filthy human, destroyer of nature. Who would believe a word you say? I would, said a familiar voice. I must say. Naruto Uzumaki, it is unmistakable. The power you radiate. I can never forget it. I sensed it all the way back in the first Titan War. Everyone was stunned. No one expected Dionysus of all people to recognize and acknowledge Naruto's sage mode. Lord Dionysus, Silenus stood to bow. The other nature spirits bowing at Naruto turned to the wine god. Dionysus ignored them. He woke up to Naruto and shook his hand. Thank you for saving my son, Naruto Uzumaki. I am in your debt. If there is anything you need, just tell me. That surprised the camp. Dionysus has never been nice to anyone at camp, except for Chiron, much less expressed gratitude to a human of all creatures. This truly was a shocking day. He ignored the shocked expressions the crowd was giving him and waved hand. A new chair grew next to Silenus, a throne made of grapevines. Miss me? He looked around the assembled crowd. Oh yes, very much sire. Silenus said, kissing ass. Well, I did not miss this place. Dionysus snapped. I bear bad news, my friends. Evil news. The minor gods are changing sides. Morpheus has gone over to the enemy. Hecate, Janus, and Nemesis as well. Zeus knows how many more. Thunder rumbled in the distance. Strike that, Dionysus said. Even Zeus doesn't know. Now, I want to hear Grover's story. Again, from the top. But, my lord, Silenus protested. It's just nonsense. Dionysus's eyes flared with purple fire. You dare question me? Silenus gulped and waved at Grover to start again. When Grover was done, Mr. D nodded. It sounds like just the sort of thing Pan would do. Grover is right. The search is tiresome. You must start thinking for yourselves. He turned to his satyr. Bring me some peeled grapes, right away. Yes, sire. The satyr scampered off. How ironic. We must exile the traitor. Silenus insisted. I say no, Dionysus countered. That is my vote. I vote no as well, Chiron put in. Silenus set his jaw stubbornly. All in favor of exile. He and the two other old satyrs raised their hands. 3-2, Silenus said. Ah, yes, Dionysus said. But unfortunately for you, a god's vote counts twice. And as I voted against, we are tied. Silenus stood, indignant. This is an outrage. The council cannot stand at an impasse. Then let it be dissolved. Mr. D said. I don't care. Silenus bowed stiffly, along with his two friends, and they left the grove. About 20 satyrs went with them. The rest stood around murmuring uncomfortably. Don't worry, Grover told them. We don't need the council to tell us what to do. We can figure it out ourselves. He told them again the words of Pan, how they must save the wild a little at a time. He started dividing the satyrs into groups, which ones would go to the national parks, which ones would search out the last wild places, which ones would defend the parks in the big cities. Well, Anabeth said to me, Grover seems to be growing up. Naruto nodded and smiled. He has come a long way from the old bullied boy back in Yancy Academy. In the afternoon, Chiron dismissed the campers to do their own thing for today. After a spectacular job well done, they deserved it, they all did. Percy found Tyson hanging out with Briars at the beach. So you go left by the reef and go straight down when you see the sunken ship. Then you go a mile, 1.6 kilometers east, past the mermaid graveyard. You will start to see fires burning. Giving him directions to the forges, Percy asked, joining the pair. Tyson nodded. Briars wants to help. He will teach Cyclops the old ways, how to make better weapons and armors. I want to see Cyclops, Briars agreed. I do not want to be alone anymore. You will not be lonely down there, Percy said wistfully. He had not seen Poseidon's palace, but he was sure it would be bustling like Olympus. With the war coming, you will be very busy. Briar's face morphed into a happy expression. Busy sounds good. I only wish Tyson could join me. Tyson blushed. He was getting acknowledged by his hero. He actually wanted to be with him. I will stay with my brother in the meantime. I will join you soon. You will do fine, Briars. Thank you. The 100-handed one shook Percy's hand with just about all of his hands. We will meet again, Percy. I know it. Then he gave Tyson a great big octopus hug and waded out into the ocean. The brothers watched until his enormous head disappeared under the waves. Percy clapped Tyson on the back. You helped him a lot. I only talked to him. And that did wonders. Your belief in him saved him. I never thought it would work that way. That's the magic of fate. Tyson's stomach grumbled. They both shared a laugh. Percy stood up. Come on, big guy. Let's go have a bite to eat. The hunters gathered around Naruto in the medical tent. The blonde insisted that he was okay, that he was strong enough to walk around the camp on his own, but his sisters insisted. Thou art one reckless shinobi, Zo lectured the blonde. Using a transformation thou have not truly mastered. But I didn't want to do that, Naruto tried to reason. I was just so angry and my mind went blank. Then thy problem lies in thy emotion control, Zo said. It cannot be helped. I shall accompany thee in this camp. It seems that thou will need guidance from an older figure in thy life. Do not worry, thy sister will accompany you. Zo, are you sure? One of the older campers asked. To be close to these campers, she shivered in disgust. I will have to endure, Zo nodded. It is clear that Naruto needs a companion, someone to teach him restraint. But, Naruto tried to protest. I have pretty good control. You just can't say it, can you, Zo? Thalia interjected. She sighed. Don't listen to her, Naruto. Those are not what she is really after. What do you mean? Naruto gave her a puzzled expression. She has been worried about you since she learned of the attack on Camp Half-Blood, Thalia explained, much to the said hunter's ire. She was the first to speak out and ask for the quest to be sent to camp and defend it against the Titan army. We got it on a technicality, a younger hunter spoke up. True, Thalia agreed. Nevertheless, she insisted on coming here. Fine, Zo relented. She speaks the truth. Naruto looked at his oldest sister. My, Zo. I never thought I would see this side of you. Let us make things clear, Zo's strict voice returned. I did this for you and nothing else. Naruto smiled. What is funny? Zo asked, seeing Naruto's expression. Oh, it's nothing, Naruto answered. It's just that it makes me happy that my own sisters would come to my aid like this. Of course we would, the hunter's course. Silly Naruto, Thalia teased. We're your sisters. We know you would do the same for us. Yes, I would, Naruto grinned. Thalia then turned to the whole group. On that happy note, let's go have dinner. Neko and Bianca stood at the clearing behind the big house. Bianca seemed to be in deep concentration while Neko was watching her. Focus, Neko instructed. The dead will listen to you. Call upon them. Bianca tried harder. She dug deep into the power of Hades that lay dormant inside of her. She focused on the energy that she somehow called upon when she defeated the skeleton warrior back in New Mexico. At first, nothing happened. Then, a small crack appeared on the ground. A small paw broke through from the ground, and the skeletal remains of small kitten walked out and snuggled on Bianca's feet. She opened her eyes and looked at the kitten. She was dejected. All that concentration, and all I could summon was a cat. The kitten looked up to the girl. Somehow she could tell that the feline was hurt by her words. No, it's not like that. Bianca tried to clear things up. I didn't mean it like that. Neko knelt to scratch the kitten's shin. Don't worry. You'll get the hang of it eventually, he said. In the distance, the conch horn blew. Let's go? Bianca asked. I'm a little hungry for dinner. Yeah, I'd like that. The camp was in more or less high spirits. After a long day of rebuilding and recuperating, dinner at camp felt good. The sunset over Long Island Sound was beautiful. The campers fell in line at the brazier to make their customary offering to the gods for the meal. Everyone made sure to scrape in extra offerings for more or less getting out of the battle unscathed. It was a good time to celebrate, indeed. For a while, they could forget about the looming threat of war. For a little while, they could relish in the fact that Kronos had suffered a minor setback. Everyone was happy. On the Poseidon table, Tyson sat with Percy finally sharing a meal with someone. The Demeter table was busy talking about the crops they had been growing and other possible plants they can grow. The Ares table was boisterously laughing as the usual roughhousing ensued. The Athena campers had their eyes glued on Daedalus's laptop as they ate, browsing the different designs and schematics they could make. The Apollo table chatter consists of the latest songs and albums that topped the charts. The Artemis table wasn't lonely anymore. The Hunters and Naruto had some arm wrestling contests. They brought Naruto up to speed with the various monsters they fought. The Hephaestus table didn't seem like they were eating at all. They were already tinkering with the initial prototypes that they were working on with the Athena campers. The Aphrodite campers, especially the females, were sending jealous glares at Table 8. The earlier agreement of Naruto switching tables and cabins didn't push through now, since the Hunters had already accepted him. The Hermes kids were welcoming back Neko D'Angelo from his long absence at camp. Not only that, a big Hispanic kid, Chris Rodriguez, joined with them. They were celebrating his recovery from the madness he gained from the labyrinth. And finally, the Dionysus table had a guest. Lord Dionysus himself sat at the table. After almost losing his son, he felt the need to stay by his side at least for now. Then, the campers went over to the amphitheater for the sing-along. At the sing-along, the whole camp couldn't help but notice Clarice LaRue sitting shoulder to shoulder with Chris. It was a topic for teasing and gossip, but knowing how the Ares cabin counselor would react, they all held their tongue. Naruto saw Dionysus standing over on the side. He joined him. Thank you for healing him, Lord Dionysus, Naruto bowed. It was no biggie, as the kids would say. Dionysus waved him off. I must say, when I said you could ask me anything, I would never imagine you would ask a favor on another person's behalf. Well, I personally didn't need anything at the moment. And I thought you could help Chris since you are somehow tied to madness. Naruto said as he scratched the back of his head. Good eye, Dionysus praised. The god let out a yawn. It's a tiring day putting up with you demigods. I will retire early tonight. Nice talk, demigod. Remember, my offer still stands. Naruto bowed. So here you were. Anabeth joined him in the sides of the amphitheater. Shouldn't you be in the sing-along? Naruto asked. I could say the same to you, Anabeth shot back. Well, I had to thank Lord Dionysus for Chris, Naruto said, shifting his gaze to the couple. They look good together, Anabeth commented. The two watched as Clarice's hand interlocked with Chris. Anabeth felt a tug in her gut. She looked at Naruto out of the corner of their eyes. Anabeth tried to do the same as Chris and Clarice. She hesitated. She accidentally touched Naruto's hand, which got the blonde boy's attention. You need something. Anabeth shook her head. Oh, alright, Naruto smiled. You want some s'mores? Your stomach amazes me sometimes, Anabeth teased. Naruto let out a chuckle as he scratched the back of his head. So shall we? Anabeth nodded. She took Naruto's hand and led the way. The rest of the summer seemed strange because it was so normal. The daily activities continued. Archery, rock climbing, Pegasus riding. Since the hunters were at the camp, it was time for a rematch. Thalia and Naruto stared at each other challengingly. They played another game of capture the flag. It was another close match. Since Thalia knows about the flying thunder god jutsu, she was prepared. She set out countermeasures, but she could never get past how crafty Naruto was. In the end, the camp was now in a 2-0 lead. The day after the game, they bid each other farewell. As she promised, Zoe Nightshade became an official camper. With some well wishes, tears may or may have not been shed, the hunters returned to camp. There were more chariot races that happened. The Artemis cabin won a couple of them. The Naruto and Zou combination was a force to be reckoned with. They seemed to be unbeatable. Only the Athena or Ares cabin managed to stand a chance. The light passed, with fireworks on the beach on the 4th. The Ephesus kids released new scenes created by their fireworks. There was Naruto defeating the Kraken, the news that broke the godly world. They also added the first moon landing in King Leonidas, who apparently was a son of Ares, defending Sparta with his 300 men. August turned so hot the strawberries started baking in the fields. The campers had to think of various ways to keep cool during the cold weather. Unsurprisingly, a crowd would always gather around the obstacle course as Naruto would do his rounds around the course. Water balloon fights would also become a daily occurrence. Our favorite blonde was a favorite target, especially by the Aphrodite campers, not that they would hit him of course. The attention was drawing the ire of a certain daughter of Athena. Finally, the last day of camp arrived. The standard form letter appeared on every camper's bed. It was that time of the year again. On the dreaded day, Naruto, Anabeth, and Percy met at Half-Blood Hill. "So, I guess this is it, huh?" was Annabeth's beginning statement. "It can't be helped," Naruto added. "Are you sure you're not coming to San Francisco?" Anabeth asked just to be sure. Naruto shook his head. "I wish I could. But after staying away from home for 2 years, I think I'd want to spend time with her for the school year. Plus, someone must keep an eye on Percy." "Yeah, that makes sense, especially the last part," Anabeth agreed. "Hey, I can stay away from trouble, you know. I lasted 1 whole school year 2 years ago," Percy protested. "The keyword is almost," the shinobi said. "Yeah, we still bailed you out as the school year ended," Anabeth added. The two blondes shared a laugh at the expense of the son of Poseidon. "But yeah, you could do it, seaweed brain," Anabeth followed up. She then turned to Naruto. "So I guess you're giving people gifts now?" "What?" Naruto said cluelessly. He couldn't remember giving gifts to anyone since they came back from their quest in the labyrinth. Percy elbowed him. He then whispered in the blonde's ear. "She means the kunai you gave Rachel." Oh, Naruto was dumbfounded. He didn't mean anything with that kunai. He just gave his friend a way for him to reach his friend whenever she needs help. Percy sighed. He had this complaint ever since he knew this boy. He may be smart, but he is lacking in other areas if you know what I mean. Plus it was already August, and it was only Naruto who did not give Anabeth anything for her birthday. He sighed. "Don't worry. I didn't forget." Naruto brought out a box from his pocket. It was small and neatly wrapped. He handed it to Anabeth. "I was under the impression that you forgot all about it." Annabeth's lips tugged into a smile. She took the box and opened it carefully. It was a wooden box. She opened it and inside was a necklace, its pendant almost exactly like Naruto's. The difference, there was some writing on the pendant, similar to Japanese calligraphy. Her eyes widened. She remembered seeing it on Naruto's kunai. This is. "Yes, it's the Flying Rage and Seal formula," Naruto confirmed. "Now, I can instantly be by your side whenever you're in trouble." "Sorry it took so long. I had almost 100 seals explode in my face when I was trying to recreate that." Naruto was instantly enveloped in a hug. Anabeth was ecstatic. She loved her gift so much. Possibly, it could be the best birthday present she has ever received. "Naruto, I love it." She sobbed out tears of joy into Naruto's chest. "I'm glad you like it," Naruto sighed out in relief. "Of course I would," Anabeth said, letting go of the hug. She raised the pendant and stared at the mesmerizing jewel in her hands as it glinted into the morning sun. "Told ya," Percy chimed. "Help me put it on," Anabeth said, handing it back to Naruto. She turned her back to the blonde. The shinobi laced the jewelry over the daughter of Athena's neck and hooked up the lock. Anabeth turned around and showed off her new gift to the two boys. "How does it look?" She struck a pose. "Beautiful," was Naruto's response, but he was staring at her in general. Either way, his answer applied to both. Smooth words from the #1 hyperactive ninja. "So I guess it's time to go our separate ways, huh?" Naruto said reluctantly. "We'll be back here," Percy said almost like a promise. "We'll be back here and face the inevitable and hopefully." Percy didn't want to say anything more. She didn't want to ruin the girl's good mood. Anything about her old friend was sure to sour it. They were broken out of their thoughts when Argus honked. "I guess that's our cue," Naruto said, giving Anabeth one more hug goodbye. Percy also gave her one too. "Take care, you two," Anabeth said. "Watch each other's backs." "You too," the two boys said. "Watch over Mount Othries for us." At the car ride to the city. It was a quiet ride to the city. Just then, Percy spoke up, remembering something. "Hey, we didn't get a chance to ask about the prophecy. She didn't tell us about the last line at all." "You shall delve in the darkness of the endless maze," Percy remembered. "Check," Naruto said. "We did that, almost the whole quest. The dead, the traitor, and the lost one raise." Percy continued. "We raised a lot of the dead. We saved Ethan Nakamura, who turned out to be a traitor. We raised the spirit of Pan, the lost one," Naruto explained. "You sure eyes are full by the Ghost King's hand." "That was Neko." We were saved when Echo decided to join our side. Destroy with the hero's final breath. When Daedalus died, we can assume that the labyrinth was destroyed with it. But what is the last line? Naruto hummed in thought. If she didn't want to talk about it, then it probably was Luke. We encountered him twice in this quest, and in the last one was. Percy's eyes widened in realization. It's about Luke giving his body over to the Titan Lord, wasn't it? Naruto nodded. And if it were to rhyme, it would probably be. To lose a love to worse than death. Damn, was all Percy could say. I kinda understand now. I'm glad I didn't press her for the answers. She'd hate me. That was smart of you to hold your tongue, Naruto praised. But that's all in the past now, all we could do is look to the future. We have a war to fight. But before the doom and gloom, there's something much closer. What is it? Percy asked. It's your birthday. Epilogue. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto nor Percy Jackson in the Olympian series. I am just a lowly writer with too much time in my hands. Warning. This is a sequel story. Read the following first before you read this story. Child of the Moon. The Lightning Thief Child of the Moon. The Sea of Monsters Child of the Moon. The Titan's Curse. Chapter 21. It was a fine day, a day for celebration. But there was one person who didn't want to celebrate at all. Why, you ask? It has something to do with a certain prophecy, which was 1 year away. He could not help but feel nervous. Besides, he didn't have that many friends apart from those at camp who don't usually come anyway, since they all lived in different parts of America. There was a small party at their apartment. And if I can just say, it was one of the best apartments money could buy at one of the most exclusive towers in all of New York. How did they afford that, you ask? Well, it had to do with a certain platinum card that Naruto had smuggled out of the Lotus Hotel and Casino. I could still remember the look on that snobby agent's face when payment went through. Anyway, Paul Bluffus was invited, which was okay, because somehow, through Naruto's meddling, the band incident was blamed on a certain Kelly Anderson who is now at large by the police. Something is telling me though, that she would never be found by law enforcement. Now, Percy and even Naruto would be allowed to start freshman year next month. Tyson was there too, of course he would be invited. Sally Jackson baked 2 blue cakes just for him. As he helped Sally blow up balloons for the party, Paul called for Naruto and Percy to help him in the kitchen for a while. So there they were, Naruto, Percy, and Paul in the kitchen. So, Naruto, I hear the basketball team is seriously eyeing you to be on their team. Naruto chuckled nervously. I don't know about that. I haven't had any experience in sports when I was a child. I had to focus on other stuff. Come on. You do great. Percy cheered him on. I've seen you shoot hoops. You kill it. Paul gave him a look of sympathy. I heard from Sally about your childhood. For what it's worth, I'm sorry you had to go through that. Thank you, Naruto smiled. I appreciate it. Anyway, that's all in the past. Now that you've had the chance to find a family and settle down, you can focus on things you like. Paul offered. You guys really think I could do it? Naruto asked. Of course, you would. You would do great. These were the responses he got. I see, I would give it a try. Naruto scratched the back of his head. And Percy, I heard from your mom that she'd be signing you up for drivers at this fall. Percy's eyes sparkled. Yeah. I've been waiting for this for like forever. Knowing you, Percy, you might crash a car too, Naruto joked. Hey. I resent that. Percy protested. Don't be so hard on him, Naruto, Paul lectured. He'd do fine. You really think so? Percy asked. Actually, deep inside, he was feeling nervous. With all the things he's messing up during training at camp, he was overthinking this course he was about to take. Really, dude? Joking aside, I think you would do great, Naruto told him. He's right, you know. Paul handed the 2 boys a glass of punch. He raised his own glass to a toast. To Percy's 15th birthday. The 3 tapped their glasses together and drank. Naruto noticed that Paul was fidgety. The man wanted to say something, but he was nervous about getting it out. He didn't want to pressure the man, so he waited. So I wanted to ask you two something, Paul began as he was getting the courage to speak. What's on your mind? Naruto asked. Girl stuff, Paul said simply. Is this what I'm thinking about? Percy asked as well. Paul nodded. You see, your mother, I'm thinking of proposing to her. Naruto's eyes widened. He was definitely surprised, but he was happy all the same. Considering her past with Gabe Ugliano, he was happy to be married again, with someone she knows would make her happy. And growing up alone, he had a significant lack of a father figure in his life, not until he became a genin. Percy was surprised that he almost dropped his cup. But knowing what Sally had been through with Smelly Gabe, he was happy. You're asking for our permission, Percy managed to say. Well, not really permission, but since the both of you are her family, I thought it would be best if I talked to the both of you man to man, he said, scratching his beard. Naruto grinned. He rushed over and hugged the older man, surprising him. I would love that, Dad. After a few seconds, Naruto broke the embrace and gave him a sheepish look. Sorry about that. You see. No, it's okay. I understand, Paul smiled. It would be an honor that you would see me as a father figure. I just hope that I can live up to your expectations. He then shifted his gaze to Percy, looking for his answer. I think that's a great idea, Paul. Percy finally said. I see how my mom is happy around you, a lot happier. You'll do great. Paul's smile whitened considerably. Cheers. Let's go join the party. At the party, the guests were almost complete. All that was left was Grover, who was going to take Neko and Bianca into the building. And so there they were, our favorite cast of characters waiting for their guest list to be complete when the doorbell rang. The owners found this weird. They didn't receive a call at all from the lobby about a guest. With caution, Sally opened the door. What she saw on the other side of the door made her gasp. It was Poseidon. He was wearing Bermuda shorts and a Hawaiian shirt and Birkenstocks, like he usually does. His black beard was neatly trimmed, and his sea green eyes twinkled. He wore a battered cap decorated with fishing lures. It said Neptune's lucky fishing hat. She caught herself as she found herself blushing to the roots of her hair. Hello. Hello, Sally, Poseidon greeted. You look as beautiful as ever. May I come in? Sally squeaked, which the god took as a yes and strode into their abode. I must say, your new home is quite exquisite. Paul looked back and forth at his girlfriend and the man, trying to read the situation. Finally, he strode forward and extended a hand to greet him. Hello, my name is Paul Blowfish. Poseidon raised an eyebrow. Blowfish, you say? Paul chuckled, like he heard that joke 1,000 times before. Little did he know, the god was actually serious. Ah no, it's Blowfish actually. Oh, I see, the god was mildly disappointed. I quite like Blowfish. Anyway, I'm Poseidon. That's an interesting name. Yes, I quite like that name. I have others, but I do prefer Poseidon. Like the god of the seas. Very much like that, yes. Well, Sally interrupted, though her voice was threatening to crack. Deep inside, she still harbored feelings for her first love. We're so glad you could drop by. Paul, this is Percy's father. Ah, I see, Paul nodded, but it was evident that he did not look pleased. Poseidon's gaze shifted to Percy. There you are, my boy. And Tyson, hello son. Daddy? Tyson bounded across the room and gave the god a great big hug. Paul's jaw dropped. He stared at Sally. Tyson is. This must all be so confusing. It was Naruto who spoke up. But I promise Percy and I will explain everything when the time is right. I never go back on my word. Sally gave Naruto a grateful look. Then she spoke, calmer this time. What brings you here? Oh, I wouldn't miss Percy's 15th birthday for the world. Poseidon chuckled. If this were Sparta, you would be a man now. Paul too had gotten over his shock. That's true. I used to teach ancient history, you see. Poseidon's eyes twinkled. That's me. Ancient history. Sally, Paul, Tyson, would you mind if I borrowed Percy for a moment? He put an arm around Percy and stared into the kitchen. That was unexpected. Naruto spoke up. Did you invite him? Paul asked. Sally shook her head. Oh gods no. He just dropped by out of the blue. He kept an eye on Percy even after they separated. Naruto left it at that. Although, how he found out we lived here is beyond me. I see. Naruto's answer left Paul with dozens more questions, but he trusted the boy. He believed that the boy would explain everything eventually, so he left it at that. Good evening, Ms. Jackson, is now a good time? The front desk officer at the lobby paged him. Yes, it is. Sally answered. Have my guests arrived? I have Grover Underwood, Neko D'Angelo, Bianca D'Angelo, and Zoe Nightshade here to see you, the front desk officer said. So? Naruto raised an eyebrow. The hunter was adamant about staying at camp. She did not see the importance of birthdays, being an immortal and all, so her presence here was surprising. Maybe she changed her mind, Sally said. Ah, perfect. Let them in, Sally told the desk officer. Right away, ma'am, was the answer. Now, our guests are complete, Sally said. Now, we just have to wait for Percy to finish his talk with his father. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang. They were here. Hi, Ms. Jackson, Grover greeted. How are you? Hello, Grover, Sally greeted back. Thank you for coming to Percy's birthday. And I see you brought his other friends. Hello. Hi. With the siblings' greetings. I'm glad you could join us today. I hope that you get along with my sons, Sally said. Well, yes of course, Bianca said. He's a good friend, Neko added. She nodded with a smile and moved on to the immortal hunter. And you must be Naruto's sister. Paul's head must be brimming with questions right now, but he held his tongue. He didn't want to have a headache at this point in the night. It is a pleasure to meet you in person. Naruto has told me about you, Zoe said, offering a hand for a handshake. May I talk to Naruto for a second? Sally nodded. There were 2 family members from her 2 boys' godly side of the family that wanted to have a word with them. This certainly worried her. Nevertheless, she nodded. Now since the kitchen was occupied by Percy and his father with their own peptic, Naruto decided to take her to the roof of their apartment complex, with the guise of just talking in his room. The pair arrived at Naruto's Hiraishin mark that he placed up there when they bought the apartment. Naruto turned to his sister, Nisan. What's up? The lady has informed me about recent developments from your recent fiasco, Zo began. The shinobi knew what she was referring to. He didn't like where this was going. This is about Mount St. Helens, I presume. Zo nodded. After you set off that explosion, the volcano continues to erupt. And worse, he is stirring. Who? Naruto asked. The father of all monsters. Zo answered. Naruto's eyes grew at inner plates. He held his head in between his palms and dropped to his knees. I did that. I freed him. Raise your head, brother, Zo told him. The lady said that you should not blame yourself, and frankly I agree. With the upcoming war, he would be freed eventually with Chronos awakening ancient monsters, and freeing his brothers from their prisons. Naruto did as his sister told him, but he still had remorse evident on his face. But still, the gods' forces barely held a candle to him when they first fought in the stories. By now, when he's eventually released, I imagine he will move straight to New York. It would be my fault if he decimates our forces and destroys Olympus. Zo stared at him with sympathy. Do not fret. The lady says that he has around a year at best before he is fully released. We have the advantage of time. While he waits to be unleashed to the world, we can prepare. Naruto gained a determined look, his hand unconsciously moving over to the seal in his gut. In that case, I'll have to pull out all the stops in this war. Zo knew what Naruto was referring to, and it did not sound good at all. Are you sure about this? The last time you unleashed this power of yours, you lost control. You may very well turn against your allies. I don't know if it has been done before, but the humans sealed the Biju humans to harness their powers, Naruto explained. So it would stand to reason that there is a way to fully master a tailed beast's power. Zo smiled proudly at her brother. I like your determination, but for now, we enjoy the party. Why don't we go get some cake? Poseidon didn't stay for the party. He had a war to fight. Percy asked him nicely to leave through the front door, so as to avoid suspicion. The two boys had received horrible news from their talks. But that aside, it was time to party. Sally looked at the spread of food proudly. She really poured her heart into this meal. There was blue cake, spaghetti and meatballs, spring rolls, grilled chicken, and a bunch more. And of course, there were games. They started off with Monopoly. Percy got bankrupt pretty early in the game. Surprisingly, Tyson and Naruto held out the longest, but Tyson's luck didn't hold a candle to Naruto's. Next was charades. Tyson did pretty bad on this one. Instead of acting out the word they were supposed to guess, he just shouted it out loud. That earned laughs all around. They also played spy. Zo did really well this game. She could easily tell whoever was lying and keeping their identity as the spy a secret. I guess dealing with people for 1,000 years would allow you to read people that well. Finally, there was Clue. It was absolutely unfair for the other players. Being a genius only second to his classmate, Shikamaru, his ability to deduce the murderer was on point. All in all, they had fun. Sally looked at the genuine smiles Naoko and Bianca were exuding. Her motherly instincts were kicking in. Somehow, she could tell, they didn't have a birthday party in a long time. She was happy she made this celebration extra special, not just for Percy, but for the guests as well, the Hades siblings especially. It was getting late into the night. Sally decided to let them sleep over that night. As the party died down, Naruto broke away from the group and went up to his room. He smiled bitterly as he stared at the moonlight. His mind couldn't help but wander off to Calypso on Ajija. He was happy here, but what about Calypso? She's probably there, lonely, waiting for the next hero to wash up on her shore or for him to finally fulfill his promise. He brought out a scroll. In a puff of smoke, he produced the moonless she had given him, still looking as fresh as when she first had given it to her. It hurt just to see it. The scent hurt him even more. It brought back painful memories of the time he spent with her, sharing her pain. He couldn't stand the thought of her living her life in loneliness, the way he did when he was a child. Plant a garden in Manhattan for me, will you? Calypso's words echoed in his mind. He opened the window and stepped onto the fire escape. Sally kept a planter box out there. In the spring she usually filled it with flowers, but now it was all dirt, waiting for something new. It was a clear night. The moon was full that night. Naruto planted the sprig of moonless carefully in the dirt. Entering sage mode, he channeled the power of nature, which he found he could freely control now after Pan's blessing. The moonless grew to his full height and glowed in response to the moon. A smile tugged to his lips. Mission accomplished, he muttered. He was broken out of his thoughts when there was a knock on his door. Ah, Naruto. You got a sec. It was Percy. He just shrugged and opened the door. It was Percy with we left camp to go exploring, Bianca confessed. I thought it would be a good idea for her to learn to use her powers, Neko added. And we wanted to see our father's domain. That's cool, Naruto said. So you guys aren't going to be year-rounders, huh? Percy added. Wait, you're not mad at us? Bianca gaped. You're not gonna tell us it's too dangerous? Neko did the same. Why would we? Naruto said. I've seen how Neko fights. You'll handle yourself well out there. Also, you've been stranded at the Lotus Hotel for ages. Percy added. You could use the time to get around. So, what did you see? The blonde asked. Not much right now, but we saw Daedalus' trial, Neko started. Oh? The two boys' eyebrows raised, dying to know the update of the old son of Athena. Well, Minos wanted to send him straight to the fields of punishment without as much of a trial, but our father had different plans for him, Bianca said. Father wanted him to build overpasses and exit ramps in the fields of Asphodel for eternity, Neko explained. That doesn't sound too bad, Percy commented. It doesn't even sound like a punishment at all, Naruto said. Anabeth will be happy to know about this. And Neko turned to Percy. I know how we can match Luke once the fighting starts. Naruto and Percy looked at each other, then back at the siblings. Go on, we're listening. And,